on YouTube. Ray, welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hi, I need to sleep, so I just leave this. Well, I hope you have a lovely rest and a well-deserved rest as well. So it's super duper important. Sleep is good, and it's not for the weak. And welcome in, Cats on keyboard, as well as you, Dimitri. Welcome in. Welcome. Let me go ahead and get a little bit of hydration. Now, I'm out of coffee. I was drinking it before stream started. So you know what? I'll get some tea, probably the healthier option. Let me go ahead and get some. Tasty. Thank you for that redeem as well. Let me click on this guy here, slide this guy up here. I can say I was looking before stream because I realized I have somehow, and hi Brunchless, welcome in the stream, welcome in, welcome back. I have somewhere, and I'm not sure, and tea is always a good choice. It's a great choice. I do enjoy it. I think it's delicious. And let's see here, hold on, let me slide this guy over here. There we are. Well, my day was kind of mixed. My mom wants me to stay at my home for another day due to one of my dogs not feeling well, but also my laptop decided to go nuts right before your stream started officially. The good old classic technical difficulties. Boy, do I know how that feels. I hope things well, the thing is like, you can do all the fixes, you can do all the tweaking, but sometimes it just takes waiting until tomorrow for everything to fix itself. So you have my condolences, and I hope it figures itself out very soon. And yes, I love cup of teas. In fact, I'm gonna drink it right now. What's your all of your favorite flavors? What do you like as tea flavors? All of you, I'm curious. I'm more of a red tea drinker, but I have been enjoying black tea recently, but I'm not a big fan of green tea. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day, and if you're not, have you considered I'm not even gonna say that, but your message was read. I just want you to know that. And hi, Shattered Fantasy Studio. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, welcome back. How is everyone doing right now? Lovely. It's always a fun time when we get to do a little bit of game development. Unfortunately, I felt as though I was getting down with a cold or something. My belt was in no condition, I'd say, on like Thursday. So Friday morning, I set it to be the case of canceling the voice acting stream. So that's just playing Deltarune. And instead, we did game development on Friday, and we're now doing game development again today. So it's not back-to-back since it didn't happen yesterday, but today technically will be 8 hours this week of doing the game. As usually, I either don't do it during the week because I just haven't found time and figured out a good schedule, but always consistently I've been able to do 4 hours every week due to being on stream. So the good news is that the game development is going a little bit faster this time around because of the required times hours put in. And let's see here. My favorite tea flavor is Monster Zero. Isn't that I don't think that's a tea. I don't know if that counts. And I love all tea, but I tend to avoid smokier-ish tea. Could you give me some examples of smokier-ish tea? I would not know. I knew smoky coffee, but smoky tea, I'm not too sure. That timer is up, so why don't I go ahead and click on this button here? And let me click on Where'd you go? All the screens have been mixed up always. It's so odd. But you know what? Good news is that I can still see it. I can still find it. So I can go ahead and click on here. And we get a good old transition. Today will be much of what we did on Friday, and the good news is that we're slowly trucking along, and my hope is that now that we have developed all the tools to make the tutorial, it should go by a lot quicker. For example, making a tool to have an arrow pointing to something, done. Adding a tool to add dialogue system, done. Adding a tool to show hints and buttons on screen, done. So the hope is that today will be quicker because we have made everything up to this point to use in our toolbox. So we're not starting from zero. We're just using the things we've already created. So fingers crossed, we should get a lot done in the tutorial. Knock on wood here. Knock on a lot of wood. And a gunpowder tea? Gunpowder tea. Is that a thing? Hold on here. Gunpowder tea. I am going to look into that a little bit later. Interesting one. Well then, with that said, we'll start off with a pitch, and we'll do a recap, and then I will continue with the tutorial. How does that sound? So with all of that said and good to go, why don't you all just sit there and get nice and comfy? And hi, ABN. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Get all nice and, you know what, ABN, you're just in time for a wonderful time of stream. Really. You know, I'm starting to think I should put on a timer to see how fast I can do a costume change. What do you think the record could be? 5 seconds? 10 seconds? I feel like I hit 10 seconds, 10 to 5 seconds. I don't know my quickest time, but I think my goal is 3 seconds. How fast would that be? I don't even know, and I swear it's real. I used to work at a tea shop. Oh, how fun! Oh, that's lovely. That's really neat. And I'm no old lady anymore. I don't know what you're talking about. And we're in this business building. While there are old people here who are part of big corporate, we have here, you know, some up and coming younger, and I suppose all of you. And you're about to go to a meeting of sorts, I suppose, or maybe you're here for a different reason. Hopefully not arson. And you've already pressed the elevator button, and you're waiting for your elevator to arrive. And the thing is, there's no way to get out of this, unfortunately, but fortunately for you, it's okay. It's all right. You're safe here. There's not like you can starve to death or no arson, as I said before. There's no doors, there's no windows, there's no stairways. Usually that would be against the rules in some places, but the good news is that it's not possible here. That you don't even have tools to dig out. It's just you, the elevators, and there's also me. And you know, as I said, fortunately for you, you aren't alone. Isn't that great? So you know, while you may be quote unquote trapped, I see this as an opportunity. And so I rise to the occasion. Oh my, you know, the building is not up to code. Who is coded? I never pressed the button. Stop railroading me. Congratulations on a 5 consecutive stream streak, Amy Ann. Thank you for sticking around for 5 entire stream streaks. My goodness, congratulations. And hi, Finnick. Welcome in. Hi, look at that enthusiasm. Wonderful. Hello. Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I like to do at the beginning of these programming game dev streams where I attempt to pitch my game to you in 45 seconds. The idea is that it gives me a better chance to get better at explaining my game in a short, concise way, as well if you haven't been here before, or maybe you've been here last time, or you haven't been here in a second. It gets everyone caught up to date on the things that are going on, what the game should be about, i.e. the elevator pitch, the game pitch. Now, I'm sure by now you're wondering to yourself, Eris, what's this amazing game you're talking about? And I'm sure you know your voice, your throat. Maybe you want to get some tea with that, but the game is, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a Necrotype Cafe game I've been making for almost 2 years now. Funny enough, surprisingly enough, next month will be 2 years. Specifically, August 18th will be the anniversary of Necrotype Cafe of 2 years. And to top it all off, we have done, up to date today, a total of 97 streams of development, which means 97 times 4 hours. I can't do the math, but that's a lot of hours, which means we might actually hit 100 near the time that it will be the two-year anniversary, which I think is super duper neat. And wow, you got my voice exactly. Wonderful, and I'm glad the old Laird's back. So as my 10 stream streak comes in for me to meet you, Nick sent one love. Oh, how lovely, and thank you for the consecutive 10 stream streak. My goodness. And hello, Eris. I see you're in your seat today. Hello, the Baltic Ace. Yes, I am indeed. Business. Work. Stocks, numbers, go up! And you're going to liquefy our human brains? Definitely not in 388 hours. That's a lot of numbers. I'm not sure if that's a lot of hours, but that is a lot. More than like an hour a day, a year, technically speaking. I think that's pretty neat. With that said, when that guy reaches 45 seconds, I will attempt to pitch my game to you. Makes me wonder, what would the compilation of all of the game pitches be? And hi, Nafa. Welcome to the stream, and welcome back in. You're just in time for the amazing thing. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to a prestigious wizard magic academy. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer. Nah, she wants to become a baker, a chef, leaving herself to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school where she serves her fellow wizard customer students. The idea behind the game is that not only is it a cafe sim, but it's a rhythm typing game. Rhythm typing comes in the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to serve customers, you have to summon the food by typing out poems to the beat. Spell casting, you could say. The hope is that as you go along, you'll add more wizard flavors, more wizard customers, you'll add different beats, different moods, different genres of music, and it'll leave a mad dash and forth between serving customers as well as rhythm typing back and forth. And by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. Follow your dreams! Does that count? Well, that's that hydration. I saw that, so let me go ahead and I can't get her to mid-drink elevator pitch. Do you know, I would consider that a bit dangerous because, right, as I'm speaking very fast, I'd have to slowly then slow myself down to reach for the water bottle, then open the water bottle, then drink from the water bottle, all while calming down, and then swallow. That's dangerous to try to speak really fast while trying to drink water. I would consider that a hazard. Not at the corporate code here. Let me get a little bit of water. Water has been consumed. Thank you, thank you. What code? The code button's right behind you, don't you? You just need to turn around. Just do that, and I'm sure you'll see the code. There's no code. And hi, Rylan. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. You have seen the online docs, but can you read the built-in help docs? Could you elaborate what you mean, Rylan? I'm not too sure what you mean by online docs and the built-in help docs. Are you talking about Godot or something else entirely? And you know what? If for whatever reason you have to walk all the way to the water cooler, exactly, you know, here at Business and Corporate, we're all about safety, like no running in the halls. Detention for you. Now, if for whatever reason that 100% great business pitch didn't do it for you, I understand. I comprehend. And yes, I have, Rylan. I've seen the online docs as well as the built-in help docs. Yep. The thing is, I usually learn best by watching videos on certain topics, but I have gone in and looked at all of Godot's documentation. I say all of the ones that I've needed, the ones related to what I'm doing at the moment. So I have dabbled in a bit or two. With that said, let me go ahead and get off my business suit here. Let me go ahead and grab Bubba here, the employee of the month. Stellar guy, really. And let's go ahead and try out the prototype. Now, the prototype is not up to date on what the current build of the game is, and the hope is that by completing the tutorial right now, we'll be able to upload the game to itch so that you'll all be able to play it. And you'll notice a big difference is away once you see what's up on itch right now and versus what I'm working on at the moment. So if I go ahead and click on Obsidian here, and then we click on that by here, music should not be audible until I click on ranking here. I love the energy. How's your sleep schedule? My sleep schedule is wonderful. I can't say, Rylan. I sleep from 2 a.m. to 11 p.m. 2 a.m. to 11 a.m. So I do get a solid 9 hours of sleep then. I can't say that. And thank you as well. And hello, are you a pro UI dev? Hi, Crease boy. No. No, not at all. I'm very much a beginner game dev, let alone UI dev. Oh boy. I've been struggling for a very long time to understand Godot's UI system, but I don't know any other. I am not familiar with other engines. Godot was the first ever engine I used, and it's the first engine I've stuck with. And my hope is that once I finish my game, or at least get to a good stopping point, I can actually try out Unity and Unreal. But the reason why I chose Godot in the first place is I like how open source it is, and I like how all the colors are pretty, and the node system, all of that is why I chose Godot in the first place. And Eris is anti-UI, actually, and UI dev, and this economy! And my brain often needs more sleep time than yours. I've been told I need more sleep, surprisingly. And by the way, did you ever listen to the song? I forgot! Hold on. Where's my pen at? There we go. Let me just go ahead and do this here. Song, S-O-N-G. It was a sunfish, right? Song, S-U-N-F-I-S-H-D-I-S-C-O-R-D. There we go. I wrote it down on the sticky notes, so surely it won't fall underneath the desk. But yes, thank you for reminding me as well, Alien. Thank you. And hi, D-Jack. Welcome in the stream too. But right, it's 10 p.m. right now. Is this all a dream? And good morning, Mr. Sunfish. Hold on, let me write that down. GODMORNINGMR.SUNFISH. There we go, all written down. And not very good because most of the time people with lots of energy lack a sleep schedule and try to survive on energy drinks. Caffeine, unfortunately, doesn't work on me. Can you imagine the things I could get done if I could run on caffeine? And I don't think it makes me sleepy. Necrotype. There we go. So what you can do is if you'd like to try out the current prototype that's up on it, you can. This build is up. So let's go ahead and give it a try and let me give you the lowdown on everything. Oh my, let's see. I'm out of stealing art tokens. Oh my, let's see. I didn't realize well, lovely. So let's go ahead and try out the calibration. When I click start here, when the skull treats a white sugar, please wait, space, wait, space, wait. How would caffeine work on you? It doesn't. But imagine if it did. And caffeine usually makes, so hold on, wait, hit, wait, hit, and it usually makes the wait, hit. I can't read and do this at the same time, I'm realizing. Oh boy, 23 milliseconds. Let me go ahead and click on main menu here, click on levels, and once I click on tutorial, you should be good to go. And caffeine usually makes neurodivergent people sleepy. So I've heard, yeah, but it's like you said, usually. So it might be, might not be, that's the thing. And I don't want to imagine how fast you would speak. I wish, I tell you. Let's go ahead and click on the tutorial here, and here we are in the game. Now what we can do as Gabriella is use the arrow keys to move around, and a customer will respawn. So we'll go ahead and seat the customer here as they shimmy on down to a spot in the cafe that they want to sit at. And once they sit down, they'll read the little note and figure out what they want to order, and then wave their little arm around. Is that why I'm sleepy after I drank coffee? Jack, as I said before, it's usually, but not the case always. So you could be completely, what's it called, divergent, so I guess neurotypical? You could be neurotypical, but still be sleepy on coffee. It's like a, what's it called, it's like symptom. There we are. If you have a runny nose, doesn't mean you have a cough. But people who have coughs usually not cough. Cold. If you have a runny nose, you might have a cold. But everyone who has a cold usually has a runny nose. So it's, what's it called? Correlation does not equal causation. I think that's how you say it. Let's go ahead and take this guy's order. We click on E, we take the order, and then if I hold down space, you'll see a menu pop up. This is our recipe, it's not our recipe book. This is our order menu book. What you can see here is that there's a few things going on. There's like a pink thing, a purple thing, and this white thing here, and there's a little bit of a timer here, and correlation does not equal causation. Yeah. I think that's how you say it. And the idea is that in this world, each wizard is ascribed a different thing. For example here, Gabriella is a necromancer. So her color is bitter here. Her color's bitter, yeah. Her color is purple and her flavor is bitter. And anytime you make a dish with the flavor of bitter in it, it will have fancy music. However, a wizard of the flavor of sweet is a Necromancer. It's our custom healer wizard in this world. And any song that has sweet in it will be super duper easy. So if you do something that's sweet and bitter, it'll be an easy song with fancy music. And as you go along in the game, more wizards will be unlocked. For example, pyromancers will be added to the game. They'll be either orange or yellow, and they'll have the flavor of spicy. And the hope is that my throat. And the hope is that it'll be a super duper fast song. So the thing is, if it's spicy and bitter, super duper fast, but also super duper fancy. And if it's spicy and sweet, it'll be super duper fast, but also super duper easy. And the hope is that you'll be able to mix and match and do all different attributes and flavors. So as we follow this guy along to here, let's see. We have to go behind the desk. Here we are. We need 2 flavors and 1 product. So let's go ahead and grab a flavor here, a flavor here, and a product here. And if we hold down Q, we'll be shown the part of the tutorial that I've been really wanting to fix. You can see here, it's a slideshow. But the good news is that in the new version, slideshow won't be here. It'll be completely removed. This is placeholders. Everything you see here, truth be told, is placeholders. Right now, we're working on the MVP, which is the minimum viable product. What do we need at bare minimum to make this game the feel of the game? Since it's a rhythm typing cafe game, we need the rhythm system working, the cafe system working, as well as the typing system working. So that's the hope behind having, well, the things might be nice to look at. They're not the final thing. They're just there to keep my eyes interested and so that the player isn't a walking blob. That's the hope behind adding a little bit of glitter here and there to keep my attention. What you see here is that when the words reach the white circle, you press them. When this guy fills up, congratulations, you have completed the spell. This is your progress meter. And when this guy fills up, it is your tongue tie meter. If you fill this up, you failed. It fills up anytime you miss anything. Now, shall we see what I can do? Great. A-N-D space W-H-A T space I-S space D-O-O-D space A N-D space T-H E space M-O-M E space N R space B-A-N D-E-R-S-N-A-T C-H is last. Let's see. C-H. There we go. Perfect. Missed 4. Psh, I don't see any misses. All I know is that there's a delicious cake here. So why don't we go ahead and pick it up and serve it to the customer? The customer will eat it, wipe their mouth. They're ready to be served or not ready to be served. They're ready to give the receipt. We'll let them take the receipt and then they'll leave. And cake. Exactly. Delicious dishes only here at that. I don't even know what her cafe is going to be called. The game's called Necrotype Cafe, but I don't think Gabby would call it Necrotype Cafe, or the Necrotype Cafe, the game where you play it in the Necrotype Cafe. I think Gabby would call the cafe a different name, though. I'm not sure what the cafe would be called. I know at least there's a few suggestions for the spider's name, which is her familiar. You can kind of see him down there a little bit. And I think it could be fun to also brainstorm cafe names. I think it could be a lot of fun. There's other things in the game, like ghosts, for example, which kind of work like customers. You have to serve them in order for them to leave. But the thing is, if you don't serve ghosts, they have a different aura that goes off around customers that has different things happening. So you have to go back between serving customers and serving ghosts to hopefully appease everyone and show everyone that you don't have to be, there's no, you can be different and all get along together. Let me go ahead and close out this guy here. Let me close out this guy here. Turn down the music, that way the music isn't going good there. With that said, I can actually just bring you into Godot, I think. Easy peasy like this guy here. Mute this guy, play this guy, and let me show you what build I am working on at the moment that hasn't been uploaded to itch, because the thing is, if I upload this version to itch, people won't understand what's going on. There's so many buttons, so many different controls and updates that uploading it now would harm the game, I think, more than helping it. But there's a lot of different changes I can say, thankfully. Also, I think I need to add a toggle to toggle this, what's it called? The UI on and off. But if I just do a debug here, toggle debug screen, we set this to false very quickly. What you'll be able to see is that the cafe has been modified by a whole lot here. You can see now, instead of 6 desks, there are a total of 4, as well as the fact that there are candles here and flowers, and the clock has also been moved to the center. The idea is that this is supposed to help the player understand what is what and where is where. So for example, now you can say the white table, the yellow table, the pink table. It's easy to recognize. There we are. And when a customer spawns in, so if we spawn a customer into here, the customer also, the thing above their head, ignore that, that won't be in the game. The candles are now the new timers. You have to look at the candles to know the customer's current patience level, instead of having like a meter bar. And what you'll also notice is that when I go over to the customer, they light up, and there's a little thing that says interact. My head is covering it, so you know, why don't we go ahead and get fancy? Let me move this to the bottom left here. There we are. Now you can see the interact 100%. So let's go ahead and have the customer sit down as they're waiting in line. They'll figure out what they want to order. They'll read through their book here, and then when they're ready, they'll wave their little arm around to say, hey, I want my order completed. So give them a second. Now the candles have been lit, so we go ahead and take their order here, like that. Order has been taken. And what we can do is, if I hold down space, you'll see that the UI has changed entirely. It is no longer as it was before, but the same idea is here. You have the different colors to show the different tables. The stamps that you see, so the 2 purple things, and then there's like a cake icon. That means it's a bitter cake. These icons will be changed. They're here temporarily just to have something there. There's also now a little ghost meter too to show how many ghosts are in the cafe at the current moment. And there's a few things you can do in the book. Now you can actually see what you can do. We can use A and D to flip through the book here. So if I do that there, we can also select different chapters. So as I was saying before, different wizard houses will have different statuses, different effects. You can see here, necromancers have a high patience and high walking speed. However, many mancers have a high speed and low patience. They're a little bit faster. And the hope is that we'll be able to modify different wizard houses to have different results, different feels. And it also gives you a, what's it called? It gives you a description of how each wizard flavor works, as well as a description of the wizards themselves. So for example, fancy instruments, easy peasy songs. And it also gives you a glossary into all the different combinations you can get of all the different flavors here. So what I can say too is that if we exit out of this guy, so if I exit out of, that might be a bit of a glitch. I don't know. How interesting. I was holding down space and the scroll bar was going. I'm not sure if I hold down space now. How on? Interesting. That said, there's also the unlockables for all of the different dishes you can have. Right now, there's only 2 dishes in the game, but I hope to have a total of 10, as well as a total of 10 wizards. So you can see here we have different combinations for cookies, and you'll see all of the guys that will be added eventually. We also have here cake, so if I select into the sky and we go for cake here, as well as cocoa here too. And we can go down here and you'll see all the different guys here. So a lot of practice has been done to show all the differences and all the different things you'll be able to unlock. And the hope is that this gives the player more information as well as more lore when we're able to add in all the descriptions. For example, the sweet cookie, it says cookie, it won't say cookie later. It'll have a fun animation and it'll say like maybe get like a sentence of a thing of how it's so sweet it makes your tooth hurt. Something like that, which I think will be enjoyable to do. That said, what we can see is that the customer's about to leave, so you know what, they can leave, we don't need them. In here now, the cafe is just about the same. What you'll notice as well is that now the dishes that you pick up have a little bit of a scroll, which I thought was a neat idea. And you'll see here too that when you go over nearby items, they also have a little bit of a white outline as well. And if I go ahead and go back to our main menu here, and I go back into levels and we go into the tutorial, what you'll notice right away, here we have the tutorial. So no longer are we in the cafe, and well, the music's going, we're fine. No longer are we in the cafe, we're now in the kitchen. We start off in the kitchen, and the hope is that we're going to show the player how to do the rhythm typing part before the cafe part. Since I think the rhythm typing part takes a little bit more getting used to. It's the harder of the two, but it's also more engaging than serving customers and waiting for customers. So here, the player will see they can use the arrow keys, and they'll have a little guide showing you where you can go. The black box, or not the black box, the brown box that you see here, it's for debug purposes. The player won't be able to see this. This is just for me for testing. So now we can go behind the desk here. We'll go here, and then now it says hold down Q. So this is where calibration will be moved to. No longer will the player maybe miss it in the starting screen. Now they'll have to do calibration as part of the tutorial. So we'll go ahead and do all of the calibration here. What you'll also notice too is that the calibration shows up like how you would do the right click spell casting. There's going to be a spider, her familiar there is going to be in the white box showing you that you can use space to press the button. And the hope is to get you familiar with the UI of the calibration. You have the progress meter, you have the notes going across, and you also have Gabby speaking there. So the hope is that it gives you a little bit of information without explaining a lot. Hopefully it can imply. And when you finish the calibration, it also has the meter fill up. Once calibration is over, there's also a few things. It's a little bit hard to see because the hold Q box blocks it, but there is a retry right behind here. There's reset, and then there's continue. The player's also now able to modify the calibration right here. So the hope is that it gives the players more flexibility and more of an ability to modify things, redo things, or figure things out on their own. When they click on continue here, this is where we will have now, and this is where we're starting at, the tutorial. So this is where we'll be continuing from. From here, we need to do a few things. And let me go ahead and click on display here so we can hear the music. Let me go ahead and mute this guy here. Let me then bring you into concepts, and let me bring you into this guy right here. There we are. That said, now I can show you. This is the tutorial page that we've been thinking about, talking about, and if I zoom into here, what we'll be able to see is our plans. So we have the idea of Gabby moving around with the WAS. Oh, you know what? We can also go ahead and add the dialogue system to the beginning, just as a temporary placeholder for the moment, which I think would be a fun idea to do. So we have this guy here, the little spider will talk back and forth, ask Gabby to do, or maybe Gabby thinks to herself, man, I should do some calibration on my own. We could also do monologues and dialogues now, which I think is just such a fun idea. So she'll have to go behind the counter. We already have that good to go. Once she moves behind the counter, we do the calibration. This is what I was talking about here with the idea of the spider doing a little jump every time you have the space key going. Once that's done, you'll come out and the spider will be like, hey, Gabby, can you make me a dish before you get started? And this is where we'll prompt the player to open up the book. So it'll say a thing like, hey, hold on space to open up the book here. If the player, now this is where I'm not sure. Do we want the player to open up the book yet? What I'm thinking is at least we'll have an arrow key to the bookshelf. The player will go to the bookshelf, see that there's all these different things here. The player will get confused possibly, or maybe they'll select something, but they'll open up this menu here, maybe get confused, close it, and then you'll be prompted to hold space to see about the book. The book won't allow you to see the customer profiles. It will only allow you to see the bitter, sweet bitter, to hopefully let you see a little bit of information at a time without giving you too much. So for example here, the stats of the customer won't even be shown, it'll be hidden. And once you look over the book, then what happens next is you'll have to match up everything and grab all the objects and grab everything so that you have all of the food on the area here. Once it's on the area, the spider will then go, actually, Gabby, I don't want bitter. Give me bittersweet. So you'll have to pick up the dish, or not the dish, but you'll have to pick up the flavor and throw it away. So that introduces the player to the trash can, and then Gabby will have to grab the other flavor. She'll then complete the dish. So this time around, you'll have access to entirely how the system works, as well as the words and everything. Once the player finishes that, once they have completed the spell, what they'll then have to do is put it down here, and this little shelf will let the player know that they can store dishes there for later, should they want to add more dishes or prepare dishes. As I'm a big fan of cafes, I don't know if you can tell. One thing I really enjoy is stocking up on different dishes and having them on shelves so that when a customer comes in, I can just immediately grab a dish and serve it to them. So I wanted a shelf system. We have a shelf system here that the player will be able to use. So we'll show the player how to use a trash can and the shelf system here, which will be great. And that'll be the, that'll be the cafe system in a cafe. That'll be the rhythm typing part in a nutshell. Once the rhythm typing part is done, then we'll have to show the player how to serve customers and take customers' orders, which should, I think, be a little bit easier to do since it's not as much things going on. Fingers crossed, I don't know, but we'll be good to go. With that said, shall we go ahead and see about everything else? So let's start off, and what I want to do is I want to add, as soon as the game starts, a conversation of Gabby thinking to herself or something of the case. So I want to add a cutscene here. I want to add a cutscene here at the very start. Then I want to add a cutscene post-calibration. And then I want to make sure that the arrow key points up. So a lot of things just task and thinking of manager. So let me go ahead and click on you right here. And then let me go ahead and click on you here. Let me enable our taskbar to this guy here, so you should be able to see it. Let me then clear out this guy here, clear, and what's our task at the moment? Our task is, as I click on Obsidian here so I can get a good view of everything, task 1 is going to be, as I remove all these guys here, create separate control screen class. Nope, we've done all of those tasks. The next guy on the menu is going to be to add dialogue scenes, so task ADDIALOGUE, add dialogue scenes. And then our next task is creating, as I do task here, we need to create, or we need to set next quest, make quest, make bookshelf quest. I think that's better. Make bookshelf quest, make bookshelf quest. So I'll go ahead and grab these guys here, and I should just be able to paste it into here. And before the synopsis, you said brainstorm. Gabby's Cafe could be the bitter bistro. Ooh, but bitter doesn't sound too neat, but I do like the idea of it, like calling it is it a bistro or a bistro? I don't know. Hold on, let me grab that idea brunch list and let me put it in the idea board, or on the idea board, I suppose. Let me click on you here, concepts. I will add it to the list of wonderful ideas. Hold on, yeah, board of ideas. Here we are. Gonna make it a little bit bigger here, and you'll go right there. There we are. This is a board for whenever an idea comes about, but I'm worried about scope creep. For example, sacrificial dagger, dip, then stab, and that's how you create the dish to have a cake sold like it's released. I like the idea, but it's a bit over scope, but it's here for the idea of adding more things once we do the basic. And bistro is normally how I hear it, I think. And welcome in the I don't know if I said welcome. Oh, did I just get a little lag? I get a little bit of lag now when I scroll out of the thing. Oh no. We might have to make a number 2 board, or number 3 technically. This is the second board. The first board we lost. This one here is our second version of it. Let me scroll back into here where we were. That said, let me click on you, and let me get a little bit of tea now that we have discussed that. Tasty, and dirty. Alrighty, with all of that said, and the idea board is getting too large. Oh no! What I just need to do is I need to make them all smaller images. That way I don't have to zoom out as much. There's an easy fix to that. Easy peasy, I tell you. What I can show you as well is the dialogue system that we briefly took a break to do. So if I click on this guy here and I hide this guy here, you should be able to hear it. I can't help that you have so many ideas. They're not all my ideas is the thing. They're all of your ideas. So technically speaking, I think it's all your fault. So this is the dialogue system. This is a test dialogue we have at the moment. You'll see that there's a little icon. The creature says their words. They also have a little bit of an emotion going on here. So we want to put this in the game, and we want to put it at the very start. Words will be different, but this is just placeholder things going on. So let's go ahead and see if we can add this to the beginning of the game when the tutorial starts up. We want the player's body and movement to be locked until they reach the end of the tutorial guy here. Let's go ahead and let's close this guy, and let's see how painful it will be to actually add this into the game. I'm not too sure, but we have our dialogue manager here, we have our task screen here, and we have a move to desk guy. We also have a complete calibration. Oh, one thing I know I did want to do is that behind the desk here, do you see this board here? This stands for where the player needs to move to in order for the next quest to happen. You can see this is a spellcasting desk location as well as movement task arrow. My question is, do we want to make it our spellcasting desk location as the spot that the player has to go to? I believe it's going to be that guy there. I'm wondering, is this actually the part, or is this the place where the task is completed, or is this the place? So is it the blue circle, or this blue residency box? Well, yeah, blue box, or the blue circle? Where is it detecting the player that they have to go to in order for the task to be counted as completed? If we go into our task screen here, there's a move to desk guy. And if I click on you here, we have move to desk. And where do we see it at? If not, initialize, yep, first task. And spawn desk task follower here. And then we have player reach target. Yep. And then we have action moved. And if not, target arrow is active. If not, so this is, I'm guessing, target arrow, which is not what we're looking for. We're looking for something a little bit different. We're looking for our location. So if we go back into the cafe here, and we go into this guy here, as I close this, so I should be able to just collapse everything. Yeah, collapse branches. There we go. Lovely. That should collapse everything to make things easier to see. Yes, it does. Wonderful. And let me collapse the branches over here too to make them not as obvious as scary. So it says here on spellcasting body entered. If player entered the spellcasting zone. Okay. So we'll need to make it so that only if you go into the spellcasting desk location, not this guy here, which is our spellcasting area. Yeah, we want them to stand here, I think. If I do a project and I were to do, let's see, debug, and we in a visible collision shapes, let's see where it detects the player at. Hi, Eska. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in and welcome back. I hope your day's been wonderful so far. Let's see here. I click on this guy. We wait for it to load up. I can go ahead and mute it since we aren't needing this audio. And we go back into here. So now you can see the boxes. And my question is, for this area here, does Gabby have to enter the box? Or where does she have to enter for this to count? For example, here, it says hold Q. And it's enough for the player to be prompted. But our task system isn't detecting it. So we need it to detect here when it's deleted. So this guy here should already say, hey, you're in the right spot, go ahead and change it. So this is where we want it to detect. Right now it's detecting on the blue circle. So if I go here, now it detects. We want it to detect in the rectangle. And my day was good, but stressful. Game Jam submission. Congratulations. What was the Game Jam thing? I am quite curious. So we need it to detect for this guy here. So if I go back to you, we have a utility task action done.emit, and then we delete the path follower here. This is action entered kitchen. What is our task screen detecting? We have entered kitchen. Player moved to target arrow. No, we need entered kitchen. So if we set the action to entered kitchen and we save this guy here, let's see if that fixes it. And the theme was countdown. What game did you make then with that theme? I can think of just the funny off of my mind. The final countdown, doing something with that idea. Let me click on the tutorial here. So now hopefully, if I go into the box, we should get the task to change. So if I go here, yes, task now aligns perfectly. And hi, Timmy. Welcome back into the stream. Welcome back in. I hope your insert time zone here has been lovely so far. And I hope your week has been wonderful and will be wonderful since today is also Sunday. Now that we're here, once the calibration is complete, this is where we'll want the player to do other things. But before that, we're going to need the player to start off here. And we'll want to have the dialogue go off. And once the dialogue is complete, then they'll be prompted. In a cowboy shooter, basically a shooter on rails, kind of shooting gallery style. Where you have to count steps of enemies and afterwards they shoot in the same sequence or rhythm. That sounds like fun. I'm not a big fan of cowboy themed stuff, but I've been coming around to it thanks to Undertale Yellow. And I'll send it to you. How wonderful and wonderfully scuffed masterpiece. That's the best type of masterpiece. Yeah, of course it's a masterpiece. It's wonderfully scuffed. I'll be excited to see it, Aska. Thank you. Let's see here. So what we need to have now is our dialogue guy to show up on here. And what we can see is that in our dialogue manager, at least, it's this guy here. I want it to be, or I was hoping to make it a screen, but I'm not too sure if it even is useful to do so. We set the current ratio to everywhere else. This is our speech bubble here. Yeah. This guy goes here. We no longer need our camera, so we can go ahead and delete this guy here. And in our dialogue manager, I'm wondering, can you make it go? I see. Okay. I would want our guy, so our anchor here, can we make it the center? We have minimum size here, fill expand, container sizing fill, offset transformation, no. I want it to be a thing of clip contents, no. I wish there was a way to change the anchor to be specifically in the center. I know that there's a thing for the sprite to do it. For example, let's see, sprite, yeah, offset centered. I want the offset to be centered. This guy here, can you not be offset centered? Possibly. We set this guy to be also fill entirely. Offset center. Hold on. Let me see about center here. This guy has no center option, and this guy also has no center option available, which is unfortunate, but that's a-okay. What we'll do then is add our dialogue guy here. It should be expanding entirely, which I think is a-okay. Our dialogue manager, I would want to make a screen. I always like making them screens, but screens sometimes don't go the way you think they do. So the unfortunate bit is that sometimes screens aren't a good idea. I have a screen, for example, for our control screen, and then I kind of just layer screens on top of each other, but that's not the ideal way. Even our calibration screen is a screen. I just like making them screens. We have here our dish page. We can go ahead and close our control handle create close. We can also close you here, close you. Oh, no, we keep you. Close you here. We can then see about doing our book. Don't need you anymore. Lovely. Okay, so step 1. Get the dialogue manager into the game itself. We also need to make it big. So my guess is that if we do here scale, and if we set the scale to like 5, that does nothing interesting here. And our speech bubble, if we set the scale to be a total of 5, does that, okay. So let's set the scale to, I think, 3, maybe 2 here. Let's then see if we can make this go to the bottom of the center. Nope, okay, that doesn't want to work. That's okay. If we close you here and we do player can control, yep, and we have custom maximum here, we have positioning, and then our pivot offset. If I just make this guy go here, for example, and make it the center, does that work? That's not quite centered, unfortunately, but if I do it there, and then we set it to be anchor at bottom, that does not work. How unfortunate. Okay, I guess what we can do is, how can we do this? We can definitely reset the position, so I can just do undo on all of the pivot stuff. So undo this guy here. If we make our dialogue manager here into like a V-box, I'm thinking possibly V-box here. So we set it to be V-box. I'm wondering then if we can just go to this guy here, set it to be V-box, put this guy in the V-box itself, which sets it to be its own custom size. And then if we set the V-box to be bottom here, interesting. Center bottom doesn't work. How neat. Okay. And then we have here expand. So all of this would be expanded here to be its own guy. Interesting. Our scale is of that guy there. And alignment is benign center. And if we set this to be corner, it is interesting. I can't say that much. And our dialogue manager here is entirely the screen. Nope, it needs to be full. There we go. Okay. So it's full screen now. Expand it fully. Then our dialogue manager here also needs to be center, but it needs to be center expand. And then our V-box here, and this is why I'm thinking, should we make it a V-box or should it just be its own thing? If we reset the position here to where it was before, and now we set it to be the bottom. Okay, that's a little bit better. So we set it to be the bottom, and then if we set it to be the center, that's the center technically speaking, which is no good. And if we set it to be entirely expanded, that's also what happens there, which is not also what we want. And then we have the V-box container. So my idea is, at the very least, we expand the V-box container, then we set the speech bubble to go inside of the V-box container, which expands it too, and this is where we would modify everything else. Now the question is, our V-box container, I don't believe we can change the scale, and I might just be overthinking this now, as this is the scale here. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead then and start off by, I think, adding in another control node. So if I just make a control node go here, and go, hold on, V-box here, and we hide this guy here, we set the control node to be expand, so expand here for control node. And if we add one more control node possibly, or we could just make this guy go even bigger. So I'm thinking at the very least we have a control node, and the thing is, we could make the speech bubble this big, but I don't quite like that. So I'm thinking at least we can have an H box, a horizontal box. And what if we do an H box, and then we have this guy here, and we don't make it a child of the control node, we do something like this. We set the speech box to be a child of the H box here, make sure the H box is set to be expand here, and then what we can do is have this guy also have it be the center. So I think you can do center. If I close this guy here, alignment center, there you go. But that's not center, which is super duper odd, but it's okay. We can modify it a little bit. So this guy here is our speech bubble here. We can make sure that you are expanded in this direction here. That is good to go, but you're not in the square, which is what I'm finding a little bit odd. How this speech bubble here, its sizing, it just looks odd, doesn't it? I wonder why it decides to go outside of the box. It should be fill, but it's not fill, which is my confusing portion. This guy here, if we do texture, draw center, patch margin, layout, offset, is it offset? Nope, layout, anchors, full rectangle, anchors, position, no, If we set this to be full rectangle, yeah, why does it decide to go that way? If we make this guy, that guy here, and then we do full rectangle, that is full rectangle. Oh, never mind. Okay, something like that there. So now we can go ahead and close this guy here. This is going to be our speech box. So speech box here. Oh, hold on, no space. Speech, H box speech, H box speech. So speech here. Now we have this guy here for our speech bubble, and then our control node here. So my idea is that at least we can set the layout to be, now as I'm hoping this guy here possibly if we make our accessibility, nope, I'm looking for our layout here. If we make the container sizing or stretch ratio, we can make it bigger, which means that the speech bubble will, or speech box will appear at the very bottom. But I want to make the speech bubble bigger. That's what I'm worried about. So scale here. Can we increase the scale? We can do scale here, which is the offset. We don't want to touch the offset. We only want to touch the scale here. So it makes me think, if we, for example, were to make that, yeah, I figured as much. We want to make our speech bubble here, possibly, or see dialogue. Yeah. How do we make you bigger? This is our offset scale, which I don't want to mess with. I want to make this bit bigger. And that bit there is this guy here, which makes me think at least you would set the scale to here. But again, this is offset. I don't want to mess with that. I'm just trying to see what's actually being modified here. It's definitely not this, I think, 2. So if you said that guy, yep, not that guy either. But I would want to make that guy bigger. That's my issue at the moment. And we can definitely, for example, do something like this, where we copy it, paste it here, and then this guy would go here, and then you would expand this guy, so we would go expand it here, and then you could duplicate it as well, so we could duplicate this guy and expand it here, and now it would, hold on, go back to here, this guy would go in the center, like that, and now it's in the little guy here, but it needs to be expanded, which is my issue, and why it's not cooperating. I guess what we can say is to have it go bigger. Like, what if we were to do speech bubble here, speech box, and set this guy to have a minimum width? Possibly, that's something that we can do. For example, here we can say custom minimum size. And hi, better late than ever. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Welcome back as well. And offset scale is correct for what you're trying to do. But offset transform is disabled itself. It's a tick box you clear your search. If you clear search, I do know the offset stuff is something super duper new. I'm just worried about the transform guy messing everything else up, but I can definitely take a look at that. Thank you, and welcome in. If we set the custom minimum size here, for example, to like 300, that changes the Y. So if I change the X to like 500 here, that should change the width, which gives us a lot of space to work with. We don't need that much space. We probably only need like 300 here. Yeah, probably you'll really need 250 now that I'm thinking about it. 250 here, like that. Yeah, 250 probably. And then we have a custom minimum height. We can definitely maybe then see about making this guy a little bit taller, so it expands a little bit more, making that guy the custom minimum height, I think, about there. I'm good with the height being that. So if we go back into our H box here, and then go back to our speech bubble here, our custom minimum height is going to be, it seems, 90. 90 is our minimum height. So we'll put this guy to 90. Like that. Truth be told, 100 might work better. Like that. 100. There we are. And hi, Kevin. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello. How's that little text going? It's going slow, I'd say. It's a little tricky, but I'm enjoying it. So let's see here. Offset scale is correct for what you're trying to do, but offset transform is disabled. Oh, okay, hold on. So what you're saying is that I'd have to go to, for example, here, our HBox guy. And if we go to offset transform and click it, and then we change the scale here, ooh, I see. Okay. And then this guy here, if we were to go to offset transform and we were to change the scale here, interesting. Okay, if we make it like 2, I think 2 is pretty good. 2 is a pretty good amount here, but the issue is just the guys below and above, which I'm not too sure about. So if we were to take up more space here, so we were to go for like theme override here, constants, and change the not separation. We're looking for the guy that takes up everything. So layout here, nope, container sizing. Here we are, stretch ratio. I would want to add more stretch to like the bottom, I'm guessing. So we go to layout here, container sizing, stretch ratio here. Nope, that's not it. Let's duplicate, let's see, that's you there, duplicate you, put you here. There we are, okay. And then we lower down the offset here to like, ordering here, nope. We go to you here, container sizing, and we lower down the stretch ratio. Something like that, I think, would make it go in the spot I'm looking for it to go to. Something like that. So if we do here, space, VBox, this is going to be VBox parent. This is going to be, let's see, box, DIALOGUE, dialog box, spacer top. This is going to be a dialog box spacer bottom. So we'll say this is bottom, BOTTOM. And then this guy here is going to be our actual speech box. So let's see here, Hbox, speech, or I keep saying dialog box. It's really speech bubble, isn't it? But names are going to have to be changed, and that's okay. Now, do I want speech bubble or do I want dialog box? I kind of like dialog box a little bit better. So DIALOGUE, dialog box. There we are. And hi again. Hi. Welcome in all over again. Something like that, I think. And then if we go into this guy here, that should be good to go. And what we'll want to do is in our dialog manager here, at least, we're waiting to set the dialogue script. So we have here, you can see script data, all of this guy here. We don't actually need that quite yet. And this script guy here as well is our dialogue parser script name. All of these guys also don't need that either. So what we'll need to do is have a function for play dialogue script. So we'll go ahead and do here function, and it's going to be play dialogue dialogue underscore script, play dialogue script. And we're going to have here a few things. We're going to have here our dialogue script. So dialogue dialogue or script. So we'll have here script, our script, which is going to be a dialogue dialogue script here. And it's as well going to have not only a dialogue script, but player can move. Player can move. Can move. And it's going to be a bool here. And by default, it's going to be false. And with that said, we're going to make this guy into a void here. And then what we should be able to do is in our dialogue manager guy, there should be, I think, here at least possibly, or is it in our speech bubble? Ah, player can control. Okay, gotcha. That's okay. We'll do it here, player can control. So we'll grab our speech bubble here, speech bubble, and then we'll do dot, player can control, player can control progression. I see. Well, you know what? We'll pass that other guy for now. We'll just have this guy here do speech bubble, set dialogue script to this guy here. And then we'll also have here, script that gets sent in. We'll also then have here remove on ready. This function is going to be something like utility dot play dialogue script. So we'll do here play dialogue, and actually play dialogue here, play dialogue. I like that a little bit better. It sounds nicer. Play dialogue using the script, and this is going to be dot connect. So dot connect here. And we'll grab this guy here, place it to be this guy here, and then we'll grab all of this guy, these guys here, go to our utility here, save it to be here, and in our dialogue, because I don't know where this is, this script here is the longest I have. It's 2 years old, and it'll soon be refactored. I've refactored everything else in the code that you see here, but the script, because it's the main script, the hub script, and it's always changing. So we'll go ahead and see about adding in our signals, entity ghost, customer, tutorial, any for dialogue. I don't think I have dialogue ones. The dialogue's pretty new, so I don't know if I have any dialogue scripts here. Customer, spell casting, calibration, nope, not at all. Okay, well, in that case, we'll go ahead and nowhere zone. You know what? Let's do it in the nowhere zone. Perfect. SIGNEL signal here. We'll then have this guy go there, through there, and then do something like this here. And then we'll have this guy go here. This guy doesn't need to be a bool of that guy there. We'll save it. We'll also go to our cheats here. So cheats here, and we'll also make a cheat so that we can print this guy and have it run. So we'll do a function here, and we'll call that function, whatever this guy is, function for play dialogue script. And then we're going to utility dot utility dot play dialogue script. So play underscore dialogue, play dialogue. And then we'll take whatever script is, script, script, as well as the player can move bool. So player can move bool, and we'll do the void here. There we go. Oh, not void, actually. Just do that there, dot emit. There we are. That works there, I believe. We'll also want to do a print message here to say playing this so-and-so here. And we'll say, this is a cheat. And then our dialogue script, does it have a name? Possibly current name, verse? Nope, none of that there. Okay, that's okay. I want to see if we can add a name, or can we print the name in our cheats? So if we go to cheats here and we go to print name, can we say the script.name? Playing dialogue, playing dialogue, playing dialogue. We'll then plus and do here dot name here, like that, I think. And why are you angry? Play dialogue dot emit goes here, I'm guessing. Hold on. I know the issue. You go here, like that. There you go. And then we'll go ahead and say if dialogue script is empty, but I guess it has to be a dialogue script, so we're okay and good to go there. Oh, you know what I just realized? We don't have a default dialogue script, or at least how are we going to tell the game what dialogue script to get? We can't really do that. There's no way to query it with like a name. So what I'm guessing is we'll have to get the dialogue script to name. So for example here, what I'm thinking is we'll do here a string for script. So script, 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 string, script string, and it'll be a string here. And then we'll go ahead and do this guy here, and we'll say utility utility, actually, hold on, we'll say script, script here, and it's going to be a var good to go. Var script, S-C-R-I-P-T, script is going to be a dialogue script, dialogue here, dialogue script, and then we're going to set it equal to whatever this is. So what I'm thinking is at least we'll have a dialogue parser here, dialogue script, yeah, dialogue parser. So dialogue parser here, so dialogue script parser, I think it's called, dialogue parser, yeah. Who's a parser? And ads. Oh my, I thought I could hold it off. Nope, I can't hold it off. It does it on its own. Well, ad breaks are going on, and that means that, yeah, I thought I had more time. Like, I thought it told me at 5 minutes and then 1 minute. Maybe it's not twice the tell, but that's okay. That's all right. While we're going, nothing will happen. I can't really say that to people who aren't here, can I? And since we're waiting on the ad breaks to do their thing, let me go ahead and get a little bit of tissue here for my nose. So give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and mute to, let's see. We are all good to go now. Thank you for your patience. We have about a minute and a half left. You know what? I'm not gonna get a little bit of tea too. Might as well get a little fancy with it. Tasty, tea has also been consumed. I am now fully hydrated, nose has been cleared, so I think we're all good to go. How enjoyable. What I'm wondering is at least, is there other things I'm going to need to take into account? Not at the moment, I am at least hoping, fingers crossed. I think this shouldn't be too bad. We'll have different dialogues, have different names, and what I'm thinking is, we'll attach it to like a string. So, physically we can do a string, you know?
Jotun just redeemed hydrate.
Overhydrate! I'm sure you'll be excited for next week, Ame. Oh my, there's a few emotes I want to add as well as, I think, there's 2 redeems. There's 2 redeems I can think of. Overhydrate or mega hydrate, as well as save. Save is another one I think would be a fun redeem to do, but if any of you happen to have any other redeem ideas, do let me know. I'm all ears as the anniversary is coming up. Let me go ahead and overhydrate, apparently. Hold on. Tasty. Oh, I do know one. I want to add a to-do list specifically that all of you will be able to add and edit. I'm not sure how hard that would be, but I kind of worry that if I give you all that much power, you might go in all ears or all ears. What do you mean by all ears? I think if I were to add a to-do list that all of you would be able to add upon doing a redeem, it would be like a redeem or to-do, plan murder, and then you would try to frame me for something I didn't commit. So I don't know if I would be okay with that. And we're back from the ad break. Welcome back in. And hi, Blood Cruise Nick. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. Reminder to save thy work, stretch thy limbs, quench thy thirst, consume thy meals, and attend to thy pets. Thank you for that one. I do agree with 100% with all of those. No cramming involved. And I could frame you for that easily. Don't even need ready. I see. That's a threat. Hi, Jaxus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hi, Iris. How's the tutorial going? It's going wonderful, I can say. I'm having a lot of fun with it. We're moving faster, knock on wood, because we've already added all the tools, so now it's just a matter of grabbing all of the tools and going from there. For example, here, we need to go to our dialogue parser, which is this guy here. I don't know why it's angry. D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Yeah, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. That's his dialogue right there, right? Yeah, D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E dialogue parser. And we also need to do a thing of function for set. Let's see, dialogue script name. Oh, never mind. We have a dialogue script name right here already. Ah, wonderful. We don't have to do a string then. We can just grab the dialogue script name. Perfect. And slam the desk made out of wood. Done. Wonderful. And I've only hit here twice. Both times you've been so full of energy. Well, welcome back in. Vinge, is it possibly? Vinge Ren? Welcome back in. I can assure you, since you're on YouTube, you could go to any stream within the past year at the very least. And energy is like this constantly all the time. time. The only time it wasn't was when I started streaming, which will be 2 years ago, as we're doing an anniversary next month. So it'll almost be 2 years ago. But at the very beginning of streaming, I was very camera shy, so I wasn't as this much as doing this. But now that I lack no fear, the possibilities are limitless. Let me go to cheats here, and then let's go ahead and go here. We're not actually going to do this. We're going to do this here, dialogue script. So we'll go here and do script name. So dialogue script name. So SCRIPT script underscore name here, script name. It's going to be a dialogue script dot name. And it's also going to be, no, that's good, that's good. And then I'm just wondering, why is our dialogue parser not working? Is it a thing of parser? We have so many different parsers. We should have a dialogue parser, but for some reason we don't have a dialogue parser. DIALOGUE, dialogue parser. Yeah, that's definitely not parser. Hold on. DIALOGUE, PARSER. Hi, I'm back. Dropped my phone into an endless abyss. Well, Ethan, I hope your phone is not damaged. So welcome back in. I think I'm either spelling this incorrectly or I'm not too sure.
Jotun just redeemed elevator pitch.
You monster. Oh boy, and practice time. Well, I want you all to know that what's about to happen is entirely Ame's fault. So if you want to blame someone, blame Ame, okay? Blame Ame. Framed by the streamer. I don't know, Ame. You know what? I need to add like a thing that says, this ad has been brought to you by insert person who did the redeem here. I think it would be great to put your name in big, bold, bright letters. But for some reason, thank you, Ame, for making everyone see what I think will be amazing. Now, for whatever reason, we're back here again. I'm not too sure. Well, I know why exactly. Ame brought us here, and get me out of this elevator. And we're back in this business building for the second time this stream now. You've already pressed the elevator button. You'll be there eventually. To continue to be determined soon. There's no exit, there's no stairs, there's no windows, there's no doors. There's really no way to escape. But really, you have to ask yourself, why would you want to escape, huh? This place is paradise where nothing can go wrong. Nothing can go wrong. Shirley! That's sad. Welcome to the elevator pitch, a section I usually do at the beginning of stream, but has been redeemed by Ame, like no other than Ame, where I attempt to pitch my game to you in 45 seconds. What's that game? I'm sure you're asking me now. Bam! Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm-typing cafe game that I've been making for almost 2 years now. The name behind the game here is that when this guy reaches 45 seconds, I'll attempt to pitch my game to you. She says that she slides up menacingly. That's my normal laugh. That's not my normal laugh. That's my excited laugh. Not menacing. I've never been menacing. Hold on. But then, welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm-typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to prestigious Wizards Magic Academy. The idea behind the game is not only is it a cafe sim, prestigious Wizards Magic Academy, but she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker, a chef, so she decides to open up a hidden cafe in the part of the school. The idea is not only is it a cafe sim, it's a rhythm-typing game. This comes from the fact that in this world, magic is done via poetry. So in order to serve customers, you have to summon food, and you summon food by typing to the beat. You have to spell cast. The hope is that as you go along, you'll unlock more flavors, different rhythms, different beats, different sounds, and by the end of the semester, you'll be able to show everyone that you don't have to be a necromancer to follow your dreams. You can be you can believe, you can do everything. You'll be a mad dash and forth between serving customers as well as keeping up to the beat and keeping up pace. Not my best work. But you know what? I didn't go down without a fight. I give that one a 6 or 5.5. Definitely not lower than 5. Definitely. And hi Blitz. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. 6.5? I'll deal with it. Yeah, I'll take 6.5. I'll take it happily. And I like how the text is Minecraft and your icon is a little Minecraft chick. Oh boy, 7, maybe 6 the number. I agree. 6.4999999. And I'm in $700 million for 20% of the company. Nah, not a deal. I'm not selling an ounce of percentage for the company, but you can invest. And hiya, Eris. The Eris Ezra, the VTuber Kingdom. Hello, Blitz. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. With that said, this wonderful, beautiful aspect was brought to you once again by Ame, so you can go ahead and thank them. Let me go ahead and get off my business suit. Let me get on here, Bobby, and let's go ahead back to our regularly scheduled program, which is this button. Good old transition. Let me click on this guy here, click on the music back to here, and we are all good to go. And there we go here, and there we go here. Lovely. And I'm in $1 gazillion for 1% of the company. Not happening. Not one bit, Jaxus. No percentage shall ever be given. Only investment. Now, if you want to talk the Nero, then maybe we can talk about that. No percentages, not once. I'm wondering why our dialogue parser is not doing this. She's good. Oh boy. I'm like, help! I'm stuck in the elevator. You're not stuck, Jaxus. You're exactly where we need to be. She's always menacing. No. And there's more framing going on in the picture has. Oh my. Let's see. Why is our dialogue parser not pulling up? DIALOGUE. It didn't pull up before, but now it's pulling up. How odd. Dialogue parser dot has, or no, dot, and then we have here dialogue DIALOGUE. How do you say it? Hold on here. Dialogue parser script list. We need to check to see if the script list has the dialogue that we're looking for. Hi, Bobby. How are ya? Doing good? Great! He's doing wonderful, I can assure you. Lovely. He's exactly where he needs to be. Cheats here. There we go. And if we do this guy here, it's going to be dialogue parser dot dialogue here script. So let's see, dialogue parser dot script here, script list dot has, and we're checking for our script name here. So script name. If it does not have this guy here, so if you there, if not, then we need to tell the user, really. It's not going to be the user, it's going to be me. This is a cheat we're using. So we'll do this guy here, and then we'll do return. Otherwise,
Cat sat on
we are
keyboard,
going to
just
do
redeemed
play
hydrate.
Here. Hydration, sure can do. Thank you for that redeem. Thank you. Let's see here. Hydration has been done. Thank you. It's down in time. Oh boy. What a horrendous thing, I tell you. Horrible thing to think. Drowning not happening. It's just a small sip of water. Just a little bit here. Dialogue script dot name dot find key, and then we'll go ahead and do your script name. So script name, and then we'll set this to be the case of dialogue script parser dot list. So this guy here, we'll then copy and send it in the script. So it's going to be script list, and then it's going to be script name here, script name there, and the player can move will be whatever we have going on here. So that should be good to go all there. Let's go ahead and save this guy. And then what we can say is that if it is the case that this guy here and this guy here, what we need to say is a warning that says error, can't play, does not have script idea. So we'll go ahead and do this guy here, undo. I guess to enter you here. Nope, it won't let me do enter. Hold on. I want to copy you and paste you here. There we are. We're going to set this to be error, and then we're going to say can't play dialogue, can't play dialogue, can't play dialogue, can't play. Actually, we'll do can't play plus, and then we'll grab the name here. So can't play blank dialogue. And actually, what we'll do here is do a var for dialogue name, DIALO. Yeah, we'll call this enum name. We'll set this to be a string, and then we'll do this guy to be equal to here. Have this guy go here, do .capitalize dot capitalized here, and then we'll go ahead and have this guy be enum name. Can't play enum name. Then we'll do plus here, and we'll do can't play blank dialogue, DIALOGUE dialogue. Not found FOUND, not found in parser here. Not found in parser. Can't play dialogue, not found in parser here. There we go. Let's see. Time to turn errors from 70% water to 71% water. You all threatened me, I tell you. And I don't even know if it was a good time. It's definitely a time. Oh my, let's see. Go here, enum name. There we are. Okay, so So we have a if not has, then we say it doesn't have it. Otherwise, we go ahead and play the dialogue here. And the one other thing we're going to need to do is when we play the dialogue, we want to show the speech bubble here. We're also going to want to see about disabling or enabling the player can move. So what to do here, player can move. So we'll have here speech bubble, here, here, and here. Yep, and upon the speech bubble being completed, we'll see about if it is. So we have here, for example, our speech bubble. We have set dialogue script, update, back, and all of these guys here. We're looking for on speech bubble finished, or on speech bubble finished. If we get to the end, which will be here, if it's greater than, so this will be on speech bubble finished. So we'll go ahead and do here, do speech bubble, on speech bubble finished, then we'll have to do something so-and-so. So what I'm thinking is at least we'll have a bool here for at export var, player can move, and we'll go ahead and set this bool equal to false by default, bool equal to false, so false will go here. And then we'll go ahead and do player can move, set it back to true. And we'll also have to do like utility.emit player can move, disable, or enable. And also have anything else that needs to go on. So what we'll say is at this guy here, upon doing next, if it is the case that we are about to go to the end, then we'll go ahead and have here, utility dot, utility dot, utility dot, dialog, dialogue underscore finished, finished, and we'll do dot emit. So finished dot emit, finish dot emit, and then we'll go ahead and have here our dialogue, or we should be able to, our dialogue script, yeah. So we'll have here dialogue finished emit, dialogue script, and I'm wondering, does our dialogue script have a type? No, it does not. It just has a dialogue, yeah, okay, so we're good. We'll just send in then our dialogue guy here. And then what I'm wondering at least as well is that a dialogue script name. I think that would be a good idea to keep track of at least. So we don't take a dialogue script, maybe we just take a dialogue name, possibly. And I wonder what happened to the ban word for 2-minute command. Hold on, is it not enabled? It should be enabled by now. Yes, it does exist, Jaxus. What do you mean? Oh boy. Let's see. Dialogue script, I'm thinking at least we could have a dialogue name, possibly. So at export, export, export var, dialogue, dialogue underscore name here. I'm thinking instead of the dialogue script, possibly, but having these two guys and then kind of going back and forth, I don't like the idea of doing that. So I'm thinking at the very least, we just have the dialogue name here, and then we'll have the dialogue name and set it to dialo, dialogue parser here, I think, dot name, or is it dialogue script dot name? So dialogue script, 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 dialogue script dot name, like that. Maybe? Hold on. Dialogue script. I'm just not spelling this right, am I? dialogue, dialogue script dot name. There we are.
Jaxus VT just redeemed IRL
I may or may not be blind.
The word
and
of
what
the
would
day
happen
is
if we made the
IT.
act of laughing? That's not a thing, at the end. It has to be a word, not an act. Or otherwise it'd be like, hey, you can't blink for 2 minutes. That would be awful. Oh boy, here, let me go ahead and get on this guy here. Go ahead and do that guy here. Can't say. You all always choose this word. I'm starting to think you have it out for me for that very specific word. Let me go here and do this guy here. We have this guy as, I believe it's 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes is the time. IRL word ban. Yep, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes. I had to move it down to 2 minutes. That just says something about that redeem. All right, 2 minutes. 2 minute here. Yep, there we go. And I have a variety of words. All I remember is it. It, I think, is a very popular one to go. This, as well, is a very popular one to go. And you know what? I'm just gonna say it. You're all unoriginal. Get more words to say. It's not like I'm trying to make them because those are the hardest words. But get more words to say. There we are. Here we go. Let me click on this guy here. Slide this guy over to there. I remember someone suggested as well having the thing go up the more times I pass. I don't like that idea. I'll keep that in mind for the next week. Don't you dare. A creative word. Hey, Eris, yeah. Dialogue script dot name. There we are. What I'm wondering then is, can we set this guy to null? So in our speech bubble here, hi, Wraithful Knight, welcome into stream. How's funny? We got a funny one over here. I hope you're doing well, despite hoping for my downfall, apparently. trying very hard right now. Dialogue script dot name. Harris. Yeah. Doing great. Thanks for asking. Of course. Dialogue script name dot no. Hey Harris. Yeah. What we'll then have happened here is we need to check to see if the dialogue name is null. What's 9 plus 10? That would be 19. I'm suffering! There! Are you happy? No, it's 21, Sure thing! That didn't seem too bad. Yeah, it didn't seem too bad because I think it is a better word than this. This is painful. You have to be very specific. I would prefer it over any day compared to this. Oh boy, Fisha, yeah! Oh man, and you in the same years, but I'll be back. That's what they all say. We'll go ahead and do here first. If dialogue name equals null, then return, because there's no way we can do it. So if dialogue name dot equals, and then we'll do dialogue script here, dialogue script dot name dot null. So dot name dot null, we'll go ahead and then do return, and say can't proceed with script. So and so is not working. So we'll go back to our cheat here. So back to our little cheats guy, and from here we'll grab you and say can't play, can't be found in parser. So we'll just grab this guy. It's easier to just copy and paste from here, and then we'll go back to where were we? We'll go back to where we were with our dialogue parser. I believe it's going to be, dialogue manager. Here we are. Yes, you go back into our speech bubble here, and what we're going to say is that if the name is equal to null, then go ahead and say, hey, can't play, no dialogue script set. Can't play dialogue, can't play D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, can't play dialogue, no D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E dialogue set. There we are. Can't play dialogue, no dialogue set. Then we'll go ahead and go here, set that to be that there, and I believe that's good to go, self-error, and then we'll go ahead and do return, and return here. And what I'm also going to do is a function called onDialogueError. I think that's also a good idea to do. So we'll go ahead and do this guy here. And do we have to do anything else? Update script, no, yep. This also here. So I'm going to do cannot update speech bubble. So I'm actually going to do function here, and we'll have here check dialogue error. Check D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E dialogue check if dialogue null. How about that? Is dialogue is null. If dialogue D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E, if dialogue is _null, we'll go ahead and just do this guy here, have it go for void here, and actually no, it's going to return a true. So we'll do this guy bull, and then we'll return here, and then we'll return. So we'll do return here, and we'll return whatever this guy is. So we'll return if dialogue script equals null. So we'll go ahead and do this guy here, and this actually won't be that guy there. It's actually going to be this guy here. So we'll grab this guy here, copy you here, and then we'll go ahead and say return. Return is going to be if this is true, false, or yeah. So we have this guy if it's true or false and cannot indent class. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that guy here, and we'll also say this guy here, and I'll copy you here, and we'll also do this guy here. No need to do return if it is the case that this guy here is null. So we'll just do this guy here. If you do that there, we'll then go ahead and say no script cannot update blank speech bubble, no dialogue script. So this also will let us do things there. And then hold on, there you go, there you are. Okay, so now all we can do is just do if blank and blank, then return. So now we can just say, if it's this and this, return. No need to do anything else. So we'll go ahead and just remove this guy here, remove all this guy here, remove this guy here, and we can just copy this guy anywhere we want to have it closed or open. So dialogue script will get removed. Don't worry about that guy there. We'll also have it go here. So if all of that there, so if dialogue is null, that goes there. After that, what we have to say is that our dialogue script, since it no longer exists, there's a thing we have to do instead. And before that, let's go back to our cheats here. So let's go back to our cheats, and we're actually going to do this guy here, this guy here. So current to dialogue parser script name, copy you here, and then we're going to go back into our speech bubble here. We'll also need to see if it exists in the thing here. So there's a few things you can do. What we need to do here is do dialogue script, new dialogue. It's actually going to be the dialogue script name. So that'll have to be modified, but for now we can just do dialogue script.versus.index. It's actually going to be a little bit different. Instead of dialogue script.versus.index, I'm thinking at least we can do get dialogue script, possibly like a function get dialogue script, but I don't know how painful that would be. Do dialogue null for like a function for get dialogue dialogue underscore script script, and then we can go ahead and do this guy here, and then it's going to return a dialogue script. So dialogue script will go here. My question is this going to make a new dialogue script every single time? I really don't like the idea of that, which is why I'm thinking at the very least, I don't know. Is it okay to do this guy here and set it to be that guy there? It looks a lot harder to read, that's for sure. It would be dialogue script parser script list, then dialogue name would go here, like that there. That would be the new guy, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. But you know what? We'll just keep that for now. We can always see about modifying it later. My worry is that it won't be read the same. So this dialogue script parser script list dialogue name. Yeah, I'm thinking at least we could do like dialogue script here. So go for a var and call it dialogue dialogue underscore script. And instead of doing a function, maybe we just do it here. So dialogue script dialogue dialogue script here. And then we'll go ahead and do dialogue script. And this is where we'll equal it to this guy here. And then we can have the dialogue script go for any of these guys here. So I'll just go ahead and do you here. I'm holding down Alt. So you go there, you go there, you go there. And I believe you go here. We'll delete all of these guys here. So it should go all the way to the very beginning. And then we can go ahead and paste. And I like that a lot more. It reads cleaner. So we'll save that guy there. What I want to do as well is if you and you there, but I also want to do cheats here. So cheats here. And we'll also need to see if this dialogue script parser even has this guy. So I'm going to copy this guy over, truth be told. And I kind of think we should just even have a, what's it called? A function in our dialogue script to check. So we'll go back in our dialogue or speech bubble here, truth be told, and then go back to here, dialogue is null. So if dialogue is null, what we also need to see is not only if it's null, but if it is the case that our dialogue parser script that has. So if not dialogue parser script has dialogue name. So if it does not, if it does, let's see. If not you and there, then we print out a different thing and we return it here as well and equal it to true. Return true too if the dialogue is null. So can't play enum name here. This is going to be our dialogue name here. So can't play dialogue name, and our dialogue name is going to be dialogue script, so dialogue dialogue script here dot, and it's going to be name dot find key, and it's going to be that guy here instead. So we save that here, and it's also going to be returned as true, which I think is handy. So we'll have dialogue here as null. If it's null, then we know that it doesn't exist. We can see here, yep, you and there. So we have dialogue is null here, as well as if it's here. So our dialogue script is instead going to be something else. We can see that our set dialogue script, I believe, appears in this guy here. Yep, our set dialogue script no longer is going to be a dialogue script. It's now going to be a dialogue name. So the dialogue script dialogue script dot name, I believe. And it's going to be script name. So script underscore name. And then this guy here is going to be script name here, like that guy there. And then we go to set dialogue script here, and it's going to be dialogue script name. So actually, let's go back to here. I'll copy that to super duper quickly. And we'll also go here to play dialogue. Also rename this to be this guy here. So that will go there. And then we'll go ahead and do back to are you here, your script name. Why are you angry? What is that there? Yeah, script name. Why are you? Oh, I see. No, I don't. Valid argument for set dialogue here. Set dialogue. New script. Yeah, you're actually going to be this guy here. Script name, and then we have new script name is actually going to be in dialogue name. So we have here new dialogue name. It really needs to be new underscore dialogue new dialogue name, and then we have you here. Copy you, paste you here. Something like that. And then what we need to do here is if dialogue is null, then we need to grab our dialogue finish and all these guys here for our dialogue script. And for our dialogue script here, we can go ahead and just grab this guy, which I think wouldn't be too bad. It's only appearing in two places up here, so I'm okay to do it here. So we would do like dialogue finish dialogue script. So utility.dialogue administer dialogue finish.emit. We can also do it for here. There we go. So we do in those guys, and that should be fixed. It shouldn't be angry anymore. We save this guy, and our dialogue manager here should also not be angry anymore. And if we go back to our cheats here, you should also not be angry anymore. So let's see here, just double checking. Cheats, yep, not angry anymore. And why I want to use it, or why I want to parse it and call it by name instead of by calling it by, what's the word I'm looking for? Instead of calling it by the dialogue itself, calling it by an enum. If we know that these enums are a one-time use, a one-time key, and we treat them as a key, it might make things and tracking things down easier. We know that one script equals one key name. We only use the key name. We don't refer to it as the actual thing. We let the dialogue parser deal with all of that and calling it and doing all of those things. So I'm going to leave the responsibility of keeping track of all the dialogue scripts to the dialogue parser. Since it reads everything, it parses everything, that's its responsibility. With that said, I believe we have plain dialogue. Then we do play.dialogue.emit. We grab the script name here. And actually, it's not even going to need a dialogue script list. That's not even needed. We just do the script name here too. And I believe that should work. Utility.playdialogue.emit. It will then pull us into here where we play the dialogue using the script name. And this player can move bool. Now that's a little bit different. What we need to do here is player can move bool here. So player can move bool will go here, player can move. And then in our set dialogue script here, we have you here, and we have the player can move. Now I'm wondering if this should be set for a dialogue manager or not, but I'm kind of thinking maybe we put it here, possibly. We'll see. Should it belong to the dialogue manager or should it belong to the speech bubble? I'm thinking the speech bubble at least, since the speech bubble is going to control a lot of different things. So we'll say here, player can move bool, and we'll set this bool to you here, you here. I believe that should go there, right? Or why are we angry? Why are we yellow here? Set dialogue script, yeah, but why are you yellow? That's what I'm confused about. We have you here, save, yep, you're good to go. Player can move, can go here. Then we have you there. And what we'll say is that player, oh, I know why. Player can move, new player can move, new player can move. There we are. Player can move equals new player can move. That's why it was yellow. We'll set that to be here. And if not player can move. So if not player can move, then we're going to go ahead as player, yeah, if player, freeze player. How about that? I like that better. Freeze, a new freeze player. And then we'll set this to be in case this actually, and then we'll set find and refresh or find and replace. And we'll say freeze player, F-R-E-E-Z-E, freeze player. I like that a lot better. And that way we can say, if not freeze player, if freeze player, then we're gonna do some things over here. And we'll also have like the guy here go for freeze player. So you'll have here, not player can move, but F-R-E-E-Z-E, freeze player, which by default is going to be set to true unless we say otherwise. So we'll say freeze player here, and then we'll copy you here and move you to there. And then let's play the dialogue. We'll also do it here. So freeze player for this guy here, freeze that player there. We'll also do this in calling cheats as single parameters. No worries at all. We'll just save you to be that there. Yep. Are you good now? Why are you angry now? Cannot parse singleton. I'm sure you're fine. Let's go to cheats here. Let's go back to this guy here. Player can move. Not actually going to be player can move. Now it's going to be freeze player, which is going to be set to true by default, unless you say otherwise. So save this guy here. Let's then go to our utility. Are you good to go now? Are you thinking correctly? Yeah. I knew I could just ignore my problems and it would solve on its own. Oh boy. We have freeze player here. Save this guy here, and then have this guy. So if it is the case that we freeze the player, we're going to do utility dot freeze player. So let's see. Do utility dot player can move. So let's see here. Target player exit. There's a function here for the player. If I do, well, not a function, but a signal. I guess it's also a function. If we click on you here, there should be a guy for allow player movement. Yep, allow player movement. And this guy here does a permission depending on true or false. So what we're going to do here in our speech bubble is set it to be the case that utility dot allow player movement dot emit. And we're going to set it to being allow player movement, not freeze player. So allow player movement equal to false. If it is the case that freeze player is true. If freeze player equals active, allow player movement emit equals false because freeze player. With that said, from here, if it is the case that we are finished with our index, so up here we can see that it says dialog player finish.emit. We have finished the guy here. We'll also have here utility.allow player movement, and we'll set it equal to true. So we'll set this equal to player can move. So freeze player, this will be true. And we'll then say to do our player can move. So player, actually, we'll just say function and we'll call the function reset. So function for reset dialog. So function for reset, R-E-S-E-T _ D-I-A-L-O-G-U-E. Also, where are we calling this next and everything else at? Why is it the case that this next guy is not an underscore? That's what I'm wondering about. If we do here and do you here, Control Shift F, where are we using next at? We use it, get next here. In our speech bubble, we use it. So actually, these guys as well, find and replace, underscore next can be next here. Replace that to be there. Hold on. Yep. Oh, hold on. Next here, replace all. Yep. And then also our back can be replaced. So find and replace here, and underscore back can go there too. It's not an underscore. He's not an underscore because he's an overtune. I see what you did there, Omni, and I don't like it. Not one bit. I disagree. We'll have here a function for reset dialogue, and then we'll do here for void. And I'm doing it blank. That way, it can do its own thing, or rather, I can call it anywhere. So we'll do a void here, and then we'll do here everything that I wanted to do in this area here. So we'll have a dialogue finished, and then we'll have here a reset. So we'll do here reset dialogue, and then we can move all of this to here. So we'll do the player emit, and reset dialogue will go here, allow player movement equal to true. We'll then go ahead and set our freeze player equal to, find replace, enable back. I want you to be, whole word match case here. Yeah, you need to be 1 underscore, I don't know why you're 2. Replace all there. Okay, we should be good to go. So we'll then do this guy here, and then what we're going to say is that our dialogue name is going to be null because our dialogue is done. So dialogue name equals dialogue name. So dialogue script dot name dot name dot null here, null, like that there. And then what we'll also need to do is set our freeze player equal to false. So freeze player equal to false, like that there. And we're also going to need to do is we're going to need to hide and show this guy upon doing different things. So for example, what I'm thinking is at least we'll have to have the dialogue screen either show on or off, or show the speech bubble on or off. I kind of like the idea of doing the speech bubble on or off. I think that's good to go. All we'll have to do is make sure that our mouse input here is not stop. It is, I believe, ignore is the one we're looking for. And that this guy here also is ignore. So our mouse here just needs to ignore it. It doesn't do anything. Ignore here. And I believe, I don't know if I have to set all of these to ignore. I hope not, but we'll see. We'll set this guy here to be mouse input to be pass, propagate up. Yeah, I think that's good. As long as these guys aren't stop, I think we're good to go. Let's see, if I type in filter, it should allow me to see things very quickly. Yeah, ignore here, stop there. Yeah, let's go ahead and just ignore there. We'll then go ahead and have this guy here as pass. I think that's fine. It's either pass or ignore, I think, is the 2 guys we have to worry about. Pass or ignore. Pass. Now that's ignore. Pass. Ignore. 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 Stop. Yeah, you need to be ignore here. And hi, unintended. Possibly. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the name. That's what it looks like. And I do tend to butcher names, so I could 100% be wrong. But welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Thank you. Let's see here. We have this guy here who also needs to be ignore. We go back into this guy here. You're all ignore, I think, right? Pass. There's no guy doing stop, right? Stop needs to be ignored there. There we go. A lot of these control guys seem to be ignore as soon as you, or stop, I mean. So we want to make sure any guy here is not stop. We want to ignore everywhere. So ignore. You should be ignore as well. Let's see, you should be ignore. Hold on here, ignore. We have you for ignore as well. And we don't want any of these guys to possibly just mess up everything when it comes to controls here. For example, our actor Gabby sprite needs to be set to ignore. You are set to ignore. You're set to ignore as well. And the stop, why I'm setting these to either ignore or pass, is because if it's set to stop, the mouse will be blocked. So if this guy is showing up on screen, then bad news is that, yeah, so we don't want the mouse to, H-box, hold on. There we go. The reason why I'm setting these not to stop is because when it's set to stop, for example, if I had a button underneath this guy here, it's going to stop on the guy instead of on the button. I want buttons to read. So since I want buttons to read, I'm setting them to ignore the mouse. That way the buttons can actually take the input of the player. I believe all of these guys are set properly, but we'll see, I suppose. And with that said, we click on this guy here, we click on this guy here. We'll go back into our dialog box, and what we're going to say is have this guy here. So we reset the dialogue, we do all of that there. This is our speech bubbles. I'm pretty sure we can just hide our speech bubble. Hide here, like that there, hide it. And when we set up our guy here, so when we set up this guy here, set dialog script, all of these guys here, we can also do here, and do show. So what I'm going to actually do is do hide, show here, show. I think it's fine to do show here. We'll see if that works. And then from there, what we're going to do is give this a good old test. We're going to go into our cafe here. We're going to grab our dialogue guy. So dialogue manager here, dialogue manager. Drag him to the game here, drag him to the screen. Let's go ahead then and make sure that the position is reset. So I'll go and close this guy here. Our layout here, our position should be in the center of the screen or where the screen goes. And you can see, yeah, that doesn't really go quite as well as I would have hoped. We want the center screen. This is not the center screen. That's not the screen center. This is the screen center. So why is it the case that the center screen isn't working? So if I go ahead and just move you all the way to here, there we go. Reset your position to be here. Ah, there you are. Lovely. Yeah, our dialogue screen I think is good to go there. We might need to make it a little bit shorter so that all the other stuff is visible. And my phone fell into a not so bottomless pit this time. I see. Well, I know at least it didn't fall for when you were trying to bait me into resetting the timer. I know that much, so, you know, maybe it's karma, idiot. Oh boy, let me get a little bit of tea here. Tasty. And with that said, oh my, I want to maybe make this guy shorter because it blocks all of our other stuff, and I don't want it blocking everything out. But at the very least, we can make sure that this guy here goes there. Or actually, no, we want it to go here. And then we want to reset the position. And why is the position set to be center screen here, bottom screen here? Yeah, I want it to be center screen. I'm not sure why it's not showing up center screen. And that's it. Yeah, I know. And hi, Dirk the Game Dev. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hi, what game engine is this? This is Godot. I'm using Godot, and I'm specifically using the programming language of GDScript. It's Godot's native programming language.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Before. I've never used Python. I only know about C++. So I use C++, then transferred to using GDScript, and hydration sure can do. Nah, Godot, cool, isn't it? Godot's so lovely. Let me go ahead and get that hydration redeem. Hydration redeem done and good to go. Thank you for that one, cat sat on keyboard. There we are. I can word, I assure you. And I'm gonna activate IRL word ban during one of your elevator pitches. Unfortunately, Atheant, you can't stack those. My brain can only work so well, and if you were able to stack them, my mind would not be able to compute, so you can't stack them. And you should use C++ now. Well, the thing is, when I chose, and I'm just wondering, why isn't this box? I want this box to appear here. That's the goal right now. I want that to go here. Another reason why I chose Godot over other engines is that I want to use everything in the engine itself. So the programming itself, I keep saying itself. I like the fact that you can code in Godot. You don't have to have another application open. There we are. And during the start of the stream, the start of stream 1. I don't quite get what you're saying, but okay, VVM. I see. I'm wondering, why is our little guy here not going properly in our anchors? This is top left. We then have center. And for some reason, this guy here isn't doing any centering. Not a thing. It does work when I move it as a child, I think, here. But not in the start of stream elevator pitch. Yeah, it's not enabled during the elevator streams at all. Not one bit. It also sounds like Game Maker. You can also code in the engine, and it's great. I have heard things about Game Maker. Another reason why I like Godot is because it's open source. I don't believe Game Maker is. I mean, coding Godot with other applications because I like opening applications. Yeah, I do too. I use Godot, and I also use Ace, right? Those are the two applications I use back to back when I'm working with Godot. Why are you the way you are, huh? What if we do like just you know, I know it was against the idea of using canvas layers, but I like my canvas layers, and I'm just wondering a simple thing, you know, just a simple thing. If we make you a child of a canvas layer, does that at all fix any of your problems? I don't think it will, but I can hope, can I? And then if we just move you to here and we reset your position, why? Oh, hold on. Okay. Reset your position here. Then we go here and go here. I wonder why it thinks that that's the bottom. Yeah, this is center bottom. This is center bottom here, center right. How odd indeed. And it excels at 2D, but definitely has its limits when it comes to 3D. I've heard a lot of good things about, hold on, Game Maker. Yeah, Game Maker, great, but it feels limiting. Interesting. And Night Tutor also lovely. Yeah, why are you there? We don't need you there, specifically. Our dialogue manager guy, I get why I think our dialogue guy here is full rectangle. We might have to just see about making this into a screen. I do like me a screen. Screen node here. Screen here. Screen. And then we just rename you to change type to screen. Screen here. I'm thinking a screen at least, that way everything stays the same. And now, I believe if I go back into our cafe here, and we were to move our dialogue manager, yeah, now look at it. It works properly. We just need to make sure that our screen does not take up our mouse. So if I go back to here, I believe it shouldn't. Our transform, our follow viewpoint, I think we're all good. If we just set the layer to be like 5, that way it shows up over everything, I think we're good to go. The last thing I would want to do is make sure that this guy isn't too on top of everything else. So I suppose what we can see about doing too is making sure that this guy goes down a little bit. For example, what I'm thinking is at the very least, we'll go back into our dialogue or speech bubble here. In our speech bubble, I believe we have a minimum height. Yeah, if we lower down the minimum height, which one's that? Y, I think Y. If we make the Y, I think 90 instead, so 90 here. Yeah, it lowers it down a little bit. I think we can get away with 80. If we set it to 80 here, like that, yeah. And then if we move this guy down, so we'll see position there, yep, position's all good to go. And we set it to be the case of being as you're expanded. We can move this guy down, I think, a little bit more towards the bottom of the window. I think then we're in the clear for things that are visible, but let's go ahead and see it all, shall we? Upon also starting up our dialogue manager, I also want to do speech bubble dot reset. So speech bubble here dot reset, or speech bubble dot reset. It should be reset, yeah, not reset size. No, that's not it at all. We need to do speech bubble
Proto_gems just redeemed posture check.
And posture check sure can do. Hi, Proto Gems, by the way. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. Posture check can do. Let me set up a little bit nicer. Thank you. Alrighty here, let's see. We do this guy here, and then we need to do reset dialogue. So it'll reset the dialogue all on its own, and it'll also hide our player's movement. And hi, how are ya? I'm doing lovely. I hope you're doing well as well. And it's always a fun day when I get to do a little bit of game devin, so I'm enjoying myself wholeheartedly by like a lot. Let's click on play here, and let's see if the tutorial does its thing. Well, actually, we don't even need to start up the tutorial yet. We're all good to go. If I click on you here, click on me here, click on then this guy here, I believe. No, that didn't work. Hold on. You. No, you. Yeah, okay, now you can see it. Alrighty then, let me go ahead and mute the music. That way you can hear the game itself. So mute that there, then click on you here. Alright, so we should be able to, and hold on as well. Let me make sure that our sandbox level has disabled, or debug menu is not shown by default. Hide the debug menu, and then we should be now good to go. So I'll click on you. Then we have this guy here. We then go into this guy here. You can see, oh, we already have a debug. That's no good. Also, I need to disable the collision shape visibility. But tween, step tween, start a tween with no tweeners. Interesting one here. I wonder why it says that. Let me go and close you here. We definitely can just set our debug to be visible collision shapes path here. Click on play here. Yeah, why are you angry? We have speech bubble, HBox dialogue, start it with no tweens. And who's Game Devin? I'm Game Devin at the very least, and I agree to disagree, but I guess, let's see. This cycle does better. That's the thing, yeah, agree to disagree. There's no one is better than the other. There's different people who have different tastes, so I definitely wouldn't call one better than the other. It's definitely a matter of opinion. And lurk, well, thank you for the lurk. Thank you indeed. Let's see. I'll go ahead then and do you here, this here. Yep. I've heard people before, for example, say Unity's better and Unreal's better. I think it's nice. The fact that we all don't have to have one favorite, but that there's a little bit of something for everyone. That's nice to see. And does that work for your brain? Yeah. I've heard people who can't even look at Godot find the UI disgusting. You know what? They could keep their opinion. But it is theirs. Let's see. We go you here, and yeah, disagree on. I see. Let's see. That said, why is it the case that we're getting tween bound to root? You started with no tweens. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that one there, bud. If we go here to here, I do know at the very least that we create a tween here, and my guess is that our tween here doesn't get done. So what I'm wondering is, if we create the tween in our dialogue manager, would that work better? And I cannot handle Unity's UI. I get so confused, and I looked at the main engines to form an opinion, and it's just everyone does the same. Yeah, different things for different sizes. Let's see, I'm wondering at least our update tween, if we run this function update tween, function rename replace, and we replace this update tween guy with the hold on, this guy here, replace all, we copy you here, save you here, do this guy here, and we were to do this guy first, and we set this to be update tween, so speech bubble dot update tween, maybe this will fix our issue, and I've tried Unity, Unreal, Game Maker, and Godot. I do at one point want to try both of them for like a game jam. I think could be a lot of fun to do as well. I only have experience in Godot, but I'd love to try out all the other ones as well. Let's see here, I'll mute this guy for a quick old second. I just want to get rid of that debug error, which it doesn't do here, which is unfortunate. Let's go ahead then and remove our update tween. I wonder if it's because of the other guys, maybe? We can definitely also do here a reset tween. So if I do, for example, here, update tween here, that's also a thing. And I'm curious to see as well what our issue is. If we go here and do update tween, update text, and reset dialogue here, and hello, Dirk. Thank you for the follow. Thank you indeedy. Let's see here. We have update tween here to reset it all. Possibly, maybe, if we do dialogue manager here, now reset tween or reset dialogue. I also want to make sure our update dialogue here is update tween, find and replace. Set it back to being an underscore since we aren't using it out of the code, or I guess, no, not outside of function. Outside script. So we'll save this guy here, click on play then. I just want to get rid of that error. I don't think it matters too much, but I don't like the way it looks. And you know, actually, before we do that, if we go into our dialogue manager here and we play this version of it, do we get that error still? Is it only when we're in the cafe? We get an error. Yeah, I gotcha. Couldn't play no dialogue, not found in parser. Yeah, the thing is, this guy should not play the moment it starts up. I don't know why it does that. Play dialogue.connect. Yeah, and it says start it with no tweens. Yeah. It shouldn't play anything. It shouldn't be like a play dialogue.emit because nothing's been called yet. Maybe it's upon doing function ready. We have update text. Hold on, try that there. Go for that. And we can also remove this guy here. That's old code too. If we set it to be that, then possibly.
The underscore Whitechapel just redeemed stream.
Welcome in, Chapel. Welcome into stream. I hope you've been well, and I surely can. I hope your morning's been lovely so far. Let me go ahead and go. That's the only one that clicked. The thing is, I can't say it's the only one that clicked because I haven't tried other ones. But when I tried it, since it was the first one I ever used, I really enjoyed it. Right, stretching time. We'll go to the right here, slowly but surely. If anything cracks, breaks, snaps, or pops, call the doctor, call the lawyer, call the doctor, don't call me. I should not be held liable to any your own transgression. We'll go to the right here slowly, and then we'll go to the left here a little slowly, and then we'll go my bones. Click! Did I not say click? Oh boy, back a little bit. You know, just when you think you've done all the warnings, someone decides, what if my bone twist? Oh boy, let me go front here a little bit. And then we're all good to go. Thank you for that stretch one, Chapel. I feel properly stretched. Now, question is, you there, start it with no tweeners. My question is, why are you angry? What if we do here, upon doing our ready, create tweens, and then if we were to do update text, not update text, what if we do dialogues, no, and which energy drinks do you like? I need a bit of juice. I have not had an energy drink before. I have had coffee, but unfortunately, no, not unfortunately, energy drinks are like high in sugar, and I don't use sugar. Well, I use sugar-free stuff, but I do keto, so I haven't really done like monster stuff. It's I don't think they're, all in all, not too good. Does she seem like she needs more energy? I could use more energy. I've tried even the coffees that have like extra hard death, the ones that have skulls on the front of them for extra caffeine. Doesn't work, unfortunately. I don't know who it was that told me, but someone told me maybe try a pre-workout mixture instead to see if the caffeine is strong enough. I haven't tried it yet, but I'd love to sometime to see. And then I remember how lovely. I don't remember who, but I remember the suggestion, so I do a little bit there. Let's see, I'm wondering at the very least, in how's the programming? It's going lovely so far. We're working on the dialogue, but as you can see, we're getting a null, and I'm not sure why. I'm not too sure why. What I'm wondering is, do we not update text, but update tween? What if we do update tween? Because I need to pre-workout for energy, because regular coffee puts me to sleep. Yeah, a regular coffee makes me sleepy. So I'm thinking at the very least, see how pre-workout. Now, I have heard at least, and they're still tasty though? That's even better. I have heard at least, be careful. Be very careful when it comes to pre-workout stuff, but I would enjoy it nonetheless, I think. We'll click on this guy here. Maybe if we add the update dialogue function there, we won't get the error. Possibly, but I'm just wondering, where are we getting the error at? Why are we getting the error? We aren't running the actual game, so anything that happens here is where we're getting the error at. I'm wondering if we just comment those guys out, does that work? Possibly, maybe, perhaps, perchance, or do we still get the error? We do. Method running on a null value. Hold on here. Where are we running the method? Update tween. If tween text is running. Yeah, so what I'm guessing is if tween text is running, or maybe we can say, or tween text, if tween text equals null, tween text create. Maybe that. If tween text, text tween, if text queen equals null, do that there. Else, something like that there. And then maybe if we do this guy here, and we do you here like Oh, hold on. Actually, we just need to do select all of views, and then tab, and then subtract you here. Maybe something like that for our update tween. And then if we close this guy, click on play here, possibly. And did not expect those levels of energy to just be natural. So nice. I can tell you though, once I'm done with my 3 days of streaming, I go into hibernation mode. And 10x dev streamer, dev energy material, maybe more. As long as I'm excited about something, I can have energy for days. But my energy only goes so far until I crash out post-stream. But until then, energy is high. And it's one of those things, learn the ingredients so you don't consume one design for certain results. And when I'm in a keto diet, my energy is also pretty high too, but the brain yearns for caffeine. Oh, interesting. I've at least been doing keto, I'd say, for like 5 years, maybe? A good amount of time at the very least. And I did read that as well. Yep, lovely. So let's see. Actor name, you there. Why are we getting an error when it comes to tweens? Something's going on with the tweens and I'm not sure how to fix it. I thought possibly it was a thing of going to our speech bubble here and undoing already. If we do update tween here, possibly, maybe doing like that there, and then we do you here. Yeah, how are we getting, tween bound to root. Tween bound to root, no tween. Maybe that's why, possibly? Huh, we'll see. If I click and play on you now, are we getting still angry, mad stuff? Yes, we're still getting angry, mad stuff. Tween bound to. Well, you know what that means. Time to Google. Let me bring out the good old guy here. Oh, wrong guy. Very wrong guy. Okay, let's see. And while I'm Googling this, we'll do the ad break. You won't miss anything. If I happen to find the solution, I'll share it with you. You only stream on Sundays? Nope. I stream Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. I do exclamation SCHEDULE. We'll run the ads now. I'll look for the answer. If I do happen to find it, I'll share it with you. I don't think we'll be able to find it in 3 minutes, but you won't miss anything. I can assure you of that right there. With that said, let me go ahead and click on this guy here. Yeah, I'll Google the answer and I'll let you know if I find me Googling done. So I'll click on you here, slide this guy to here. So let's see. We have tween bound to started with no tweeners. Godot, G-O-D-O-T, Godot 4. Error. I forgot to write error. Error might be important. E-R-R-O-R. Error. There we go. So let's see. In Godot, the tween bound to started tweeners occurs because you tried to create a tween, or you created a tween but did not give it any animation command before it tried to run. So solution 1, chain your tweeners immediately. Solution 2, pause the tween on creation. I see. Interesting one. Let's see if that works. And
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Cool. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Water consumed in drowning time. Why do you say these things, huh? Just drown. Like, maybe I can just drink the water? Does drowning have to be involved? Is that a thing that really needs to? Drowning's not. It's bad for you. It's bad for your overall health. Have you ever considered that? Oh boy, let me click on play here. Does that get rid of our error? Possibly. Does it? No, it does not. It does not, unfortunately. Huh? What a shame. Okay, let's see here. You there. Started with no tweeners. Yep. My next idea is, at the very least, to do this guy here. Remove this guy here then, and then do this guy here. Remove you there as well. And if we save you there, immediately start it once you're done. And then we can see about doing this guy up here. And if we do, in part of our ready, do something like this guy here. Oh, hold on. Undo that guy here. Oh, actually, no, it's fine. We do create tween there. So if we do create tween, then pause tween, so create tween, and then text tween, T-E-X-T, text tween dot pause? Does that work as the way it's suggesting it might? And then we don't have to even do update tween, we just create it and pause it. Mayhaps, perchance, fingers crossed it does fix it. It's not a big bug, it seems like, but I'm new to tweens. I don't know how things work in general, so this is my guess. Tween bound, started with no tweeners. I see. Okay, well, let's see why this happens. Create tween property callback interval. So tween started with no tweeners. We'll click on that guy there. So since Google didn't help, now we move to Reddit. The best guy next, or the best next guy. Awaits creates a subroutine, I'm having the same error. In my case, it comes as simple as I try and call deferred, create tween, get tree, an update. I was reading blink. It looks like the tween has to be created just before it's used. I was thinking it can be reused, but no, it has to be recreated each time. Moving the create tween to the method used solves the issue. Okay, well then. It's saying possibly what I have to do then is maybe delete all of this, and we set this into ready here, And then if we do create tween here, so we do reset dialog, no, possibly then we go back to our update dialog here, nope, update tween. So we can do here, if text tween, maybe here, text tween equals null, then we're going to do you here, text tween equals create tween. So maybe something like that there could work possibly. And welcome back to the ad break. As I said, you've missed not a thing. I thought maybe pause tween would work. Pause tween didn't work. We're now trying to see if only if we create the tween where we're about to use it also doesn't work. So we're always saying we're saying more. Bingo, other answers are important, but this one is the final. This is the one that finally solved it. You're there because you last posted code you created near tween, but only use it in the position not equal to the position. If you move the create tween down line to the if statement, the error should have been fixed. Nope, that doesn't sound right as well. So let's see. Maybe if we do here, text tween, create tween here, and if we set it to be up to our ready function here. So in our ready function, what if we do something like this, and then something like this here, and then we say if the tween is running, to pause it, like this here, pause here, P-A-U-S-E, maybe that'll work. We can always see. We'll click on that guy there, scroll down to B, all of these guys here, and then we'll go ahead and remove that guy here too, so this is no longer needed. Save it, and then let's see. There's a solution. I'm just not sure what the solution is. And if this Reddit post doesn't work, that's okay. That's all right. We also have the Godot guy here. Tween error started with no tweeners. Yep. All of these guys here. Solved. It shouldn't be the same error at this point. Did you change the definition to what was said? Was blank var tween read more. Let's see it works. Thank you for your help. Okay, so what I'm seeing now is the idea of doing var tween. We did do that as well, and it didn't work. So, it shouldn't be the same error at this point. The top was automatically closed. Yeah, so this should fix it, but it doesn't fix it. So that's where I'm a little confused at. I'm wondering then, let's see, tween error started with no tweeners. Yep. Fix Godot tween not working. Let's go ahead and open this guy here. Tween not working. Tweens are interesting. I can't say that as well. Migration, you know what? Let's see if, I'm just curious to see, if we do this guy here, and we do tween here, and we set it to be that guy there, does that all work if we click on play then? Because I think this is what they said not to do. But sometimes you have to go through the not to do's to get to the, yeah. I see why. Now we have 2 debugger errors. Interesting one here. Interesting. Okay, maybe if we set this to be null, tween equals null. What if that happens? And then we do here like that there, possibly, maybe, I don't know. I'll close this guy here, and then let's see. Debugger still answers to 1. Step, tween bound to root dialog box, each bubble started with no tweens. Yeah, that's the issue here. What if we do instead, we remove our text tween here? I'm just wondering, tweens are so odd. Var text tween, we need the tween to show up to do speed. And have you considered adding more to bug? Of course, the ultimate solution. If one bug is the issue, if we overwhelm the bug with more bugs, easy peasy solution. I like the way you think. Oh my, here, let's see. I click on you here, tween bug started with bound tween, but does not have a chain method, so how to fix. Chain your tween immediately, create tween, and then modulate all of these guys here. Yeah, creates an empty tween. So what I'm wondering is, do we have to make it do actual things? Or maybe we can say there's like an if else, and if you there, else there you, tween not kill, kills it up if no tweeners were added. If, get total less time, tween dot play, nope. Avoid using conditional empty tweens, yeah, var tween, yep. Right, if you there, yep. Okay, I'm wondering at the very least, because we know for certain, I believe, this guy here gives us an error, I think, we'll see. If we do you here, we get you here, and we get an error because it runs on a null value here. So what I'm wondering is, if we then do you here, if you there, you running, so if it's running, but it's calling a null. So that's where I'm thinking at the very least here, we can do if update tween. Otherwise, we create the tween. Maybe that can work. We only use update tween here and here, and reset dialog. So what I'm thinking is at the moment we can say is that if tween is null, then I'm wondering if it's here where we have to create it and do things like that. I'm not too sure. For example, maybe we have to move this guy to up here. We do tween stop here then. So maybe if we do this guy here and then we do create tween here and then we just check to see if it's running. I'm just throwing things at the board at this moment. I'm not too sure. We click on play. If we add it and then create it in 2 places, does that still give us the error? Yes, it still gives us the error. We still get the debugger guy here, start a tweet with no tweeters. Okay, so what if we do var tween new tween, something like that maybe? So maybe if we say if tween text equals null, so if you equal null, so equal null, then we're going to go ahead and create it and then pause it. So maybe we can do this here, and then we do tween text tween dot pause, like this, possibly? Does that at all work? I remembered them talking about pause earlier, but I'm not too sure if that does it help at all. It does not one bit, unfortunately, which is such a shame. I can at the very least wonder why we're not seeing the guy here. Equal. Oh, did I not do equal correctly here? No. That's right. Text tween equals. No, this is right. Unless you're talking about something else. Is it the case that we're hiding this guy initially? Where are we using our reset at? At the very top here, we do function ready, but our dialogue guy should be visible. It's visible here. So why is it the case when I click on play that it goes invisible? There's something going on here. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. In our dialogue manager here, reset dialogue is called. Let's not call it. Let's click on play here instead. Now it should not go hidden. So if we do this guy here, then we don't get it. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. And then what I'm thinking is, at least, and how does one become so bubbly? I get very excited about what I do. I really love game dev. I really like design and development and programming and art. So if it's something that I'm really passionate about, it's very easy to stay excited. Even in times like these where I have no idea what's going on and I don't understand a bug, it's fine moderately. I'm more of a refactor type of person who likes to enjoy refactoring instead of bug solving. But you know what? I like seeing the pretty colors and the text and code, and that's good enough for me. Oh, why, even if it's sometimes more of a red, and that's not a pretty color, but it's a color, so you know, I'll take it, I suppose. Let's see here. Reset dialogue here, update tween. Yep, what I'm thinking is, at the very least, what we could do here is, and I'm wondering as well, if our reset dialogue removes the tween. So for example, if we don't update the tween here, and if we do text tween equals create tween, like this guy here, so we do this guy there and that guy there, does that work then possibly? And y'all, what are we working on? Hi, Moon Raider. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. That is a pretty color. Well, it's not telling you Earth. Yeah, it's a lovely color. Right now, Moon Raider, we're trying to solve a bug that has to do with tweens. For some reason, it doesn't like us creating tweens, using tweens, attempting to do things with different tweens. It's not too happy with it at the moment, unfortunately. What I'm wondering is, if we go down here and we do not update tween here, where are we using update tween at? We use it in update tween here, and we also use update tween here. Only in these 2 areas here? Okay, so what I'm thinking is, at least, if tween text, if text tween equals null, do thing here, else do this thing here. Maybe this will work instead. So if text tween equals null, otherwise we go ahead and do text tween dot create. Hold on, text tween equals create tween, like that there, possibly. And then we can go ahead and click on play that. Maybe that'll work, possibly, maybe, perhaps, perchance. What are you thinking, Godot? Tell us your true feelings. Okay, it's not working too badly. Did the thing appear at the bottom? I didn't notice. We click on play here, we get Well, as we've already gone over, I have no idea how GDScript works. So yeah, you're on for this one. What motivating word, surely, that fills me with determination. Thanks for that one. We can then see about doing utility dot speech bubble. Hold on. Yeah, it's not speech bubble. We just need to do speech bubble reset. So speech bubble dot reset to reset dialogue here. Reset dialogue. If we then click on play here, what are we looking at? How are we feeling? How are we doing, Godot? Do you want to talk about it? There's a chair right there you can use. I see nothing. It's not giving us any error. Oh, it's not giving us any error messages. So let's go ahead and try the actual game itself now. Fingers crossed. I'll go ahead and play the music here. I'll go ahead and then mute Spotify so we can hear it in all its glory. You are filled with determination from being passively insulted by a stranger on the internet. Ah, that's not called determination. That's just called spite. Oh my. Let's go into our levels here. Go into this guy here. We're not getting any angry buttons. So here's the moment of truth. We are able to move the player at the moment with the arrow keys. If we go ahead then and do dialogue here, play dialogue, I believe the script name is going to be 1. So we'll set it to 1, as I think that's the right one. Oh, look at that! No debugs! So we have this here. The player should not be able to move when I use the arrow keys. That's not good. Ah, right, so we need to make sure player can move needs to be emitted. Right now, it's WASD, and we can't use the other buttons. So we need to make it so that the player can't use any controls. Disable all controls, except for everything else. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. So you can see, it's doing things, but doing them a little bit funnily. So, oh, and then we get an angry guy. Oh, interesting. Utility.dialog finish the event. It's doing things, you know, maybe not everything that we want, but it's doing things. So, you know, I'll take it. Utility.dialog finish. We never made this guy, so let me also do a guy here. So we'll go ahead and grab this guy here, back to our speech bubble here. Also, we'll close this guy here. Also make a backup just in case. So we'll save this guy here, save it as a backup. Say no tween fix, FIXED fix, TWEEN fix tween error. There we go. And could you just add an if for your block that checks controls and adds a bool for when it starts and ends? Yep, that is exactly what I'm doing at the moment, Moon Raider. That is exactly what I'm doing. You're on the right track. I thought I would just have to stop the player movement. I'm going to have to stop everything, every control that works in the area. So not just the player, I'm also going to have to put a stop to the book movement. So here, for example, you can see I have freeze player. I'm actually going to have to do a thing for freeze control, CONTROLS. Freeze controls instead of freeze player. That's what I'm going to have to do instead. So we'll go and copy here. We'll then go ahead and do find and replace here. Do this guy here, freeze controls, replace all. And what I'm actually thinking is either we do a bool or no, we're going to have to do a function in some other areas. So that's okay. We'll do freeze controls here. And then, oh wait, I'm locally slow. This is what happens when you can't read. No worries at all, Moon Raider. I know that my code can be very confusing at the moment. And you forgot to add variable error equals 0 int. Oh boy, if only it worked that way. We have freeze controls on here instead. And instead of new freeze player, we're going to find and replace this. So find and replace here. Instead of freeze player, we're going to do freeze controls. So freeze CONTROLS. New freeze controls instead. I like that a little bit better. And then depending on if we want to freeze controls, we're going to have to do this guy here, which you can see utility.allowPlayerMovement.emit. We're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to have a function, I think, instead of a signal for utility. But for right now, we just need things working out a little bit better. So what I'm wondering now is, what buttons should the player be able to use to change and move through pages? What I'm thinking is we'll have it A or D or the arrow keys. We could, truth be told, do both. That way, if the player wants to do player controls or use the A and D, I think that's okay. So what we'll go ahead and do is do allow player movement.emit.false. Yep. What I'm thinking is at least we'll wait for that for now. Right now, we're just looking at freeze controls. Then what we're going to need to do is do freeze controls. I think in our dialog manager, we call it freeze player here. We now need to do FREEZE, freeze CONTROLS, freeze controls instead of just freezing the player. So we're going to do this guy here, do this guy here. And then upon doing our play dialog here, we're going to also make it freeze player instead. Oh, I thought it did freeze controls. No, we did. Freeze controls here. There you go. Freeze controls here instead. And then we'll also want to go to our cheats as well and just rename it because I like having things named everywhere. So instead of freeze player, it's going to be freeze controls. Freeze controls will also go here instead. Save that guy here. Now, if it is the case that it's freeze controls, we're going to do something a little bit different. If it is the case that we want to call to freeze controls, we're going to add, how can we do that? Actually, no signal involved, I think. We just have to do a utility guy. And if we go to our book here, maybe we already have it as a bool, but if we go to our book scene, for example, here, our book GD, there should be a check to see unhandled input. We have here select, deselect, and set lock status. So if utility or if input is pressed action, all of these guys here, this controls the ability for us to control, those are words. This here controls if we can use the page or not. What we need to do is check to see if utility.freeze control, then return. We don't need to do anything. If not visible, do all of these guys here. So what we need to do is actually do if utility.freeze_contrls freeze controls, we return. That's what we have to do here instead of the player movement. So utility.freeze control, we also need to make a bool for freeze controls. So we'll go all the way back up here and we'll see for cheats and bug testing. Yep. Bot will play for you. That is pretty old code right there. Visual offset player, all of you go there. So we're gonna just put you here for now. This script has not been cleaned in a total of almost 2 years, so look away. Oh my, this is my universal script, and it's a script I am always editing like day to day, so I'm keeping it unrefined for now, since it's the case of if I clean it up, I'm going to have to clean it up a lot. So I'm leaving it for me to have, maybe you can consider it a congratulations treat, since the thing is, I like refactoring. It'll be a lot of fun to delete all the dead code and optimize this guy when the demo of the game is released. That's when I hope to clean this guy up. So I have a var on here for freeze controls. So var for freeze controls here, and we'll set it to be a bool of false. So not true by default. Bool equals false. Here we go. Freeze control bool equals false. Here we are. And then not only do we have to check it here for player, there's a few other places we're going to have to check it for. We're going to have to check it in player. We're also going to have to check it in book, and also as well the options. You know what? We'll allow it to work in the options menu. Our options menu guy, though, a few other things we're going to have to do. First off, I want to make sure that our not our options menu guide. What are we looking for? Our options menu, actually, oh, that's right. Options menu. In our options menu screen, what height are you? What height are you set to be? You're layer 1, yeah. But in the cafe, are you also layer 1? In our options menu here, your options menu screen, OPTION. And our menu managers here, game status, yep, screens here. You there? Are you set to be 1 as well? Yep. We don't want this to be set to 1 if it is the case that it goes on top. So I'm actually going to make this guy layer 2 here, and then I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to go to our dialog manager, set this guy to be layer 2 actually. Yeah, set that to be layer 2. And then set this guy, our options menu, to actually be layer 3 instead. So save this guy to be layer 3. Go back into our cafe here, reset the layer so that it's set to 3 by default. That way, the conversation goes there. And if it is the case that we're in the options menu, we don't want the player to be able to control it. So this guy will appear below the scene if you want to pause the game while this is happening. Okay, listen, I want to be kind, but what is that? I told you, Moonrider, look away. Oh boy. Oh my. We'll save this guy there. That way it just appears below. And we want to freeze the book controls as well as the player controls. So if we go back to our book guy, the book guy should already be handled. If we go into our book guy here, book scene, yep, if utility, return there. There we go. And then what we also want to do is go to our player here. So player here, player scene here, and our player scene, we want to go to the player controls. And instead of allow player movement, we just need to go to our physics process here, possibly no input likely. So if current game is spellcasting, any of these guys here, if hold, interact, any of these, nope, actually what we're going to need to do is that if utility, freeze controls, return. That's all we have to do here. And then what we can say is back in our, back in our dialog manager here, and we have our freeze control always set to true, unless we say otherwise. We go back into here now, and what we can say is that here, freeze controls equals new freeze controls. Nope. All we have to do is just say, not new freeze controls. We don't even have to do this guy here. So we can just go ahead and remove you here. And we'll say whatever the freeze control guy is. So freeze controls, so utility, utility dot, freeze controls. So freeze controls, set it equal to false here. And then we'll set it to whatever the guy is in the other area. So hopefully this will fix it. So what we can say is instead, you here, not any of you here. And we'll go ahead and do freeze control setting. Do underscore freeze underscore CONTRL. Do freeze controls. Or rather, freeze controls could also work here, since it's a utility here. So we'll set the freeze controls dependent on what this guy is here. And then I think we're good to go. We can just set this guy here, copy this guy here, and just make sure these guys also do freeze controls. Yep, that's freeze controls probably right. There we go. Okay, so now let's give this a go. I wanted to see as well for our unhandled input. We have here if it's UI right. I also want to set it for our left and right key UI right, I think, and as well as our player movement right. I think it's another one here. So if you there, or, and then I want to see about if input is actually just pressed either that one or the player movement. I'm not sure which one that is though, so we'll have to see either UI right or the player movement one here. So if I go to here, game input here. We have UI right. There's also move right, I think. Move up, yeah. Move left or move right. Here we have menu up, menu down. That's just going to be, I think, move left or move right. Underscore, I'm pretty sure. So button that move left. Yep. So let me just check here too in our guy here. Input map, we need our move. So our move guy here, move left, move right. And I also want to do here our menu down and left, as I believe that's also in one we do as well. So let's see, menu here, menu, yep, UI, menu down, menu up. All of those guys are also valid controls that you can use. So let me go ahead and go back into our control screen hub. Nope. We can go ahead and close our control screen. We're looking for a dialog manager. There's two guys we actually have to do in our speech bubble. Not only does it have to be UI, it also has to be menu, and it also has to be movement. So move. So menu here, menu right here. Yep, menu right. And I wonder, why do I have it? I guess maybe I have it not underscore. That way I can know which one's mine, which one's not. I'm not too sure. So we'll set this to be or menu right, or also to be the case if it's also move. So I think this will work if we do move here, move right here too. There we go. So either if it's UI right, menu right, or move right. We were flexible with the buttons that the player can use. So we'll set this to be here, and then we'll set this guy to be left. So we'll copy this guy here to left, copy you left, set you to left, and I'll set you as well for you here, set you to left. And then, hello, Eris. Hi, Nima. How's your vacation? I think you said you were going on a trip, right? I know you said you were packing. I'm not sure if you said that you were going there just yet, but welcome into stream. All right, who was it for? Was it you that was for the anniversary? Hold on, let me just double check here. I think it was you that said the anniversary is today for the 26th. Hold on, following since March 23rd. No, it was someone else. I forget who. Someone said that their anniversary of following is a total of today, but I can't remember who. But welcome in, welcome into stream. I hope you've been well. So we have our UI right, our menu right, our move left. All of these guys here should be left or right. So we're good to go. Let's click on play and now see if it allows us to do the thingamajiggy. So we shouldn't be able to open up the book, shouldn't be able to do anything, truth be told. Let's go ahead and go here, go back to here. We can go ahead and pause the music. That way we can listen to the game's music. And then go ahead and click on Hue here. And oh, I know why. We have to hide the UI here. Hold on. We have to hide the options menu. It was open by default. Should not be in that. Hello! I'm not sure if I read it correctly. Hello, Iris. Let me get a little bit of tea as well. Tasty. Tea has been consumed. All right, back into our levels here. Back into here. Menu good to go. Close, open, close, open. Yes, I'm going, but I am going to Croatia by car and split the journey. Hold on, you're going to Croatia by car and we split the journey into 2 days? So I'm currently after the first day of driving? Oh, how fun in Croatia. Yes, that's what it was. Well, I do hope you have a safe travel. Let's see. We want the book controls and the game controls, guys, to appear higher on the screen. So if we go back to our options menu here, and then we go to our game hint control panel here, and we need to do it so that our control screen here at the very least, let's see, Godot here, not Godot. We need to do our control screen. So control screen hub, this guy here needs to go up by more. So actually you need to be layer 3 and you need to be layer 3. There you go. Save that guy here, go back to our game here, and we'll go ahead and close you, then restart you. Hopefully they now appear in the proper hierarchy. Let's see. I click on play, the game will load. We'll click on escape here. Nope, they need to be set to the highest layer possible. So I'm actually going to go back to our control screen hub here and see if setting that guy to layer 3 at all helps. Let's then click on play and see what happens. Maybe it's 4 I have to set it to. We can always see. So I click on you there, I click on you there. Then we go and click on escape here. Yeah, okay. Try layer 4. See if that works there. I don't know if we have to close this guy, then reopen it, and then see about doing it there. I'm thinking at the very least we see 4 here and 4 here, 4 here. Click on play, and what are you doing exactly right now? Well, we are working on having the dialogue menu appear on screen, but I just realized that our options menu, okay, now they're appearing. They're not muted, they're not faded, so they are appearing properly. I wanted them to appear not faded when you're in the control settings here, but what we're looking for specifically is, we're trying to make it so that the dialogue menu will pop up, and while it's popped up, we can't use any other controls. Right now, it's not, oh, hold on, if text input is running, yep, there, if player can control progression. We also need to see if the speech bubble is active. So, we also need to do if dialogue is null, and we also also need a function, I'm guessing, for if it is active. So let's go ahead and have a var here for is active. So we'll have a var here for text between all of those guys here. We'll have also here a var for is underscore active. Is active, set it to be a bool, set it equal to false here, and then we'll set it to is active on true, and then upon doing reset, we'll also set it to be the case of is active equal to false here. So if active set to false here, as well as in our set dialog script, we'll also set our is active equal to true here. True here, and then as well, what we'll do is do upon doing unhandled input. So here, if you there, as well, what we'll say is that if is active, if not is active, also do return. So if not is active. So that should remove the other guy. Let's go ahead then and click on play here. Now with that bool set, let's see what we're doing, what we're working with here. So I'll click on play, we'll let it load, and then click on levels here, and then click on you here. Alrighty, it's no longer dead. We can open up the pages, close the pages, do all of those things there, and breathe, can do. Let me get a little bit of water,
just
and we certainly
redeemed breathe.
can. Let's see here. Water has been achieved. Alright, let's do some breathing exercises then. First, to start off, you'll want to take a deep breath in, then a deep breath out, then a deep breath in, hold it, then a deep breath out. One more time, deep breath in, hold it, and then lastly you want to do a deep breath out. There you are, don't you feel more relaxed? We'll go ahead and open this, close this guy here. We have the game's opening and closing, so this guy is good to go here. Let's then go ahead and enable our dialogue guy here. So play dialogue script. The dialogue script should be set to 1. So we'll go ahead and play it on here. You can see it now opens. And can I open the book? We can. So this guy, not good to go. For some reason, we can still open and close these guys, which means it's not being set properly. So let's see if we can figure out why there. So I'll go ahead, play the music as so you can hear it. And what we need to see about is, why is it the case that we enable it? So let's go back to here, set dialogue to be here. Freeze controls. When we do this guy, we update the text and everything. We freeze controls depending on this guy here. This guy should be set to true by default. Is it not being set to true? That's what I'm wondering. Let's just do a quick test to see. Print out, P-R-I-N-T, print out our utility.freeze controls. This should be set to true. So let's see if we do this guy here. If it's set to false, then that's an issue on our part. So let's see. Print here, click on play here. Quick little check here. Is it the case that we are getting true or false in our print? So we'll go ahead and have the music muted, do this guy here, do this guy here. We'll then go ahead and do our dialogue here, set it to be 1, and it's set to true. So since it's set to true, and freeze control is set to true, that means that we shouldn't get anything else for our movement here. Let's go back to our book. We'll go back to our book scene here. It should be if utility freeze controls equals true. Yeah, but apparently if event input, all of you guys here, yap, maybe it's the case of our hold down space, open book, possibly, maybe that's it. We have you there, we have select, deselect, we have open book. Where do we do open book at? Control Shift F, open book, possibly. Let's see. Where do we use open book at? Open book is used here. In our Game State Cafe. Here's the reason why we can't do it. So let's go ahead and go back to here very quickly, and what we can do is do super unhandled input events. So let's make sure in our super, we make sure to do this guy here. So let's grab our book, as there's another area apparently that we need to check for our unhandled events. So I'll go back to our book GD very quickly, go back to here, grab our super, and then go ahead and paste this guy here so that it also freezes the controls anywhere we're also using our game state. Now let's click on play, let's click on this guy here and see, can we get the dialogue to do the dialogue thingamajiggy? So I'll wait for this guy to open up, have this guy do his thing there, have this guy do our thing there, open, close, open, close. We'll go ahead then and spawn in our, spawn in our, where are we at? Spawn in C? No, we don't want to do spawn, I think. Actually, it's just dialogue. So if I do DIA, there we go, play dialogue. Let's play dialogue 1. There we go. Can I open up a book? I can still open up the book. What's the reason behind that guy now? Let's see. We have freeze controls. If utility.freeze controls. Yep. Oh, I think I know why. We actually have to do it in other places too. So let's click on play here. And let's go back to our book guy here. So Control Shift F. If I can do it, save it here. Control Shift F, book. here I thought it was because of a different guy. It's actually, we need to do it in a few places, which is not good. I don't want to hunt down options and controls everywhere. We've already done it 3 times now. There's another place we have to do that. So that's something I would look into fixing so that we only have to modify it in one spot, but we're checking input and everything else in a lot of different places. Maybe, for example, we could have like a global. The issue why this guy does not go off is because we check here, up there, and then we go ahead and do it again here. So we actually have to do return twice, which is this unfortunate bit. We have to do it here and here. Yeah, this is where we do open book at. So we, for now, and actually, you know what? Well, I'll add it to do here too. So we'll do here, you there, and then I'll do a hashtag to do, make UNIVR universal check for controls. So don't have to use EVERY, so don't have to use everywhere. There we are. Make universal check for controls, so don't have to use everywhere. There we are. Okay, so should do husband said, as I know, that is not a good thing to have there. So take number 400,023. Let me get some tea here. Tasty, tasty. Tea has been consumed. All right, with that said, let's go back to our levels here, go back into here, and let's go ahead now and do our dialogue. So DIAL, play dialogue 1. There we are. Can I open up a book? No longer can I open up the book. And any button that I use to go forward or backwards should also work here. If I press escape, escape should work. We should be able to exit out of things. So actually, different thing here, we don't do it in the super apparently. The super wouldn't allow us to do the options menu. So truth be told, this does make sense. Never mind. Okay, well, we can go ahead and get rid of that guy then. How lovely. So let's go back to our book here, open book. Yeah, never mind. This specifically, I don't want it to be the case that everywhere you're not allowed to freeze controls. So no, it is to remove that to do, as I do want you to be able to open up controls if you're in the conversation at the moment. I do think a pause menu is a good idea, even if dialogue is going on at the moment. So we'll go ahead and click back on you here, click back on here, open, close, escape, not escape. Let's go ahead then and spawn in, not spawn. I keep typing in spawn. Spawn's usually the one I go for. We'll play dialogue here. We'll set this to dialogue 1. Open, close, book does not open and close, but we can go ahead and click on the escape menu. It does appear properly in the ordering, which is also good. And I can use both A and D in the arrow keys to hopefully continue things. So if I do D here, I am Spooter, and it doesn't let me go back. And if I go here for right, player control, still a little bit off. So let's go ahead and fix that too. So I'll click on this guy here. And amazing work. Thank you, Raffle Knight. Thank you. So for some reason now, our player control isn't working. Shall we see why? Player controls. Yep. If utility freeze controls here, why is it the case that input here, current game state casting here, hold, interact. Yep, if not can interact, the player can't interact. So why is it the case on move and slide? Where are we doing if player can move? Hold on here. I guess it's not here that we do it at. So let's go ahead and remove that guy for now. And then let's see where it says player can move at. Player can move is used. Allow player movement here. Where are we using? Oh, wrong guy. Where do we go for our player here? Player sprite here, and I don't know what that means. We're just going to ignore our problems for now. And let's go here for allow movement. Where do we use allow movement at? If you there, or you there. Yep, or what we're also going to do here is if utility freeze controls also return here. So let's just add that here, I think, for our movement is where we need to do it at. Click on play, try again. And she did it! She got something done in only one stream! Moon Raider, hold on now! Wait, did a lot of things last time? There's many a times where I've gotten multiple things done, and then I've been at a loss to do what, and then I've been at a loss for what to do for the remainder stream. It's happened many times, I just can't list them at the moment, but you gotta believe me! Oh boy, let's go ahead and spawn the thingamajiggy on here. Oh, not spawn, I keep doing spawn, don't I? Also, you notice anything weird about the cafe? I just wanted to take a second. One of these things is not like the other, and it's bugging me. Actually, 2 things is not like the other. Oh boy, and 'tis the power of glasses ears, big brain moves. Yeah, something's wrong about the picture here, right here. Something's wrong in the cafe. Let me get a little bit of tea as that. Oh boy. Tasty. The issue is the candles. The flowers, the top left? No, it's the candles. The bottom left, this line, bottom left, and top left. Not symmetrical, yeah. The candles here. Oh boy. It's these 2 candles, that candle and that candle. Both candles. Let's see, candle, you there, top candles. Let's just go ahead and slide you over, I think. How much do we have to slide you over by? If I grab you here, let's try sliding you over to the left by, I think, like 2 pixels is what I need to move you by. So 1, 2, and back into here. No, actually, it's the other way around. Let's go back to the cafe here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Try that. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, and then the bottom candle here, we need to slide you over by like 1. There you go. Beautiful. It's perfect now. Is it? Hold on. Nope. You 2 guys are off by like 1, 2. So the candle top left, slide you over by 1. You there also slide you over by 1. Are you good now? Good. Lovely. Okay, that's important to design. And Harris, I must ask, is it that deep? It is. It's always that deep. I agree. I can't type. Indeed. It's the little things that count, especially it's a case of maybe I catch it now, right? And I don't deal with it, but maybe in the future I forget about it. And then it adds clarity. Hashtag deep. Oh boy. With that said, let's go ahead and test the system now. Escape, good to go. Open, close, good to go. Let's go ahead and do the dialogue, not spawn. Dialogue here. Then let me set this guy to 1 here. Good to go. Open, close. Can't open and close. I can press escape. Can I move? I can't move. And I can use A or D to continue. Lovely. Okay. And now the hope is that this guy will be hidden once we finish. This is the last dialogue. So once I click the next button, it should disappear and I should be able to move again. And like this right here, we'll bugger. The pink flowers align the... Hold on. The good news is that this is easy to fix. Oh boy, hold on. Very easy to fix. AX here is 199. What are you here? 199, Oh boy, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And this guy here is set to 329, and you're set to 329. There we go. You saw not a thing. Oh boy. Let me then go here. Oh, well, we found out where it breaks. Isn't that good news? So let's see. Why? Oh, right. I completely forgot to add this guy as a function or a signal. That would do it. That would certainly do it. Allow player movement. Yeah, actually, we don't need any of that. Let's go ahead and close this guy here. Where are we doing our dialogue guy at? You there, you there. Yep. Allow player movement. Don't need any of that. That's not a thing anymore. What we need to do is go to our utility here and do dialogue finish. Yeah, utility dialogue finish is the thing that we need to add as a signal. So back in our utility here, we can go to our signals, and we have a lot of different signals. We don't have a dialogue signal yet. Good catch. Yeah. It's little things that I don't even notice. It's so wild. Thank you for catching it. Let's see here. Spell casting all right. Words are nowhere land. Perfect. I like your words. SIGNAL. Space, put you there. Dialogue finish. Gonna remove this guy here. We're just going to take the dialogue name here. Put you there. Put you there. Then we can go ahead and do you here. Move that there. Okay, we should be good to go. Try all over again, Godot. I believe in you. So we save this guy. Good to go here, and we get. Let's see. Meet this guy here. And then click on you here. Click on you here. Click on you here. Then we're gonna go ahead and play the dialogue of 1. Good to go. I can't move, hopefully. Yeah, open, close book, open, close. We then do next. I am Swooter. I also have the ability to skip dialogue, which I made sure to do, so also an option. And now, when we click next, we should be able to move. It should disappear. Perfect. Lovely. Good to go. And now with that said, we need to add this to the tutorial when you open up the game. Well, what we're gonna do here is click on play for music. I'm going to make a backup since the dialogue manager is functional now. You're able to call it. So I'll go ahead and click on here and your dialogue manager callable now. DIALOGUE MANAGER. Dialogue manager CALLABLE. Dialogue manager callable. And click on play and sync. Lovely. And honestly, I'm more bothered by the shelves that are in the wall, but look like they're not supposed to be. Yeah, see, there are certain things I can be bothered by. The fact that the shelves don't look right, I'm okay with that one for now. I know that they're a little wonky. Technically, they probably should be moved down a little bit. Details, physics. For example, have you noticed the fact that you can see the top of the bookshelf, but you can't see the top of the trash can? Let that sink in. You can see all the tops of these guys here, but they're all flat. I have. Oh boy, that said, we're gonna multiple times. We'll never top that. That was a trashy joke. Oh boy, let me go ahead and immersion bucket. You could say, have we been here before? Oh my. We were going to go ahead and do trash because of trash can. Oh, take it out. Maybe a little bit. Boo. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and close these guys here. Don't need any of these guys. Good to go. They have all been dealt with. And then these just stink. Do they now? Oh boy. We'll go ahead and save these guys. Let these guys close. All of these here. And stop. Dialogue manager, options manager. We only really need to have the task screen open. This guy here. What we need to do is, upon doing our tutorial, so upon starting this task guy, we then need to say, hey, dialogue manager, do the dialogue thingamajinky. So, shouldn't be too painful to do, fingers crossed. Up here is where we do the first task. We spawn the tutorial path follower here, and then we'll also need to do utility dot dialogue play dialogue here, play dialogue. And we're going to play the dialogue of dialogue script dot name, and this should be test, I believe. Yep, test. And then by default, it should also be true. And then we just have to do this guy here dot emit like that. There we go. Okay, so hopefully, if this is done correctly, then when we do the tutorial, we should have the dialogue guy pop up by default. So let's see here. We can just go ahead and mute this guy too. Doesn't need to be audible now. So when we're in the game regularly, it does not pop up. If we go back to the main menu, then go back to our levels here, does it pop up? It does by default. I'm starting to realize though, this game is getting a little bit too big, and I'm thinking at the very least that we might have to add like a loading screen. I think that would be a good idea to do. Maybe I'll do it during the week when I get some time to, as there are areas where it's really obvious that there's a lot of freezing going on between screens. I think having a loading screen could be a lot of fun to do, especially for areas here where it needs a second to get everything together. Loading screen could be fun. Actually, you know what? Where's my pen at? Yep, gonna just do this here. Add loading screen. Add ADD LOADING, add loading SCREEN, as loading screens are made for this perfect use and hiding things that need to be spawned in, which I think is neat. So with that said, look at that, we are in the game at the moment, and it now prompts us to use our arrow keys, and this is where Gabby will have the dialogue back and forth between the spider or whoever in performance is used. No! Only when things load in initially the first time, unfortunately. We are running into a little bit of those. You can see here as well that the task follower, all these guys, that's also probably contributing to the thing. That's there for me in tutorial's sake. I probably will have a way to disable that so it's not spamming us. That spam definitely adds up to a lot of the lag. That's there for testing purposes, but since I don't need to test it, I think I have a way to disable and enable. We'll see. With that said, Gabby says hello. Spider says I'm Spooter. Gabby says meh. Spider says I am Spooter. Necrotype Cafe trademark. And I am a familiar of Gabby Necrotype. From there, we can then move, and this is where we'll be prompted to move around. Granted, again, you won't be able to see this thing, what you just saw, so the dialogue manager is going to replace that box. So that box actually isn't a thing anymore. It's for me personally to see what task is currently up at the moment. And I think I even might just make the task manager guy a different look, a different color, and sans Undertale vibes. I think it was Check who's decided. And I think as well, we might have to hide this after a few seconds, once the player moves around a little bit. I think that's a good idea. For example, maybe once the player moves, maybe we have the buttons hide after a few seconds. I think that would be a good idea, like to have a timer going on, possibly. So let's add that there too. For a timer for once the player moves, we disable or we hide. So I think that would be a good idea. That way it's not popping up on the screen the entire time. So we'll have a function, or actually let's just grab a timer first here. We'll grab it for a hint expire timer. So let's go for a timer node here, and we'll go for a hint expire timer. So let's see, hint expire. So hint, HINT-EXPIRE, hint expire, TIMER. Hint expire timer. I think we're good for setting it for like maybe 4 seconds after the player moves. I like that idea. And when we do player here, upon the player moving for the first time, if it is a tutorial, we're going to start the hit expire timer. After that, we're then going to hide our control node here. So we're going to say here, this is our control. That's pretty, right? Yeah, a control. So we'll go ahead and right click this guy here, access this unique name, and we'll set this guy to be invisible afterwards. So we can go ahead and do on ready var here. This is taking notes, button direction controls. Where are we at with all of these guys here? So we'll just add it here, hold down Alt to drag and drop it here. And then Alt and Shift, I believe, like that. There we go. And then we'll say on our hint expire timer, so on here for signals, on timer timeout, connect here, connected to the player here. We're going to hide the control. So on timer timeout, control dot hide here. And then one more thing we'll have to do is for our player movement. So back here for our physics process, upon the player moving for the first time, so you can see here, allow movement, all of these guys here. If it is the case that the player has moved, then we also want to hide the controls if need be. So we can do here, if direction, all of these guys here, move and slide. We'll go ahead and have here, if control visible, if control dot visible, we'll go ahead and do this guy here. Hint expire timer, which you don't have setting a thing of, access unique name here. We'll go ahead and do underneath our control here as well. Let's see. Control, there we go. Hint expire timer here. Oh, not those guys. I just want to grab this guy here. There we are. Hint control, also hide it as well. And then we're good to go. Also, when we show this guy up, we'll also hide it too. So by default, I'll also hide our control here. And then we'll enable it. So we can see enable player controls, button controls direction.show. We'll then also do control.show. So control.show. And actually, we already do have this. How neat is that? So we can actually just do that there by default. And then we'll go ahead and just say when the player has disabled player controls here. So we'll go ahead and do if control visible. If control visible, then we can go ahead and do start hint expire timer. So hint expire timer dot start there if it's visible. And then we'll also do here on hint timer control out, disable player controls dot, not disable player controls, hold on, that's not right. It should be disable player hint, hold on, I did that entirely wrong. Disable, player control hint, that needs to be hint. Find you here. What do you do cafe at player dot disable player controls hint. That's what it needs to be. So we'll do underscore hint here. Very important that it says hint. Otherwise, you might think it's something else entirely. And then we have here for hint. And then we need to do here control shift F and find it everywhere else. And we also do it here for dot hint. So dot hint or underscore hint. Otherwise, we can go ahead and hide it. So if not, level data is tutorial. We'll also make sure to hide it. So we can just do here and do enable, disable here. So disable. So disable, there we go. And back to where we were for our player here. And it's going to be disable player control underscore hint. Very important that it's hint. And this should be good. We have show, hide. This guy should be hide here. And then that guy for disable should be good to go as well. So the guy will have the timer disable player's controls dot, or not dot, it's a function. So it needs to be this guy here and it needs to be underscore hint. There we go. And that should be good to go. And our hint timer goes for a total of 4 seconds. I think 3 seconds maybe is a little bit better. And the hope behind this is that it doesn't appear on the screen the entire time. I do kind of like the idea of having the, what is it called? It would be fun to have a UI pop up if you go near a character, for example. Or we could have it be the case that you can interact with stuff that's very Undertale, but I do like the fact that you can look around and interact with things. Maybe like a different button, but that's entirely too Undertale, and I won't do that. We're all good. Also, I need to go to the tutorial, so back to here. So, the idea is that when we move, it's going to start the timer. Right now, we can't move, so it shouldn't have the timer shouldn't be going, only when we move. So we're in the words, we're in the conversation, and then now, after this guy here, when we're able to move, the player's moving, this guy's doing all of these things, and then it should disable in a few seconds after 3 entire seconds. 3 seconds is a really long time, unless it's not being disabled at the moment. That could also be a thing too, but it's not been disabled, so I don't know if this is going. Oh, one shot. One shot is important too. And why is this guy not doing the thing it needs to do? Let's see. On you there, on you there, on you there. Yeah, why aren't you getting started? We can definitely do like a thing to say, hey, are you actually starting or not? That is a thing we can do. So what I'm wondering is, as well as we do this guy here, if body equals current entity, blank blank husband, blank blank. Yeah, all of that there. Painful. What we can't say is, we can always just toggle it off for path follower, but I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this all good to go. So I want to do back to player here, and for our hint expire time, that's what I'm concerned about. So in our input guy here, this is going to be for that guy there, for our physics process here. Okay. So if you're visible, hint expire timer dot start. If you're visible and if the player is able to move. For some reason, this timer didn't start, so I'm wondering why. One shot is true. We do timer.start, and upon the timer timeout, it should go to here. So I'm actually going to do here is do print timeout. There we go. And just double checking here for our disable, we do hide the controls, or we should at the very least. So let's see, button direction controls dot hide, and that shows it there. Okay, let's click on play here and see what we got. It should now say hide as soon as the timer is up. Actually, truth be told, we could always just also make the timer shorter. So let's go here. Timer starts. Timer should very quickly finish in just a second here. We get timer does not start. Interesting one here. Okay, well then, what we can say is yeah, it never gets there. Okay, well, if timeout's not our issue, if it never gets started, let's go ahead and go to now where we started at. So if we go back to our physics process here, we get that there, input, that there. What I'm wondering is back to here, most likely. And if control visible, yeah, the control should also show up. I want to print out here a timeout to just make sure we are actually doing it, and hit timer expire.start. So if it is starting properly, then something else is the issue, and I'm not quite sure what exactly. So we'll go here, go to our tutorial here, go through all of these guys here, and then we'll go through here. Timeout is printing a lot. Ooh, interesting. So if you there, visible, and timer, hint expire timer, a dot, is running, well, how can you say it? Is stopped, yeah, okay. How about that? And if we click on play now, possibly, maybe the issue was it was starting over and over and over again, so it never had time to expire because it was always being restarted. So now if we go back into here, we go through all of these things here, and after 3 seconds, like a good solid 3 seconds here, it does disappear. Okay, lovely. In that case, we're good to go here now. And what we can say is for our hint timer, I'm actually going to make it 2 seconds. I think 2 seconds is a little bit nicer. It's not too long on your screen, and I think it is enough time for Gabby to get to the desk if the player knows what they're doing. Let's see. I move this guy here, use this guy here, and we're here. We go ahead and skip all of this here. So if I skip, and we see the arrow keys I might animate, I'm not too sure yet. But now we're moving around. We know that we can move around, and they'll hide. I like that. I think that works. We can even do 1.5 seconds, truth be told, but I think it gives enough time. And actually, if I were speed running this, could I get to the desk by the time the timer goes out if I were to go directly there? Directly here? Yeah, you could. So we're actually going to do maybe 1 second instead. And let's see how that works. I think I can just reset it here instead. And then go back here. We remove all these guys here. After this moves around, you'll be able to see it for a little bit, and then timer up. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. We might have to add outlines or something else so that the controls are a little bit easier to see, but that works. So we've added the player controls. We've also added the conversation and dialogue. So I think it's safe to say that we have the add dialogue scenes at the very start, and now we'll be able to add any other dialogue scenes anywhere else. So I'll go ahead and do here, squiggly line. Hold on, I can just do this guy here, I believe, and then do squiggly line done on here, space, and do that guy there. Lovely. So now we need to make the bookshelf quest. How great. So I'll go and save this guy here, save this guy here. And then what we need to do is the fact that when we are here, so let's just go through this, go through the mind of the player, hopefully. The hope is that it's going to be the case of you here. Oh, right, before I forget to, let me make it so that our task screen here is lower on the visibility. So layer here needs to be set to like 0. Can 0 work? 0 fine? 0's okay? I think so. And let's see, by default, yeah, okay. I think 0 can work. I think 0 is possible. We'll see. But my hope is to make it so that the task screen goes underneath everything else. So if we go back to here, layer does seem to work for 0, but you'll do the dialogue here. You'll do all of these things here. And then we'll go to here. You'll hold down Q, so hold Q to start spellcasting. We'll then go down here. Yep, okay, it's hidden now. Then the player will have to do calibration. We'll have the thing say and the spider do all its dance moves to jump and everything. And once that's good to go, now you can actually see the retry and reset, which is nice. However, I can't click on this guy. Why is that? Let's go to our 2D input. We should then be able to, I think, click on this guy here, click on this guy here. Yep, we're doing Panku here, so Panku hide you here. What are we seeing for here? Our kitchen cover. Are you actually doing a mouse pause here? Mouse, mouse mode, mouse, M-O-U-S-E. Mouse is set to ignore, so that shouldn't be it. If I click on you here, we have kitchen cover, dialog space top, you're also ignore. VBox parent, you're also ignore. Button calibration grouped. Your stop, let's set you to ignore there. Let's then see about viewing you here grouped. You also should be set to pass or ignore. One of the cases, this guy here set to group pass, good to go. You here grouped, stop, gonna set you to ignore here, there we go. And then set you to be the case of you can be there then, I think, stop, set you to ignore as well. And I think this is good to go. You should be good to go. And if I click back to 2D input, can I hover over it? No, I can't. Why can't I hover over you? We have here our panel container. You are set to stop, so I can ignore you here possibly. Our margin container also pass. Our center container also pass. Our task label stop as well, so let's go ahead and do ignore here. And then our cafe background. We have our color rectangle here as well as ignore. So can I click on the button now? No, it won't let me click on the button. Why is that? Yeah, you're set to ignore. So who else is controlling it? There's like a little thing that pops up that I can click on to see. Dialog space boxer. We have you there, ignore, pass. Maybe I'll just do pass. Maybe that's better. We set these all to pass. What does ignore do again? Hold on. Ignore, let's see. Mouse filter of, it doesn't tell me for ignore. Does it? Oh, the control will not receive any mouse movement inputs. More mouse inputs. The control also may receive mouse entered accuracy signals. This will not block other controls from receiving. Ignore events will not be handled automatically. If a child has mouse filter pass and an event is passed to this control, the event will further. Okay, so yeah, ignore is fine. So we click on this guy here. Kitchen cover is set to ignore. Dialog space is set to ignore. VBox parent is set to pass. That's good to go. This guy here is set to ignore. You're set to ignore. You're set to pass. You're set to ignore. You're set to ignore. You're set to ignore as well. You're set to ignore. You're set to ignore. Yep, okay. You're ignore. You're ignore here. You're ignore here. You're ignore. Hold on. Here. And you're also ignore here. You're pass. There we go. So you to be here. I think all is good to go on UI. See, this is why I don't like UI. Speaking of UI master. Oh no, I could never be. If the less I like, okay. If any of you have seen the excuse me, there's like a video where it's like the UI designer versus the UI programmer. The UI designer gets to make all the pretty images and they're just singing along, and then you get to the UI programmer who actually has to do the thing that the UI person designed, and it's hard keyboard tapping. It's so good. Let's click on this guy here. Ad breaks, I know that they're about to go off, and yeah. Oh boy. Let's go here. All these guys here. Yep, go to here. Hold down Q for all this guy here. Skip all of you guys here. Am I good to actually press the buttons now? No, buttons can't be pressed. Pain, I tell you, pain. Okay, well, let me get that, and then we'll see if we can figure out the UI guy. So, ad breaks while I'm drinking on the thing, and if you do happen to get an ad, don't worry, you won't miss a thing. And if it happens to kids, yeah, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna stretch, I'm gonna get some tea, so we'll be back in just a little bit. Thank you all for sticking around with the ads. So I click on that guy there, let it do its thing, and then let me get some tea. Oh, actually, I don't have a lot of tea left, unfortunately. Tasty indeedy. What I want to see, I'm guessing, is we want to make sure that the UI already works on things already. That's a lot of words. Already works on things already. Yep, that was a loop. That was an entire loop of words that didn't need to be or didn't need to happen. What I'm curious to see is it something else that I'm getting an error? Is it somewhere else? There we are. Is it somewhere else I'm getting an error at? Or is it just my imagination? It can always just be my imagination, truth be told. So I'm wondering, is it a case of the UI being the box incorrectly, or is it something else on top of the box that is covering everything up? I don't think it's the box. We can double check with the box by going to the main menu and think about that. So we'll go to the main menu and then we'll check here again. But the good news is that we're making progress, which is always super duper neat. So let's see. From here, we're going to want to have another speech bubble pop up. So upon clicking on to continue, this is when the next quest starts. So we'll want to have another game start, and we need to have the next quest. And actually, you know what? Technically speaking, we can kind of map out the quest and then go from there to see which are done and which aren't done. That is always an option as well. So we'll do that. Yeah, I think next step, after we figure out why this isn't working, we'll go through our task screen and add our move to desk, complete calibration. Then this guy here is going to be to go to open bookshelf. That's the next task. Yeah. Next task is going to be open bookshelf. Next task is going to be open book. The next task is going to be to make spell. Things like that. And I think as well, what we can do is have the spider say, hey, Gabby, if you're confused, come to me and do things like that. I like that idea too. So we can have the spider do a special interaction if you need to do things. And I think as well, we're probably going to have to do that now. Have the idea of the spider being interactable and having a dialogue pop up, and depending on the current progress of the tutorial. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. We'll do that. And it would be nice to be able to automatically print which control is eating clicks. Yeah, I don't think I can. Or at least, I don't know, Godot-wise. I know that you can see it in the UI when it pops up. Because of the way OBS is, I'm unable to show it unless I show the entire screen. And if I show the entire screen, you'll see things pop up. And that's not good. So at the moment, at the very least, it is this way where I can see it, unfortunately, but you can't see it. But I can show you what I do see. If I do, hold on, this guy here, does that work? Hold on, that there, UI input here. And I click on this guy, and if I were to do a mode for, not mode, delay here, 2 seconds, there we go, do a new guy here, click on that guy here. I can show you what I see. If I grab this guy here, do this like here, when I click it, you can't see it, but when I click it, what I see is, this guy here, I see an entire screen selection screen that looks like this. This is what I see when I click it. You can't see it, but that's the menu that pops up. So I do get a good thing. It's just order of operation, and I'm not sure what is what. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. I hope you've all been well. So we actually have another new side quest that I didn't realize that we're going to need to do, but we're going to make it so we need to make it so that the spider has a little bit of dialogue when you press and go near it. So for example, here we have the spider guy, and I want to have some certain things happen when you interact with the spider. And we'll put the spider on the table, and I want the spider to give hints or things of that nature if Gabby has any issues. I think that would be a fun idea to have and a fun thing to do too. So the spider will be a big old sprite, and it already is, I think. Oh no, it's not an entity. So we'll make the spider an entity do all of that. I don't think we'll be able to do that today since we only have an hour left. So we'll ignore that for now. But I would love it if the spider could also be a hint guy. So if you go up to the spider and press the buttons, it'll say like, hey, Gabby, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I think that'll be nice. So we'll go ahead and go back to you here. And what I wanted to see about was first going to our main menu and seeing if the calibration is broken there. If it's broken there, then it's a calibration screen issue. If it's only, if it's only broken in the cafe, then that means it's a cafe issue. So calibration here, we get all of these guys here. We can go and spam all of this here, and we get you here, reset, retry. So I think, yeah, it's probably a cafe issue somewhere in the tutorial. So if we click on you here, click on you here, all of these guys here, we go then to you here, close on you here, click on you here, start up all this guy here. For some reason, this calibration has ended in retry. If we go into our remote guy here, can we possibly see what the issue is? If I click on you here, click on you here. We have our kitchen cover, which is not a thing. We have our dialogue parent. Maybe if we go for our calibration screen, so if I do CALIBRA, calibration screen, there's managers here, game state manager screen, calibration screen, task screen, spellcasting screen, maybe it's this guy here? Yeah, it's this guy here, which is our calibration screen. Members, nodes, constants, layer, transform. What if we make the layer like layer 2? Does that at all fix it? I don't know. If I click on layer 2 and make you layer 2, that doesn't fix it at all, unfortunately. But for some reason, our buttons aren't buttoning properly. And I just want to make sure our calibration panel here should do mouse, so M-O-U-S-E. Mouse should be a pass. That's definitely true. And then this guy here should also be pass. And that's that there. And then we have you here, VBox container. All these guys here should also be pass. So, you know what? Let's just make sure pass. Pass here. Make sure you're pass here. Let's make sure you're pass here. And what Godot version are you on? The latest version, which would be 4.7.1. Let me click on you here, pass. And let me click on you here, pass. We go back into you here, go back into our click button here. We still can't click it, unfortunately. How odd. Okay. Why is that? for Y is the reason. We have our, and it was working before, or maybe it wasn't, and I'm just delusional. That's also an option. Oh boy, I'm wondering, at least for a dialogue manager guy, these are all pass, so that's good to go. I guess maybe we could see about, we can't remove our dialogue manager. Why don't we just set all of these to pass and then see about that? Pass, we have you here for pass. I'll set them to pass just in case. Pass, we have you here set to pass. I wish it were pass by default. That would be nice instead of stop by default. Pass by default would be nice. So let's see, we have pass here, you here, pass. You here have, yeah, pass, pass, pass. You should be pass here, then you should be pass here, you're ignore. They were all ignore before, but I'm going to try making them pass and see how, if that at all fixes the issue. So we have pass here, you're not actually a thing. You're also not a thing, I think, as well. Yep, you should be now pass. We have you as pass, which will be pass in a bit. We'll set you to be pass, and then we'll set you to be pass here. So pass, 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 pass. That's stop. Maybe, possibly. Stop there. Pass, ignore, pass. Yep, we have stop here, another stop, pass. We have then you here, stop, another pass. Then we have you here, ignore, we'll set you to pass. We have pass, no, not yet. Pass for you here, and then pass for you here. Pass, okay. Maybe it was the thing of I was setting only that instance of it. So I remember I had to set some stops to pass or ignore earlier, but I'm thinking maybe I only set it for that version of it when I opened the game. When I closed it, it reset it back to default. So now that we have all of this going and we click on you here, we move back to here. Is it the case that we'll be able to use the buttons now? Fingers crossed. We go ahead and expand all these guys. No, can't use the button still. What a shame. Okay, well, let's see. We click on you here first. We get ignore. So we have this guy here I'm clicking on, and it's getting back in our remote here. We get the thank you guy, so I'll hide you. Click on you again. Next up is the kitchen cover. Click on you again. Next up is the, hold on, retry button still not working. So next up guy here is our dialogue manager. If I hide our dialogue manager, does that fix it? Dialogue manager was the issue. So it's something to do with our dialogue manager that's causing it to be angry. We have you here, dialogue manager. I don't know why it would be angry though. Our transform focus viewpoint here. I guess something that can be done is at the very least, actually I don't know. Hold on, mouse here is set to pass, yeah. Apparently there's something like do I get hovered control? Maybe you could try making a little helper thingy. But to be honest, I'm not sure how it works exactly. I believe what that button does already, that's what the button does already. Like what you saw before, where if I click it, it automatically takes me to the current control. It seems to be a case of the dialogue manager itself. And something I'm thinking of doing is maybe if we just remove this guy here, delete you for a moment, save you. If I were to then go to a new version of it, so our dialogue manager scene here and drag and drop you here, let's see if that at all fixes it. If I click on play now, possibly. By saving those versions of it, it might now update itself, possibly. If I click on you here, we go forward, all up here, then we hold down Q, do all of these guys here. We spam space by a lot. No, okay. But what I was saying before, Nima, is that the fact I can go to, if I click on remote here, I can then click on 2D, and if I click on you here, it'll automatically, you can see over here, take me to what I'm clicking on. So it took me to PaintQ console. So then I hide PaintQ console. Now it took me to kitchen cover. Why is it taking me to kitchen cover? I don't know. If we go ahead and do here mouse, we should be able to see it says ignore. So if I then hide our kitchen cover, for example, here, we click on it again, and now it takes us to the dialogue manager. And if I hide the, let's see, just double checking here. Yep, I can't click it. But if I hide our dialogue manager here, then all of a sudden, yeah, can click it. So it makes me wonder, why is that the thing it's doing at the moment? And my guess is that it has something to do with the fact that it's a canvas. So can we make this not a canvas? Is that possible? If we go back to our dialogue manager here, and we were to change this back to change type to be, for example, here, control node, maybe, possibly. Maybe we can make it yes, the age-old programmer question. Why? Why? Let's see here. In our control guy, there are a few control guys. I just wish there was like a screen one specifically. There's like panel here. There's other guys. So I did control, and you can see as soon as I hit it to control, it goes to that part of the screen, which is not what I wanted. And then we have this guy here. So is it just a matter of we have to move it all the way up again? That's not what I wanted at all. If we make you go full screen here. Oh, okay, well, it's full screen there. Good, good. back to the cafe then. It seems to be the case. If we delete you here, delete you there, dialog manager, we make sure that you are set to a control node, so ONTROL, control node here. We also set you to be pass instead, so pass for that guy there. Back into our cafe, we save this guy here, and our dialog manager, we'll go ahead and delete you here, grab a new dialog manager just in case, grab dialog manager here. We reset your position, so dialog manager position gets set to you, anchors, yep, transform, reset position, should be here instead. And anchors is set to full, but it's not going to the bottom of the screen. That was my issue, is that for some reason, I have to move it, and I don't want to move it is the thing. I want it to automatically, maybe if we make it a child of the center, like if we do center here, and we do center container here, and then maybe if we do, hold on, like that there, and then we set it to be a child of you there. No, that didn't do it. That didn't do it at all. Expand, expand. Nope, if we set the center to them be the bottom of the screen, center of the screen, nope, it thinks that this is the screen. This area here is the screen, when really, well, actually, you know what? Hold on. If we do set it to be that there, and then this guy goes here, I am curious to see what happens if we click on play. Do you think it's actually going to be off screen, or what's going to happen specifically, do you think? If I click on play here, we click on play here, I'm just curious to see. If we go into the tutorial, we go into you here, go into you here, yeah, okay, it's not on screen. It's over here, way off screen. We want it to appear on screen, which is why I really liked the canvas layer. But the canvas layer doesn't seem to want to do canvas layer things, which is my issue at the moment. Process mode set to always. My question then becomes, if there's a way to set it to be mouse ignore for a canvas layer. I think we've been down this road before, and I didn't like it. Godot for ignore CANVS, canvas layer mouse input. And is the canvas layer set up properly? I don't see any mouse input here. And to make a canvas layer filter property inside the nodes, because canvas layer does not filter it properly. Apparently the canvas layer thing doesn't even matter, but I'm not sure the issue. This guy here, I set to canvas layer to make sure that it appeared on screen properly and when you're moving around on screen. That's why I set it to canvas layer. But for some reason, it's tricky. Okay. We'll go back to the canvas layer then, because I just like my canvas layer. And we'll do you here, set you to be canvas layer instead. So canvas layer, back to what you were, canvas layer here, there you go. Save that guy here. And I thought it was possibly anywhere here, but it's not. All of these guys also, mouse does not at all grab it. You can see there, mouse and input. Not grabbed, not yoinked. So my question then becomes, why is it grabbing things still? We save this guy here. Maybe we can click on it and see then why it's grabbing it and yoinking it. We could always try and see and expand the click the filter drop down from stop to ignore, and repeat this for any other child nodes inside the layer, blocking clicks underneath it. Okay, so it's saying ignore on here instead of stop is the one I want to go for instead. So I guess we're gonna try and see. Pass, ignore, and can I just go like an arrow down key? No, I can't. Unfortunate. Okay, well that's fine. Ignore, let's set you to be ignore, let's set you to be ignore, Mouse, just type in mouse here to make this easier. Mouse set to be ignore, mouse set to be ignore, mouse set to be ignore here. Set mouse to be ignore here, set you to be ignore here as well. Set you to be ignore on here, set you to be ignore on here, there we go. Set you to be ignore on here, ignore, set you to be ignore on here. Ignore, 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 ignore. Let's see. Ignore here, You guys don't need to be ignore, Then we go here, and then let's see about doing ignore here. And then we have this guy here, which is also going to be ignore. And then we have a little bit of these guys. You're also going to be ignore. You don't get special treatment. So we'll make you ignore. Then we'll make you ignore. You also get a little bit of ignore. You also get a little bit of ignore. You also get a little bit of an ignore. That's not ignore. Ignore. There you go. Also, you here can get an ignore there. And you can also get an ignore here. Hopefully, maybe that'll fix it. So we'll click on save here. Click on play here, and let's give it a go and see. A good old Godot. Let's see here. As I click onto you here, we click onto you here, click onto you here. Skip. Go to here, go there, hold down Q, and then what we should be able to see is space. And you know what? I'm just not going to question things anymore. It's working, so you know what? Sure. wait, hold on. I think I know why it's working. No, our dialogue manager is functional. Hold on. Why is it working? Oh no, I don't know. All right, gotta go to sleep. No worries at all, Nima, no worries at all. Because tomorrow I gotta wake up. Whew, 5 a.m. I can't even wake up past 11 or before 11 a.m. I do hope you get some well-deserved rest. Rest well, Nima, rest well. I do hope you have a lovely and safe travels and a great trip. Ignore, skip all of you guys here. We then go to this guy here. We hold down Q. We then get into this screen here, and it lets us do all of this guy here. So you know what? Actually, I'm not going to look like a horse in the mouth. We're just going to keep it and save it and make it back up here. Dialogue screen, dialogue working, dialogue, dialogue screen, screen, no longer blocks, dialogue screen no longer blocks, settings, let's see, config, no, a dialogue screen no longer blocks, calibration, calibration, setting, oh, hold on, setting, yes. Dialogue screen no longer blocks calibration settings. Commit and push. Lovely. Thank you. Good luck with figuring out why it works. Half the time, I just decide, you know what? It works. I won't question it because if you start asking questions, it won't like you asking questions. And then it'll decide itself, you know what? You want to ask so many questions? Go do it yourself. Oh my. Well, good news is that we have it working now. And now what I was talking about earlier is that I think adding all the task system here first would be a good idea to do. So step 1, we want the player to move to the desk. Step 2, we want the player to complete calibration. Step 3, we want the player to open the bookshelf. So open, open, bookshelf. Open the bookshelf. Once they open the bookshelf, we then want them to open the book. open, open the book. Once they open the book, we want then the player to be able to so move to desk, complete the calibration, open the bookshelf, open the book, and then we want them to be able to make spells, possibly, yeah, make spell, probably, spellcaster, make correct, add correct ingredients, there we are, add ingredient, add correct ingredients. And then this is where I'm not too sure about, because if we add all of the correct ingredients, I think possibly we just have the dialogue go immediately to, yeah, I think it's fine. Add correct ingredients. Once the player adds all the ingredients, then we're going to need them to throw away the ingredients. So THOR, throw away, ingredient. We want them to throw away the ingredient and then throw away ingredient and then complete spell. Throw away ingredient. Throw away ingredient. Yeah, and then and COMPLETE, complete spell. There we are. Throw away the ingredient and complete the spell. Once the spell's completed, then what we're going to want the player to do is saved dish for later. There we are. Save dish for later. These are the things that are happening currently in the tutorial. Right now, move to desk, done. Complete calibration, done. Now we need to open bookshelf, open book, add correct ingredients, and throw away ingredient and complete the dish. So let's go ahead and let's go back to our task screen here. Actually, no, not our task screen. Let's go to here. All these guys, yeah, these are definitely important, but open book, hold on, open book. Is this already a guy we're using here? Yeah, we have player open book for the first time as a signal, but that doesn't actually happen. So that's good news. What will have happen then is, well, we actually just have to go through these first. Let's start off there. Let's make these save dish for later empty, since it's not a thing we need at the moment. So action, we're going to set this to none, and we're going to also do previous task as none. And we'll save that to be there. And I should have redone the names like this instead. So actually I'm going to do duplicate, probably like that there. Copy here, paste that to be there. And then we're going to do delete. Yep, delete that guy here. And then we're going to do, oh, hold on. Then we're going to do select all, copy. Then it's going to do this guy here, save as that there. And then we're going to delete here, yep. And then we're going to do copy here, paste this guy to be here, and then delete this guy here. And then one more I believe we're going to have to do is do our open bookshelf. So copy you here, paste you here, and then delete this guy here. So save, oh no, we actually need one more. No, we're good. So open bookshelf, save dish for later. So complete calibration, open bookshelf. We then have open book here. We have add correct ingredients. We also then have to throw away complete the spell too, so we can go and run with that there. And then save dish for later. And they're all not linked up, so the hope is that we'll be able to link these up by one, is the hope, fingers crossed. So, that said, let me go ahead and set up a little bit more, get a little bit more watch here, and then we can see what we're working with. So water time. Water has been properly consumed. So let's go ahead then and save this guy here. And now we have move to desk, which is entered kitchen. We have complete calibration, which is complete calibration. Now we're going to need to have the action as opened bookshelf. So open bookshelf. We don't have that as an action already. So let's go ahead and add that in. So let's see here, open, O-P-E-N-E-D, opened underscore B-O-O-K-S-H-E-L-F as a new action. And we'll have this as action open bookshelf, which is now an action added up here. And what we're going to do here is we need the player to interact with the bookshelf. So let's see. I go to the bookshelf and interact with it, and I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T, interact with it. It's using the, and this is where we use I-N-T-E-R-A-C-T, interact, blank, and interact key. This again is just for me to debug. The player won't see this. I'll see it. This is just to make sure I understand what's going on. So then in our complete calibration, we make the next task our open bookshelf here. And we make our open bookshelf here our complete calibration. So they're getting linked between previous and next task. So what we'll do then here is open bookshelf. Save this to be here. We'll then go into our bookshelf. So bookshelf here, bookshelf scene here. And what we need to do is for our bookshelf guy here, if this is the selected bookshelf that we want to do for open bookshelf type, we want the player to open up the specific bookshelf. In our case, the bookshelf to open up is going to be, I believe, our flavor bookshelf. So if it is a flavor bookshelf and it is the first time that the player is opening it up, then we can go ahead and send the signal. So we'll go to our bookshelf here, and we have a function for input, interact, open. On our open here too, what we're going to say is upon doing open, if utility dot game level, game, or let's see, current game, no, it's going to be cookbook actually. If cookbook, oh, hold on. If cookbook dot game or level, let's see, level here, who owns the level? Is it cafe dot level? If cafe dot level, oh, utility dot cafe, hold on, utility dot cafe dot level here, level data dot tutorial is tutorial. So if it is a tutorial, and it is the fact that we are using and the type is, so let's see, and the current type is typist, T-Y-P-E, type, current type, so let's see, current type, current item, no, we don't want current item, we want type. So, and the type, so let's see, and type equals, and then we do advanced items, advanced sprite here, as I check here, yep, advanced sprite, so ADVANs, advanced sprite dot type, and we're going to set this equal to being flavor, since this is what we want, flavor, then we're going to go ahead and do if you and you and you, and you and you, so there's also one more we have to do, and it's you and you, and first time open, O-P-E-N-T, open, B-O-O-K-S-H-E-L-F, and first time open bookshelf, then we can go ahead and do things. I'm also going to put this down here for a quick second and comment this out. And we also need to make this a bool. So we'll go ahead and go back up here, and then we'll make a var here. So that's the var for player and area. We'll also make a var here for first time in bookshelf, bool equal to false. So true, there we go. We'll set it to true actually. And once it's set to true here, then we'll also make sure that this guy here is set to false. So no longer are we first time open bookshelf. We'll then go ahead and do utility dot here. So utility dot, and this is where we'll do our task screen at. So player opened bookshelf for first time dot emit, like that. Player opened, it's not going to be player open book, it's actually going to be player open bookshelf for first time. So bookshelf for first time. We'll copy this guy here. Then what we'll go ahead and do is do back to our bookshelf here, and then we'll just say, hey, player opened the bookshelf for the first time dot emit. Once the player opens the bookshelf, we then just have to wait for them to exit out of the bookshelf. And upon exiting out of the bookshelf, this is where things kind of change. So elif action just pressed. We then have to do another thing here. So upon doing close emit, if it is the case that the, how can we do this actually? Player first time open bookshelf. Let's also do, I think, maybe player closed bookshelf, or either first time open bookshelf. Yeah, okay. So we'll do open bookshelf here. Also first time closed bookshelf. So CLOSED closed bookshelf. And if first time closed bookshelf, so we can do here, if player first time closed bookshelf, we'll go ahead and set this guy to equal to false. And then we'll also do here player closed bookshelf for first time. So player open as well as player closed. So player open and player closed, CLOSED, because these kind of do two things for getting us to the next guy. And I'm wondering at the very least when to do what. So we'll go ahead and copy this guy here, player open bookshelf for the first time, player open bookshelf for the first time. And we'll also make this guy here closed. So CLOSED, closed bookshelf. And we'll go ahead and save this guy here. So these are signals that'll go out when they're ready to. And on our bookshelf here, I believe that's everything we need to do. These guys will emit, they'll do their own thing. So now we have to go back to our task screen here. In our task screen, we have our first task here. And we'll go ahead as well and do function for start tutorial, move to desk task. Start, move to desk task. Start, move to desk task. We'll make this into a void just so we can keep track of everything. Start, move to desk task. So we'll go ahead and do initialize, and we'll set this to be here. Start, move to desk task. And set this to be the function in our initialize. So that'll go here instead, like that, to make it a little bit easier to understand what's going on. So once we finish our start, move to desk task, we then have here our player reach target, all these guys here. That should be fine. That should be good to go, I believe. Yep. So upon reaching our task, we go to our next task, which is going to be complete calibration. And then we have to do like on calibration completed. So this is our next task we can actually do here. So instead we can do actually that guy here. And then we'll do this guy here. So function on calibration completed, we go to the next task. And what I'm thinking here at least is we change to update to next task. So we'll do a function here. Func for update UPTADE update to _next _task, update to next task, I'm thinking. Then we'll do a void here, and we'll set the current task equal to whatever the task next is. So we'll do here current task equals current task dot next task, something like that. So do here current task equals current task dot next task. And then let's see, on calibration completed. Yeah, on calibration completed, we do this guy here. And what I'm wondering at the very least is when do we actually change to the next task? For example, where do we update to next task? So where do we update screen at? We update screen here and update task screen. And we also do it here for player reach target. Player reach target and spoke back casting button pressed. So I think upon doing here is where we do the player reach target at. And if not, target arrow is active, all of these guys here, I think that's good to go. And then we do player action renewed, yep. And then they do turn task, next task. So we'll also do here to do update task, update screen to current task. Yep, and I think this is fine if we just do, let's see, update screen. And update screen is done. And hi, fix it, Freb. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Hello. We have update screen here, and update task to next screen. Where do we use this guy at? Control Shift F. We use you in two different areas. We use it in our book task where we do it here. So check status, and we do this. Let's see. Up. We do it there already, so we're good to go there. We do it here in our task screen, and we do it here in our utility. Yeah. And then we have update task screen, task to update task. We have also on task completed, as well as on task activated, or task activated blank and blank. So there's a few different ways we can get the tasks to talk back and forth between each other. We don't have to do these much though. That's the good news at least. You can see here it says to emit when tasks are done for the customers. We don't have to touch that right now. That's not today. We're only doing the cafe. And hoi. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. We also have here our utility for our task activated, these guys here, as well as our book task activated .emit. So I think for now we're okay and good to go. I'm just wondering here, at least for our task, if, oh, never mind, we have task activate. There we are, utility.current task and task activate. How lovely. All right, and task activated emit.self. So what I'm guessing is what we have to do is do. Here it says update tasks to next task. We're then going to have to do this guy here. We then say current task equals dot activate, ACTI, activate here. And then we can say update screen to current task. That's my guess on what we can do. Update task to current task here. Something like that there, and update to next task on calibration completed. We would update to next task. I think possibly is how we have to do this guy here. We'll see. We have our open bookshelf on here and that guy here. So let's see. We're looking for, when we click on play, and hi cutie pie, welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. I hope you've been well. We have here at the end. So what we're hoping for is after we complete our calibration, we wanted to say go to the bookshelf and interact with it. That's what we're hoping to see. Let's see if we actually see that. I'm not too sure if it's actually going to work or not, so let's try it, shall we? We go into here, we go into here. We go ahead and skip. Oh, skip is this button here, actually. And then we go back here, we go to here, hold down calibration. Now we spam the skip button for here, all of this guy here. Now we click on continue. This is where we're expecting to see the bookshelf task. We see? Not the bookshelf task. It just says calibration done, which is not what we're looking to see. Not what we're looking to see at all. Upon calibration being done, on calibration complete. Where are we using this guy at? Let's see, spellcasting continue button pressed, on calibration button complete. Yeah, if current task action is task action completed calibration, we go ahead and do enable tutorial overwrite to this guy, and then we update to next task. So I'm wondering, are we actually getting here? Let me click on play, and then let's see. If I click on you there, click on you there, what do we get? What do we get? We get you here, levels here, you here. Go for next. Well, those guys there. Hold down Q for you there. Then go ahead and hold on space. All of these guys here. We do continue, and we get no. We don't go into that function. Interesting. Here I thought we would. Okay, well, let's go ahead and see why. Spellcasting continue button pressed. Where do we use you at? The tutorial on itch humbled my typing skills. Well, lucky for you, the typing the tutorial portion is going to be coded to be easier. It wasn't meant to be hard. My game is not meant to be OC level difficulty, but I also don't want it granny difficulty. I want it to be moderate. It's possible. It's doable, but oh boy. Set player interactability calibration done. Rainbow colored. Yeah, all of these guys good to go. We can go and do that. And the Dark Souls of typing. That's not what I'm going for. Oh boy, that's a bad thing. Not what we're hoping to do. I like games that are stressful, yes, but I also want games that are enjoyable and fun. That's important too. My guess is that this current task.action isn't getting set. So if we do here and do control fine, where are we using the current task.action? Yeah. Okay. So what we actually have to do is do update to next task here and do that for here. And we're actually going to do I think that'll work now, possibly, if we do this guy here. I think this is what we have to do instead. So if I click on play now, possibly we'll get what we're looking for. So if I click on you here, click on you here, we go back to you here, click back on you here, continue, all of these guys here, we go to over here, hold it here, hold down the Q button here, hold on the space for calibration, click on continue, we get, aha! Where do we get? What do we get? Where are we at? Okay, we are entering this function now. And then if we click skip, it does not update our task guy. So the good news is that we're now in here at the very least. And if current task action is task action calibrated completed, we should be able to, I think, go to our... Oh, I kind of messed up, didn't I? Hold on, let me click on play. I wanted to see the breakpoint and see where we go from there. So I click on play here, click on you here, and we get levels here. We go for you here. We go ahead and skip, and go back to here. Hold down Q for here. La. Spam all of this. Good to go. What I wanted to see was our current task. Our current task.action is set to be entered kitchen, which is not the case. We need to see if it's entered kitchen. Yeah, current task. Where are we doing entered kitchen at? Hold on. Okay, so entered kitchen is set where? We have upon doing initialize, we do start moving to desk. So let's see, task screen, start moving to desk. We set our current task to equal all of these guys here, and current task equals first task, as well as our first task dot activate. What I'm thinking is at least, is there a way we can do that? Nope, I don't think so. So we have first task dot activate. Then we go ahead and do play dialog admit, and we spawn the tutorial. So this is at the very beginning. Then when we get to the actual task area, so you can see here, when the player reaches target, but I don't think this is actually player reached target. I think it might be something else that runs. So if we go back to our guy here, and there's like a first time, so control F, FIRST_TIME, first time, I think we can find it. Any cafe portions here, a match case holds. Here we are. So if player entered the spellcasting zone for the first time, then we have done completely successfully here. Player entered kitchen. Utility.taskActionDone.emit. This is where we need to do the calibration at. So let's actually go now to our task screen here, go to this task screen guy here, and this is where we want to do things at. So utility.taskActionDone. Let's go ahead and then set it to be the case of actually doing here. And then we want to do here. So utility dot, not utility. Function for on task underscore completed. On task completed, we're going to go ahead and do void here. Void here, I believe, as this guy gives us a task that's completed. So we'll go ahead and do here for completed completed task. So completed underscore task. We'll go here actually, and we'll set this to be a task. Task here, task dot action here. We'll set this to be passed for now. And then we'll go ahead and do on here, actually do this bit here. Utility task action done dot connect. More so, connect. We'll then grab this guy that we're going to need, and then we'll set this to be on task completed. And the idea is that we'll go to on task completed. And I'm wondering, at least for on calibration, where are we doing that at? spell button, continue pressing done. We won't even need this guy anymore. Oh, hopefully at least. What we can also see here is for Control-Shift-F. We should have a guy here for emit. And yeah, spellcasting continue button pressed. And we'll need to do, actually, I think it's fine to do it here. It's fine. Or go back into here and then we can modify it in the area. So we'll go ahead and do here match. And then we'll match completed task, complete a task. And this is where we can kind of modify things at. So for example, here, we can make sure that it's task action entered kitchen. We'll go for pass here. And upon it being the action of entered kitchen, what we'll then have to see about as well as seeing if it's the current, but we can go through all the task guys and then see about changing the current to the next. So the hope is that at least on task completed, since this task is completed, if current task matches what the task is, that's also something that we'll have to take into account. So I'm guessing what we're going to have to do is if current task, so if current task, and current task I believe is current task.action. So if current task.action equals, or if not equal, and then we'll do completed task on here, return, RETURN. There's no need to keep continuing. Not, there we go. So if the completed task is not the current one, don't do anything. But if it's the case that our completed task is entered kitchen, then we'll want to go ahead and update to our next task, for example. But the good news is that I think we can just do, really, truth be told, this. I don't even think we have to do next or match. Don't think we have to do it at all. So we'll do enter kitchen, then we go to update to next task. Our next task has been updated. We set it to be the current task and action, all of those guys there. Then what we're going to have to see about is, as we do current task action, we do here current task equals there. That's good to go. Yep. Next thing we'll have to see about is for example, our calibration. On calibration completed, what we'll then go ahead and do is do enable tutorial and update to next task. Actually, what we're gonna want to do is do this guy here. And then what we're gonna want to do current task action. So we'll go ahead and just do this guy here. That way it stays in the same spot. So I think that'll work, possibly. And then we'll just go ahead and remove this guy here temporarily. So let's see if that now works and is functional. So we'll click on play here. We'll click on this guy here, click on you here, click on levels, click on you here. Go to our next tutorial, next, and go back up to here. Now we go to this area for hold Q, hold down Q, good to go here. We go ahead and do all of these spam guys here. Hold Q to start spell casting. Now when we click continue, we get angry guys here. Why are you angry? Invalid get function. This is for our task here, task description. What are you angry about specifically? Get description, found true. Yeah, and there's like a button, translated button. And we get from nil. Yeah, what button is it? Game input dot button dot get button name, translated description. That's what I'm wondering about. We have here for found button name. What is our button name exactly? If our found button name equals, yeah, I'm not sure about this guy here. Found button name. So we have get description of our task, and it's going to be found button name, but what's found button at? I'm not sure what that guy is. Do we even need found button? We have translate description and button name. Oh, I know why. Our button name is the, what's it called? The index of the button, not index. The button name stands for example, if I say, hey, press the interact key, it will go ahead and translate the button's name to be E, if the button is interacted of E. So we have here angry, yep. Get name, it cannot find nil, found button name equals false. And then we have translated description here, and our button name is set to be interact. So why are we angry here? We're angry because in base node utility cannot convert an argument nil 1. That's what I'm not too sure about. Our translated description at the moment is nothing. Found button name. Why are you angry? We'll go ahead here then and pause upon doing good description. We'll close this guy, click on play, and we'll run this after the calibration starts. And let's see what it actually says. What is it trying to tell us? So we'll go ahead and go here. We'll skip it because it does not need to be done. Well, then we'll go up here, skip all of these guys here. We'll then go to here. This guy then again doesn't need to be done. And actually, you know what? Let's see what it says here. I don't believe there's a button for us to translate, so I think we're good to go here. Yeah, we have match status, all of these guys here. It's not good to go, or it's good to go at least. And what I want to see too is that in our task guy at least, our move to desk, it couldn't find it. I get why. Okay, the issue is why it's getting angry with us is that we need to actually do INTERICT. Interact has to be caps locks. We probably have to set it to upper. That might be a good idea to do too, just in case. Levels back into here now. All of you guys here, yeah, get button name, game input button dot get button. You get name as string, and we're gonna do, I want to do like 2 upper as well. Game input button dot get. Yeah, I want to do 2 upper here. Button dot get button name. Button name should be a string. We're also going to do button name dot 2 underscore upper, upper, 2 upper, just in case. I think that was our issue. Now we'll go back into our game here, and what are we? Oh no, it's a breakpoint. Skip the breakpoint. Skip the breakpoint. Skip. Here, all of these guys are good to go. Then we should be able to just skip this guy here, and then we're back to, I think, here. Nope, skip it entirely here, and we have hold Q to start spellcasting. I kind of glitched myself out by having the breakpoint there, so let's just go ahead and remove the breakpoint. I don't think we need it anymore. Are we in the task screen too for breakpoints? No, I think we're good. Okay, let's try this all over again and then see what's going on. So we have drum roll, please. We'll go ahead and skip all of you there, and we'll go back up to here, and we'll hold down Q, and let's see. That's good to go. We then are going to have all of this skipped and go there. Now, here is the test result. If I click continue, we want it to say the bookshelf. It does say bookshelf, look at that. And now it also says the interact key. So when this guy happens, now what we want to do is we want to highlight the bookshelf forcefully. Or actually, yeah, we want to, do we want to forcefully highlight it? I think it's okay to not forcefully highlight it. We want to move the arrow key so that it says things and stuff. You can see here, it can be highlighted. So we want to have the arrow key go up and down and up and down. And that shouldn't be too bad to do. So back in here on our cafe, we're going to want to grab this task guy here, and this will be the task guy that we use, or not the task guy, the movement arrow more so. Movement arrow task key, and we want to change the position to a very specific position. So we'll want to actually go here and change the height. I don't know if I ever made it bob up and down. We might have to see if we can make that happen, but I believe I can just do 70 here. Have that guy, and this is where the player will have to go to click on it, so they'll have to go to that specific location. I think we didn't want it to go to do like a shadow. Shadow's good, yeah. Shadow does happen, which is good to go here, and I believe we should be able to see the shadow. I don't know why the shadow's not showing up. I wanted to also animate this guy here. I don't know if it is animating, possibly. Does it do it here? No. Where do we do the animation at? I think there's like a bounce animation we can do. Control Shift F, bounce here, possibly. Let's see, find here. We have all of these guys. We have here utility, bounce here, utility.set background, bounce, menu background, bounce here. There's a bounce here. So if bounce, here we are, and it is an interactable. Aha! This is the thing I wanted to modify, as right now we have a way to do a bouncing animation, but I would love it if we could just add either a function to do a bounce animation or to do something else. You can see here that there's a lot of bouncing already going on, where we get the global position plus the bounce distance and plus the bounce speed. I think it would be a fun thing to do like a on bounce or utility bounce. I'm not sure how we would do it. You can see here it even says reset tween and do the other bounce here. So what I'm wondering is there a way to do a bounce and just loop it until we say to stop the bounce? I don't know. I do the do bounce here. I guess we could say, for now, temporarily, right? We could just kind of copy all of these guys here and have a function for do bounce. I like that better. I like that way better. I wanted to do a universal guy, but for right now, don't even need it. Don't even need it at the moment. So we'll go ahead and copy this guy here and also paste these guys here, and let's see about adding a little bounce. So when enabled bounce, don't even need that. Bounce equals false or true. Bounce, we can just do bounce is fine. Follow modifier, don't need that. We also need bounce speed and distance. Also good to go there. And then what we need to do here is, I think it's going to be a function process. Not function process, it seems to be the case of. No, yeah, in process. We're also going to need this here. Yoink. Thank you for that one there. And there's no function process at the moment. So we'll do here function for process here, process. And then we can say if not bounce. So if not bounce, return. Otherwise, we're going to do some of these guys here. So if not bounce, and look at that, already if not bounce. Never mind then. If not bounce, if not bounce, hold on, something's not right. If not bounce, otherwise, okay, so never mind, I guess we don't. Global position equals, oh no, this is fine. We'll go back then to our target guy here. Global position equals all of these guys here. So if not bounce, we can go ahead and have this guy go here and here. This process actually doesn't need to do any of that as well. So if not bounce, follow modifier here. So follow modifier, I believe is already automatically set to 0 if I'm not mistaken. Follow modifier here is, yeah, vector 0, vector 0. So let's just go ahead and do this as vector 0. And actually, that doesn't even need to be vector 0, just target global position. Okay, that's good to go. Global position here. I guess what we can say is like the start position, base position. I like that idea. I like calling it like a base position to do. So we're going to go ahead and do a base position here. So we'll go ahead and do a var for default 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 underscore position. We'll set it to be a vector 2. So vector 2, and then we'll set it to be vector 2 vector 2 dot 0, 0 by default. And then upon doing our ready, we're going to then grab our default position, and we're going to save our default position to be equal to our current position, so our target arrow sprite position. So wherever this arrow sprite position is at is what the position needs to be. So we'll go ahead and go here to our sprite dot global position. So global position here, global position there. That's good to go. So default position is going to be our global position here. And if it is the case that our global position, and then we can do target dot global position, actually it's going to be default global position, as we don't even have a target to do. Yeah, target. We do have a target. Never mind. Target is an actual thing. This target here specifically is for the player to enter and exit. So this is how the player knows this is how the game knows if we're entering or exiting the target. That's what that is for. So we have here, target here. And then what we're going to do is do update visual. Yep. And if editor, that doesn't need to be a thing. On entity detection, range body entered. All of these guys can be ignored. What we are modifying here is on entity body detection. Yep. And we don't even need to do any of that. Bounce equals do bounce. Yep. And we have to do set initial follow position. So what are we doing here specifically? We have upon doing collect what it does and does different things. So I'm going to set it to be the case of when collect happens, I believe it only happens once. So we're going to do a thing of start bounce. So we're going to do instead here a function for do bounce. Function for start bounce. Start underscore or do bounce. Do bounce. D-O-U-N-C-E. Do bounce. And then we're going to make this into a void here. Like that. I'm actually also going to do, instead of this bounce, I'm going to do find replace, and we're going to call this is underscore bouncing. We'll make sure that it matches the whole case and whole words, and then replace all here is bouncing. That's what I like instead. And we don't even need to do bounce. No, not needed. We set the initial fall position, also not needed. And if it is bouncing, this is where we do what we do instead. So we don't need any of these guys here. Don't need that, I believe, as well. We just need these guys here. So reset tween not found in self. Let's go ahead and just grab our reset tween. You here, and if bounce tween, otherwise kill. And this guy I think also has a bounce tween, which is create tween here. So I'll go ahead and grab all these guys here, copy, undo for that there. And then on our target arrow, we can go ahead and do this guy up here as well. So we have righty, and this is why I'm thinking of making it its own thing. I think that would be handy. So we have a is bouncing default position, all of these guys here as our bounce guys. So we have var. I actually like doing export vars above our regular vars, so I like doing that instead. So we have here, all of those guys to go for there. And I believe this should be good. We take our global position and then we set it to be global position plus or minus. I think that's good to go. I think, possibly. And what we'll do here is upon the player starting up for the cafe, so when they finish the bookshelf quest, let's go ahead and see about having the task arrow do its own thing. So to start off, let me go ahead and change the task arrow guy here, target arrow, where are we at with target arrow, movement task arrow, and then our position here, rotation skew. Yeah, you're a movement task arrow, which is this guy here, and I want to change the target arrow height. Why is that not working? Hold on. We go back into our cafe here. Okay, lovely. So let's go ahead and put this guy back. Let's go ahead and put this guy back where it belongs here. Oh, never mind. Movement task arrow. Yeah, I want to grab the position as the thing, and it's not letting me grab the position. This guy here is entirely different than whatever this guy is. What are you? Hold on. Movement task arrow. Yeah. If I just delete you, click that. Okay, sure. Let's grab a new movement task arrow. So let's see, task arrow here, task arrow here. There we go, target arrow. That's what I'm looking for. We would grab and drag and drop a target arrow into here, but I'm not seeing the target arrow here. We have an is active as well, but where is our target arrow at? It's not appearing, which is really odd. I don't see it here at all. Target arrow, is it because it needs to be up here above everything else? No, where's it? That would help. That would definitely help. Let's go ahead and just grab it. Or it should have let us grab it, but it doesn't. That's what I'm confused about. That's our little target arrow guy, but it doesn't let us grab the node. It doesn't want us to move the node, which is what I'm confused about. Transform. Yeah. Is this where we have to change the transform of the position at? why doesn't it let us move it around? We set this to be, for example, our position here is at 100. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't want us to change the location and position at. Oh, is it because of the bounce? And hi, I'm the sky. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. I'm wondering, probably, yeah, right? If it is the case that if it is active, so what I'm thinking is likely what we're going to have to do, if is not bouncing and is active, is underscore active here, I'm guessing it's going to have to be this. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. What's up? Or wazoo. welcome in. I think if we do that, now it'll allow us to modify it since it's no longer working. Hopefully. Now let's see, move this guy around. Does it allow us to move it? I mean, it's, oh, that's rotation, never mind. Yes, it does allow us to move it. Great, perfect, wonderful. Okay, let's go ahead and move this guy back to where it should be then. So we move it to be about that position there is where I want the player to stand at, about there. Like that there is where I want them to stand at since they're in the location of the bookshelf. And then I want the height of this guy to be about that guy there. And I want this guy to bob up and down as soon as it activates. And hopefully now what we can say too, just as a test, is if we go now into our function I would like to do upon this ready guy, I actually want to do utility dot task completed, task action is done on task completed, and I want to do dot connect here, and then I want to do here function here for function 4 test arrow, what can we call this, do test underscore do test, possibly like that there. And we'll also set this to be a fact of doing, let's see, action task dot action here, ACTION, and we'll set it to be task.action, and it's going to be something like bookshelf. We'll just set this to be void here, pass as well, and then we'll go ahead and do here, do test as this guy here. And now, why are you angry? Expected close, yeah. Okay, so do test, and then we're going to set this to be our task, or action, ACTION. We'll then set this to be an action of task action. So task underscore action task, task.action, there we are, task.action. And then we'll say that if the task action is open bookshelf, or no, not open bookshelf, calibration completed, that's the one we're looking for. If action equal task dot action here dot calibration completed, so completed calibration, then we're gonna go ahead and do a bounce. So bounce here, bounce, do bounce, 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 do bounce here. So hopefully the arrow will start bouncing as soon, oh, hold on. We also need to set it to is active as true. So let's also do that before I forget as well. So upon doing our do bounces here, we're going to do if is bouncing, otherwise we reset the tween. And what we also need to see about doing is set this to be is active equal to true, is active equal to true. There we are. So it stays in the spot that it should be at. And now let's see, with that said, and is active, or I guess we'll see, actually we'll see. So we go back to here. The guy is angry for our target has been set to a, hold on, spot tutorial path follower. Actually, what we have to go do is to go back to our cafe here, go all the way down to here, and where are we at? Why are we angry? Tutorial path, target is angry. I understand, hold on. You here, we have our movement task arrow. I got you. Okay, I know why you're angry. Target arrow here needs to be our movement task arrow, which is probably referenced up here as movement task arrow. So there you go, there you are. Change that name to be that guy here. Make sure you're able to be access's unique name. Set your access's unique name now. Let's see how well it works. So click on that, that guy's good to go, that other guy's good to go. Levels here, we go you here, then we go to tutorial here. Oh. That's no good. That's no good at all. Skull, what you doing over there? You okay? Actually, yeah, this guy here, and funny enough, we just learned about the new movement task arrow in the tween guy. Our movement task arrow just needs to go to our spellcasting desk location, so let's also do that here too. That would be in sweet pixel art. Well, thank you indeed. Most of what you see here is temporary and placeholder, but it's the idea of the game in what's it called? It's the idea of the game come to life. There we are. I hope to flesh all of these guys out, but thank you for what you did see. I have been enjoying doing a lot of the pixel art here. We can actually just remove our movement task arrow here. Let's replace it with our spellcasting desk location. So, spellcasting desk location is where it needs to go instead. So, movement task arrow here actually needs to go to spellcasting desk location. Spellcasting desk location needs to be, oh, I see why. Possibly we have tutorial start position here and then spellcasting desk location. So spellcasting desk location. How about that? Because the dot setup takes us to a target. You're a target though. You should be good. Yeah, you're a target. So click and play now. Let's see if it gets angry. And I'm pixel artist myself. I love seeing others pixel art. Well, I'm sure you fit right on in here quite well. As not only do I do game development, but I also do pixel art, and I try my best to learn and study pixel art. For example, every week we study a different topic of pixel art and try our best to learn about it. What we did yesterday was we studied how to draw pixel art sea animals, and we drew we drew a crab as well as an octopus. So weekly we do studies, and actually next week we'll do a whole big celebration that I'll talk about when I guess after the ad break. The ad break should be coming soon, but I do think you'd enjoy it here if you do love pixel art. Let's see here. From here now, are we getting angry, guys? Nope, we're not good. Okay, good. So what we actually have to do is upon the task, doing the task thing, we want to make it hidden or shown. So we can go ahead. This is fine for now. Fine for now. It's now moving. The hope is that once calibration is over, then we can go ahead and have the little hover thingy. So if I skip all of this guy here, continue, let's see if the arrow moves. It does not move. We want it to move. Right now we're getting angry guys here, and this is because of tween and all these guys here. That's okay. That's okay. What are you angry about specifically? Error calling from signal on task completed callable. Cannot convert one argument from object to nil. On task complete itself. Oh, I see. Action done. It should actually be action done here. Are we ever doing this anywhere else? Control F, Control Shift F on task completed. We do this as action. Complete on task completed. It's going to actually be action. So task action, no task needed. We just say here, task here, task completed task. So CULMPLETED, completed task will go here instead. And why are you angry here? Like that? There you are, nice and happy. So we'll copy this guy here. We have do task, which is on task completed, do test here, yep. And that's there, on task completed, we'll just do test here. And if the action is yep, on task completed, yep. Okay, I think we're good to go then. These guys are good to go. That should take care of that. Now all we're missing is the tween thing, which was an issue beforehand, but we can modify. For starters, what we can do here, just temporarily, is upon doing ready, we'll also make sure to go ahead and do hide. So hide, and then upon doing our calibration, we'll go ahead and show, just so that it pops up. And then all we have to do now is worry about the tween, which is something that is tricky, but we've done before. So here we do bounce tween, create tween. We actually don't need to create the tween just yet. We just have to set the tween. And then what we have to do here is upon doing reset tween, if bounce tween equal null, else we need to kill it. So we'll do here, then we'll do create tween, I think, bounce tween equals create tween. Here, I think is what we did before. It was one of the other things. It was here. If bounce tween. So we'll actually go ahead and do here. You can see it says reset tween. We reset tween and bounce tween. Oh, never mind, actually. That should fix it there. Never mind. I take it all back. We can just go ahead and do that there. Lovely. Okay, let's see if that works. We are. I'm so surprised how fast things have gone along the time, at least. It's wild, I think. We'll click on play here. Let's see. Do we get an angry error 4 or 4? We do not get an angry error 4 or 4. How lovely. So we'll go ahead and skip all the dialogue here. We'll then go back to here. We'll go back to here. Hold down Q then, and we should get calibration. Calibration should then be completed here. Let's see. Does the arrow appear and does it start to bounce? Continue here. The arrow should show up now, and we also should get the task doing its thing. As the ad break, I knew it was coming. It was bound to appear. Action completed task, and then we have to, no, show should work, so it should show up. Let's see. We'll click on play here, and I think we can get this working so that even if we go a little bit over our usual time, I think it's possible. So we'll go ahead and skip. There we are. Hold down Q then, and then we should see about doing skip. There we are. Click on continue here, and we don't go into this function. Interesting one here. If action equals completed calibration. Okay. If action equals completed, yeah, that works. On task completed, Control Shift F. And then we'll go ahead and do here fine. And we should do .emit here in our task. And then we do the action done. So check status. If the current task is active, complete task and move on. No, that's not what we want to do. Actually, what we want to do here is do on task completed here. Yeah, okay, hold on. Activate here. Yeah, activate goes here upon doing task. And we do check status here, update task on task completed. Check status. If current task is active and action matches complete task and move to the next one. Yeah, and task action done. Where do we use task action done? It might be a lot of signals that are just getting overwritten with each other. We have here an emit. There we are. An emit here, and all of these guys get emitted here. So I guess we can just go to here, do all of this guy here. Task action done dot emit. We have here an activate, update to next task here. So what we're actually going to do, I suppose, is just do this guy here. We then do our current task dot action. Try that guy here. Turn task dot action. Current task dot action here. Give that a go. See if that works. If not, that's okay. We'll go to the ad break after trying this out a few more times. But we'll try it this time around, and then if it doesn't work, still ad break. So let's see. Skip. Go up here. Then we go to here. Update to next task. And check for infinite recursion. Interesting. On task completed, update to next task. If current task, why is it recursion though? If current task equal completed task, then we update to the next task. So I'm not sure what the recursion is, but we'll see. When the ads come back, we'll continue. We'll wrap things up and see where we go. So thank you for sticking around for the ad breaks. While ad breaks are happening, don't worry, we don't continue. We just sit here, stretch, drink some tea, relax for a bit, and chat. So you're all good to go. So I'll click on this guy here. We'll wait that through. My goodness, 4 hours passes by so fast. I can say that for certain. And we're getting to a point where we're getting to a point where it's the end. It's technically not the end. There's still a lot of things we have to do for the game itself. But the tutorial, I've been stuck, I think, on the tutorial for maybe 4 to 5 months, if I had to guess. We've been working on the tutorial since like the beginning of the year. So yeah, probably, I'd say maybe February is when we started, around February or March. So yeah, 4 to 5 months. And with that said, we are getting closer to it. For example, here what you can see is that it says task screen, all of these tasks. This is what I've been working towards finishing. And it's been so long since last I see my son lost to this monster. Let me get a little bit of water here. Tasty. And once we finish at least the cafe portion, then my hope is to get to the kitchen. Once kitchen's done, then I just have to kind of link up the things for the customers all over again. And then did you just the audacity? Oh boy. Once the kitchen is done, then we move on to doing the cafe. I think the cafe is definitely doable. I already have a lot of the, what's it called? I don't think we have to do the dialogue. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. We could definitely have like animations for the spider, which I don't think, again, knock on so much wood right now that it won't be too painful. It's probably going to be painful. I don't think there's ever a way to get out of pain. It's just pain tolerance for bugs and things of that nature. But all in all, I'm enjoying this a lot. I am so excited. The fact that the tutorial is coming around about the time that the celebration will take place for the anniversary, as well as this huge anniversary in Tylenol. Or how about acetaminophen? Oh my. Let me get a little bit more tea. Am I out of tea? I am out of tea, unfortunately. I'm also out of coffee, which is also such a shame. Do I have any water? I do have water, but it's not as cool or neater as unhealthy. Let me get some water. Water has been added. How lovely. So let's see. Oh boy. There's just so much that is going to happen once this tutorial is completed that I am so excited. We've been stuck here forever and ever and ever, and I don't like doing the same thing over and over again. That's usually called being crazy. I'm not crazy at all. No coffee? That's even worse. I usually have a cup of coffee before stream or during stream. I had one before. I took 2 cups of coffee a day. One in the morning, one in the evening, afternoonish, feeling crazy. I was crazy once. I knew it. That's specifically why I didn't say it, Jaxus. I knew what I was doing. You want to talk about me putting out references? How about we talk about you, huh? Oh my, it's just wild how things are coming along, really. 2 years, it does not feel like 2 years one bit. Welcome back from the ad break, all. Welcome back in. Alrighty, shall we bring it all home then? Then I can talk about updates, plans to come, things for next week as well as next week. So we'll get there soon when we get there. Let's see if we can figure out why it's talking about recursion. I'm not too sure. We have here, for example, on task completed, if not the current task. So on calibration completed, we do the on task completed. My question is, if we do this guy here and we delete that, what does that do? And I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not referencing anything. Tell it to the judge. I am. So tell it to me. And I don't believe you. Next. Skip. Go all the way over to here. Recursion still. Where are we getting recursion at? We go through to update to next task. Update to next task. If not active, is active. Task is this the recursion it's talking about? Possibly? I don't know. Hold on. On task completed, update to next task. Where are we getting the error? I take the fifth! You don't even plead it. You rob it. That sounds like stealing, Jack says that's against the law. We'll go here then. And then let's see about clicking on play. And I'm just not sure. Where are we getting an angry sign at? We might have to kind of just break everything down and build it back up. Possibly. Skip. It's on task completed. No. It's when you go to the next task. That's the thing it seems like. Upon going to the next task, we update to next task. And the current task is, at the moment, task is entered kitchen. So it is entered kitchen here, which is correct. We go then into for some reason, this guy again, which is what I'm not too sure about. On task completed. Do we have here on task completed anywhere on here? Task action done. Okay. Where do we use task action done at? I'll close you here. Is it being called twice maybe? You can't prove anything. I have video evidence of such a thing right here, right now. Your comments, your messages right there say exactly what you're talking about. So are you going to lie to the reality of the situation? We have here for a .connect for on task action done. Where do we emit task action done at? We do it here for customer manager. We also do it here for our spellcasting desk for task action tutorial items here. We also have it here for entered kitchen. We also have it here for made dish as well as action here for utility. So my question then becomes, where are we seeing a, what's it called? Recursion. And those messages are edited properly. It's not me, officer. Let's see here. .emit for customer left. Connect for spawn tutorial here. We have emit for check status. I'm wondering, maybe it's here. We have ready task action done, connect, check status. Yeah. I think it's that. Task action done, check status. I'm going to do here, not do task action done, set status. Let's not do that actually. I don't know what this check status actually is. Action not equal to you there. I'm not sure who you are actually. I really don't know. So maybe if we just go ahead and do you here and check status. Yeah, do we only... Oh, I get it. Okay. And then we do this guy here, undo this guy here, and we do task action done equals check status. And we finish the status, and then we go ahead and emit the action done. And then if we go back to our recursion guy, or we can't, it doesn't want us to go back to the recursion guy. I understand you, but I don't like you. So we'll go back to here, and then back here on task action done. We actually don't even need to do on task completed. It seems to be the case of doing, because we do the task action done on task completed. Yeah, it already kind of does it already. When we do task action done, we set it to be the case of, hold on, I can kind of show you here. Okay, so we do check status, and whenever we check the status, we also do on task completed. But on task completed is task action done. So what we actually need to do is do on task completed, I think, as the guy we're looking for. So on task completed is here, that's correct. We also have here on task completed. On task completed, on task completed. That's the guy we're looking for, possibly. We have here task action done. Yeah, I see. Okay. And then we go for these guys here on task completed. Then we do these guys here. Okay. Try that now. I wish I had this much energy during game time. It's all about excitement and enthusiasm. When I'm excited about something, I could go on and on and on and on because it's a lot of fun. It's something I'm passionate about, and I could ramble on for days, hours even, but only for a limited amount of time. For example, only for about 4 hours. Then I start to lose a little bit of steam. Hence why streams are only usually about 4 hours. After that point, I can't promise nothing. Let's see. Continue, skip here, skip. Okay, and then we click on continue, and we get show. Okay. So let's go ahead and click on this guy here. We'll go ahead and continue here, and we do bounce between kill. If bounce between not equal to null here, Yep, but kill on a null value. If it's not equal to null here, if we go ahead and skip this guy here, current task activate. Okay, close this guy here, click on play here. And it's about working a tiny bit every day. That's not only, I mean, it's true for some people. I know at the very least, I've been having a hard time finding time. I've been struggling to find time to sit down and do game dev. During the week, it's usually really hard because I'm doing a lot of other different things. But because I stream at least minimum once a week doing game dev, that means minimally I'm working on my game weekly every 4 hours a week, which is great. I can also say that we did a little bit of dev work, so we doubled up on the streams this time around, so 8 hours total. And now you spend too much time napping. Maybe? What you gonna do about it, huh, Jax? Nothing. Napping's good for you, not in moderation. And truth nuke for me, I used to see it as I'm running out of time. Ah! And napping is optional. Insomnia is internal. Take your pillow. Go! You'll have to take it from my cold dead body. Let's see. Continue here. We click on view here. Non-existent function in base null. Current task dot activate. Do we not have a current task? Interesting one for you there. Huh. Current task equals okay. If you there, update to next task. If current task equal null is what we need to do, as if it's the next task. So let's actually go to you here, and then let's go to you here. And if we see copy you here, set you to be there, we're actually going to say back to our task screen here. Actually, hold on. Go to you here. Yep. And then we'll do here. So if current task is if current task equal null, then we do this here, and we say that. Otherwise, we do this guy here. Else. There we go. Else. If. Yep, we'll go here. Close you here, and click on play. And a challenge accepted. Gets obliterated by admin. Challenge failed. Miserably. Oh my. We'll go back to here then. Click on next. Okay, then we'll move up to here. Hold down a Q and see what we're gonna do. And we click on space. There we go. Okay, now it's the moment of truth. We click on play, and you can kind of see. Is it actually moving? I can't tell. I can't see this far. It's not that. It's so far away. Oh boy. We actually need it not to change to that position. So let's see if we can modify it. What we know for certain is that we don't want the arrow, the shadow. The shadow should stay the same. It's the sprite that we want to move. So if we go back into our target guy here, what does it say? We have update visual, which is our sprite position. All of those guys there. Yep. And she moves. Now make her fight an Eldritch God. Oh boy. Wait, we're pacifists here, Jaxus. The hands here aren't rated E for everyone. They're rated N for no one. Because fighting, who needs fighting when you could just talk out your differences? Let's see here. Ready? All of you guys here. Default position equals the right default position here. We have also here, probably for their process. Hold on. Okay, we'll do here sprite, sprite, sprite dot global position equals sprite dot default global position. So hold on. Let's do this guy here. And then we also have to do here our sprite dot global position. So let me also do you here and do you here for you there. And then do you here for sprite dot. Okay, I think that fixes it. And then let's go ahead and click on play self. Nope, we're doing you here, not self. It's going to be you here. Yep. Okay, now try that. And or Bummit shall pass a fist through your face. Or Bummit is not violent either. Look at that face. Could it do harm? I don't think it could, even if he tried. He has weak little noodle arms. How could he try to fight you? He could fight you with cuteness. You stare at him too long, you'll realize that you can't look away, almost like a Medusa. You get hypnotized by his cuteness, and the game will be released tomorrow, right? No. Definitely not. I told myself I could make this game possibly in 6 months. This is the second game I've ever made. The first game I made in under 24 hours, and it wasn't tiny time. The first game I made was in 24 hours, but it wasn't that I worked on it in one day. Anytime I worked on the game, I had a timer going. So I could spend a whole year on it if I only worked for maybe a minute a day, as long as it stayed 24 hours. The thing is though, this is the second game I've ever made, and I wanted to make something small and constricted. I thought to myself, surely 6 months is a good enough time to make a small game. Next month we'll make 2 years. So my estimation on how difficult things are, I can go ahead and tell you, Pain. Pain. Oh, so much pain. Let's go ahead and close this guy here, then go for you here and click on you there. And in 2015, I made the most goofiest game I ever, in 2015, I made the goofiest game ever. In 2015, I made the most goofiest game ever. I might remake it this year because why not? Yes, 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 I agree. And hi, Artist Scon, maybe, possibly. Welcome in the stream, welcome in. Predicting how long anything takes to make is impossible. It is impossible. However, if you get good enough and you do something enough times, you can kind of get a good guesstimate for how long something will take you. Right now, since I have no experience and I have little knowledge of what it takes to make a game in general, my guesstimations aren't reliable. But if I were a game dev who's made like 10 games under her belt, as well as made, talked to people, seen things, then I would have a more accurate estimation. It wouldn't be infinite, it wouldn't be 100%, but it would be closer to being accurate. And since it's so cooked, it's still I do my best, all right? Sometimes my best isn't good enough. Oh my. Well, hold on Q here, and what do we get here? Space all of this guy. Okay, so it's not moving, but it's appearing, which is good. We want that little green arrow that you see there to move up and down, up and down. Apparently it's not bouncing though. So let's see, if is bouncing, do bouncing. Yeah, so what we need to do here is set is bouncing equal to true. That would help. That would help a lot. Okay, now take number 9344.2. Let's see. Levels here, you there, yeah. Skip. Okay, and then let's go behind here, and then let's see. Yeah, okay. Did calibration perfectly. And hello, thank you. Hello, Jake the Iffy. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hello, yes. And bouncing in a sine wave like motion, it needs to go up, down, up, down. That's the hope. And now what's the point of the conditional if you're setting the thing it's checking right before, or is this just debugging? Just debugging at the moment, Pala. I want to have this guy, and welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome in. Yeah, this will be done through a function. Right now I'm just testing it, but yeah. I want to have a function for start movement. Since I'm testing it, it's right there, but I will have a signal say start arrow movement, for example. So yeah, it's just temporarily checking, and it's doing the thing. Look at it go. It's beautiful. It's all grown up. Isn't that sweet? Oh, that's so nice. Okay, we just need to set the bounce stuff to be more engaging. The bounce right now, I'm not feeling the bounce. Let's go ahead and go to our target arrow guy here, and let's set the bounce distance and bounce speed to something a little bit different. Let's set the speed to maybe like 8, and let's set the bounce distance to maybe like 6, and see how that works. Save that guy here, and it's alive! Yes, it is. I agree. And I do it so lovely. Oh, how sweet. Okay, so we skip one of these guys here. Then we go to here. Then we'll want to go back here. We hold down Q, and then we get skip. Ah, lovely. Continue here, and it's not going faster. Bounce speed. Oh, right, I forgot. Is it like 0.5 we have to set it to? Something like that there. Hi, customer, you saw nothing. Bounce speed has to be set to 1, and I'm just checking here. Yeah, bounce speed is an int. Let's see about setting the speed to a float here, and we'll set the float by default to be maybe 5.5, past 5.0. There we go. And we'll do that there. Set that to be that there. Hold on. 0.5. There we go. Okay, and this is a float, so this should work properly, I think. Why are you not 0.5 though? 0.5. Enter. Bounce speed should be target arrow here, you there, yep, out, and then in, and then you reset to 0.5, and I saw everything! You saw nothing! Look away! Oh boy. Let's then do this guy here, and I want to see, was it 0.5 that I needed to set it to for it to go faster? I want it to go up, down, definitely not up, down. Nope, don't want any of that. So we get here, continue, and we get, that's definitely not what I want to happen. What if I set this to be like a 30 here, and we reset it? So we go ahead and restart the level here, like that. If we go then, skip, all of these guys here, I think this will allow us to try things out without us having to close and open the game each time. So if I do this guy here, continue here, No, doesn't. Let's try going main menu, then back to here, and then back to here, and then see. Does that work? And I was once told that if my code never looked like you took a can of SpaghettiOs and dumped on the floor, I'm not an indie dev. Best advice I've ever gotten. Yeah, I do think at least a lot of people, a lot of the times, tend to overthink code construction and making things pretty and nice. I know, for example, I was always one that wanted to always refine and go back and redo things, and I realized that if I spend time prettying things up, I don't spend time making things. So I have to be okay with spaghetti. It's okay sometimes to leave things in duct tape. It doesn't always have to be what you think, and that's a painful realization, but one I understood eventually. And I'm wondering, is the speed 100? Is that what it needs to be? Hold on. And it works! Or if it works, then it works, my teacher. Yeah, if it works, then it works. I agree 100% with that advice. Says, yeah, you can worry about it being slow later, but first, make it exist. That's pretty important. If we click on this guy here, we click on this guy here. I wanted to see about speed. No. Okay, I'll modify that later. I'll work on that later. But the good news is that it is appearing, it's working. So we'll have a conversation go on here as well that pops up to say, all right, Gabby, great news. Now go to the bookshelf. I'm also thinking maybe it could be a fun idea to have the arrow pan and move as what arrow? Camera pan and move. But that'll be something I figure out and things that I do. That said, there's a few more things that we have to do for the tutorial. What I can show you is that if we go to our task screen here, you can see right now we're on open bookshelf. Once open bookshelf is complete, then the cafe's kitchen tutorial will need us to open the book, add the correct ingredients, throw away ingredients incomplete, and then save the dish for later. That is the first half of the tutorial. Once that first half is done, then we'll have to teach the player how to serve the customers. I think that's doable. I definitely think that's doable, and it is likely a possibility of something to happen. So what I'm thinking is, at the very least, as I bring you back into our planning screen here. Oh, actually not. Before that, let me also talk about very important things before I forget to. If I click into you here, we click into you here, and I were to click into you here. I believe this should work. Let me click on this guy here. Let me click on planning screen here. Click on this guy here. Make sure I make you full screen and then not full screen. Yep, that should work properly. Let me then go ahead and set this to be this size here. Lovely. Okay. I can go ahead and do transition right on here then. Good old transition, classic transition. If you'd like to stay up to date on everything Necrotype Cafe and you want to be notified when the tutorial does go out and when things are working properly, I would suggest checking out the Discord. As if you go down here, as well as a welcome to Cautious Hermit, and to Unit, and to Alexandrus. Welcome all to the Discord. What you can do is if you scroll down here, you should be able to find the Necrotype Cafe, for example, devlog here, and I go through different logs. I talk about the deving. I also sometimes go into the voice channel here. You can see not hackety. I sometimes go in there for talking about the game or just doing studying or co-working, things of that nature. So you like someone to fellow co-work with. That is also a suggestion you can do too. And the thing is, next week we won't be game developing, and the week after that also not game developing. So this will be until 2 weeks. The next time we stream Necrotype Cafe will be 14th, 15th, 16th, that week. So it'll be mid-August, I think it's the best way to say it. Yeah, mid-August. So 2 weeks until the game will pick back in development. I'm going to do my best to finish the tutorial and speedrun it. I think it's possible. Next week, the reason why we won't be doing a development stream is because we'll be celebrating the stream's anniversary. It'll be 2 whole years of streaming. And Necrotype Cafe Daily News, there are no news. And did I hear my name? Hi, Noi. I don't believe so, but welcome in all the same. That said, what I can say is that if you do join the Discord, consider heading over to the questions section, and you can see 36 minutes left. How lovely is that? This will be what we do next week for the celebration. So not only are we going to do some pixel art on a big old screen where everyone gets to draw together, that's what that draw together is. If I click onto you here, I can show you stream art here. We all draw on a big old screen, and every 20 minutes the theme changes, the theme is randomized, you all get to put it on a board and we spin the wheel. So if that's of interest to you, one version or one vote is that we get to do 2 of those next week instead of just one, as we will be doing one. That's one version, or that's one vote. Another thing is, we could do Minecraft minigames. So if you want to play Minecraft next week, that'll be an option too. Or Mecha Chameleon, that's also an option that we can do. Or refreshing some of my old art, as I've been streaming for 2 whole years. So surely I have 2 old year art that I can go back and refresh. As it stands though, at the moment, since 35 minutes are left, it seems to be next week we'll be doing Draw Together, we'll be doing Mecha Chameleon, as well as refreshing the old art, which should be a lot of fun, and I look forward to it too. All of that said, good and gun to go. I believe, yes. What I can say is that, aside from that, outside of that, and congratulations on almost 2 years. Thank you, Jake the Iffy. Thank you. And Necrotype on the 18th will have been also 2 years of development too. And I'll be heading to the gym. No worries at all, Jaxus. No worries at all. Another thing I can say is that if you'd like to give the prototype, that's on itch at the moment. The tutorial isn't updated or anything, but if you'd like to try the rhythm, the typing in the cafe out, you can also try it on itch. So if I go ahead and do exclamation NECROTYPE, that is also an option too, which should be lovely. So, right. Going over things, just refreshing. 2 weeks until Necrotype Cafe's 2 weeks until development starts up again. I'm going to end these 2 weeks as the week after the celebration. I'll be taking a week off of streaming. I don't usually take weeks off. I usually stream if I can, if I am able-bodied and I'm not sick. Let me go back to our just chatting here. And Magic Chameleon, oh no, I'm not missing that stream. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And bye-bye, thanks for stopping by, Jaxus. If you're on YouTube, that's going to be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always a lot of fun to see if we can find people who are doing the same thing. The hope is that we can find new streamers to raid, new people who are doing the same thing we are. So for example, today we did Godot game development, so we're going to see if we can raid a fellow Godot game developer. Last week or yesterday we did pixel art, so we saw a fellow pixel artist raid. So we'll see if we can find someone new and someone who's doing Godot and game development at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the end screen, and if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around as I'm going to come back, and then we'll see about doing a raid on Twitch. With that said, I do hope you all have a lovely, oh, I did click that button, lovely. I do hope you all have a lovely week, a lovely day, or insert time zone here, and I do hope to see you all next week for the celebration as, oh boy, we'll be doing a little bit of everything. With that said, have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all soon, alright? Bye-bye!